Chapter 14 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 14. Cromwell and Scotland. The execution of the king destroyed the alliance which Cromwell had established between Argyle and the Independents. Argyle would have been glad to preserve it, but his power depended on the clergy and the middle classes, both deeply incensed with the sectaries who had dared to kill a Scottish king. The day after the news of the king's death reached Edinburgh, Charles II was there proclaimed king, not of Scotland only, but of Great Britain and Ireland. The Scottish envoys in England protested against the late revolution, denouncing the establishment of toleration or any other change in the fundamental laws of the kingdom, and demanding that Charles II, upon just satisfaction given to both kingdoms, should be placed upon his father's throne. The Long Parliament retorted by expelling the envoys and declaring that their protest laid the grounds of a new and bloody war. Henceforth, indeed, the war took a new character. It was no longer a constitutional, but a national struggle. Scotland, like Ireland, was attempting to dictate to England the form of government which it should choose, and thus the English contest for self-government inevitably widened into a contest for the supremacy of the British Isles. Nothing delayed war between Scotland and England but the difficulty of effecting an agreement between Charles and the Scots. Except on their own terms, the Presbyterians would not fight for him. Until no other way of regaining his crown was left, Charles would not accept their terms. The Scottish commissioners demanded that he should not only accept the Covenant and the Presbyterian system for Scotland, but pledge himself to impose them on England and Ireland. As he declined to force Presbyterianism on those two kingdoms without the consent of their parliaments, the negotiations were broken off in May 1649, and while Charles prepared to join Ormond in Ireland, Montrose was commissioned to call the Scottish royalists once more to arms. In September 1649, Charles landed at Jersey on his way to Ireland, but Cromwell's victories checked his further progress. Before the year ended, it was evident that if he was to be restored, it must be by Scottish hands, and in February 1650 he returned to Holland. Necessity left him no choice. Indeed, wrote a Scottish agent from Jersey, he is brought very low. He has not bread both for himself and his servants, and betwixt him and his brother not one English shilling. Negotiations began again at Breda in March 1650. The Scots required him to take both covenants, to impose Presbyterianism on England and Ireland, and to disavow both Ormond and Montrose. Charles struggled hard to modify these conditions, and the treaty by which he agreed to them was not signed till he was actually on his voyage. He hoped that when he came to Scotland, his presence would win concessions from the Covenanters, and a royalist party would gather round him. But he found himself treated more as a captive than a king. English royalists who had accompanied him from Holland were ordered to leave the country. Scottish royalists were excluded from his army and his court. And when he reached Edinburgh, he saw fixed over the tower of the toll booth, and fresh from the hangman's hands, the head of Montrose. The diplomacy of the king had sacrificed his noblest champion. Instead of holding Montrose back till the negotiations ended, he had urged him to immediate action. "Your vigorous proceeding," he wrote, "will be a good means to bring them to such a moderation as may produce a present union of that whole nation in our service." When the Scottish envoys at Breda demanded the abandonment of Montrose, Charles agreed to order him to disband his troops with a secret promise of their indemnity. But the countermands came too late. Knowing that Charles was treating with the Covenanters, and that he was in danger of disavowal, Montrose still resolved to spend his life for the king's service. In March 1650, he arrived in the Orkneys with a little body of Danish and German mercenaries. In April, with about 1,200 men and 40 horse, he advanced through Caithness to the south of Sutherland. There, at Carbisdale, on April 27th, Major Strawn with 250 of David Leslie's disciplined cavalry fell upon him in his march south, scattered his handful of horsemen, and cut to pieces his foreign infantry. Montrose escaped from the rout and wandered amongst the hills till starvation obliged him to seek shelter. MacLeod of Assynt gave him up to the Scottish government, and on May 21st he was hanged at the Market Cross in the High Street of Edinburgh. About the time of Montrose's death, Cromwell returned to England. Parliament had voted that both Fairfax and Cromwell should command against the Scots, the one as general, the other in his old post as lieutenant general. But when Fairfax found that the Council of State meant to invade Scotland, he laid down his commission. The best refutation of the theory that Cromwell sought to undermine Fairfax in order to obtain his post is the vigor with which he endeavored to persuade him to keep it. It was morally certain, urged Cromwell, that the Scots meant to invade England. War was unavoidable. Your Excellency will soon determine whether it is better to have this war in the bowels of another country than our own. But nothing could overcome Fairfax's repugnance to an offensive war. Human probabilities, he repeated, were not sufficient ground to make war upon our brethren, the Scots. The truth was, he had long been dissatisfied with the results of the Revolution, in which events had given him so prominent a part, and seized any plausible excuse for retirement. As he persisted, his resignation was accepted, and on the 26th of June, 1650, Cromwell became, by Act of Parliament, Captain General and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces of the Commonwealth. "I have not sought these things," he wrote to a friend. "Truly I have been called unto them by the Lord, and therefore am not without some assurance that he will enable his poor worm and weak servant to do his will." At the end of July, Cromwell entered Scotland with an army of 10,500 foot and 5,500 horse. His old comrade, David Leslie, to whom the Scots had given the command, could bring about 18,000 foot and 8,000 horse to meet him. But as Leslie's soldiers were much inferior in quality, he stood resolutely on the defensive, marching along the coast and drawing supplies mainly from the English fleet. Cromwell found the Scottish army entrenched between Leith and Calton Hill. A month passed in marches around Edinburgh, in fruitless skirmishes and unsuccessful attempts to draw the Scots from their unassailable fastnesses. Leslie took no risks, and met each move with unfailing skill. At the end of August, victuals grew scarce in the English camp, and disease was rife. With a poor, shattered, hungry, discouraged army, Cromwell fell back on Dunbar, intending to fortify the town to be used as a magazine and basis of operations, and to await reinforcements from Berwick. Leslie, pressing hard on his heels, occupied Doon Hill, which overlooks Dunbar, and seized the passes between Dunbar and Berwick. Thanks to his knowledge of the country, he had again outmaneuvered Cromwell, and the Scots boasted that they had Cromwell in a worse pound than the king had had Essex in Cornwall. Cromwell owned the greatness of the danger. "We are," he wrote, "upon an engagement very difficult. The enemy hath blocked up our way at the pass at Copper's Path, through which we cannot get without almost a miracle. He lieth so upon the hills that we know not how to come that way without great difficulty. And our lying here daily consumeth our men, who fall sick beyond imagination." His 16,000 men were reduced now to 11,000, and some officers proposed that the foot should be shipped on the fleet, while the horse endeavored to cut their way through the enemy. But their general remained, as he expressed it, "comfortable in spirit and having much hope in the Lord." Leslie's original plan was to fall on Cromwell's rear as he tried to force his way along the road to Berwick, but the parliamentary committee in his camp ordered him to descend the hill and bar Cromwell's route. Seeing that Cromwell did not continue his march, he believed he was shipping his guns, and perhaps part of his infantry, and thought all he had to do was to prevent the escape of the enemy. Accordingly, on September 2nd, Leslie moved his army from the Doon Hill to the gentle slopes at its foot, intending to attack the next day. His left was covered in flank, and to some extent in front too, by the steep ravine which ran obliquely from the hill to the sea and separated the positions of the two armies. His infantry were posted in the center, with their backs to the hillside. On the right, where the ground was more level and open, he had massed 2/3 of his cavalry. Leslie had 22,000 men to Cromwell's 11,000, and told his soldiers they would have the English army alive or dead by 7 next morning. When Cromwell examined the new position of the Scots, he saw that his opportunity had come at last. Leslie's left, shut in between the hill and the ravine, was practically useless, and his center, cramped by the hill in its rear, had too little room to maneuver. Both Cromwell and Major General Lambert agreed that if the Scottish right were beaten, their whole army would be endangered. That evening, in answer to Leslie's movement, Cromwell drew up his forces along the line of the ravine and about Rocksmith's house, as if his sole purpose was to stand on the defensive. The night was stormy and wet, and after 1 or 2 alarms, the Scots were convinced that he did not mean to attack. Just before dawn, Cromwell pushed a strong body of horse and foot across the ravine, and under cover of a false attack on their left, massed all the troops he could against their right and their center. Lambert and Fleetwood, with 6 regiments of horse, attacked the Scottish right, while Monk, with about 3,000 or 4,000 foot, engaged their center, supported by the fire of Cromwell's guns from the other side of the ravine. The Scots were taken unprepared, but as soon as they could get into battle order, numbers told. Charging, with the slope in their favor, the Scottish lancers broke one of Lambert's regiments, and Monk's division was repulsed and forced to give ground. At this critical moment, Cromwell himself came up with the reserve, consisting of 3 regiments of foot and 1 of horse. His own regiment of horse fell on the flank of the Scottish cavalry. Lambert's troopers charged again, and after a short, sharp struggle, the Scottish right wing was broken through and through. Simultaneously, Cromwell's and Pryde's foot regiments furiously assailed the advancing Scottish infantry, and at push of pike did repel the stoutest regiment the enemy had, while all along the line the English foot, once more advancing, drove back the Scots. Some of Leslie's infantry stood stubbornly, but a cavalry charge on their exposed flank completed their discomfiture. At Cromwell's direction, the flank attack became more and more pronounced, till the Scottish centre was rolled up from the right to left, and, penned in the triangle between the hill and the ravine, the Scottish infantry became a helpless mob, unable either to fight or fly. Horse and foot, says one of Cromwell's officers, were engaged all over the field, and the Scots all in confusion. The sun appearing upon the sea, I heard Noel say, "Now let God arise, and his enemies shall be scattered." And following us as we slowly marched, I heard him say, "I profess they run." And then was the Scots army all in disorder and running, both right wing and left, in main battle. They routed one another after we had done their work on their right wing. 3,000 men fell in the battle, and 10,000 were taken prisoners. While Leslie collected the shattered remnant of his army at Stirling, Cromwell occupied Edinburgh and Leith, and all the eastern portion of the Scottish lowlands. Edinburgh Castle held out, and the southwest was still in arms. After Dunbar, as before it, Cromwell's strongest wish was not a conquest, but an agreement which would restore peace between the two nations. "Give the state of England," he wrote to the Committee of Estates, "that satisfaction and security for their peaceable and quiet living beside you, which may in justice be demanded from those who have, as you, taken their enemy into their bosom, whilst he was in hostility against them." He had opened his campaign with manifestoes protesting the affection of England for the Scots, and demonstrating their error in supporting the Stuarts. These overtures the leaders of the Independents urged him to renew. They regarded it as a fratricidal war. The grim Ireton expressed the fear that Cromwell had not been sufficiently forbearing and long-suffering. Subtle St. John drew a distinction between Scots and Irish, reminding him that although the Irish were atheists and papists to be ruled with a rod of iron, the Scots were truly children of God, and he must still endeavour to heap coals of fire on their heads. Cromwell, whose heart yearned after the godly in Scotland, began now a new set of expostulations, directed particularly to the ministers whose influence had frustrated his appeals to the nation. He charged them with pretending a reformation and laying the foundation of it in getting worldly power for themselves, with perverting the covenant to serve secular ends, with claiming infallibility for their doctrine just as the Pope did. Their claim to control the civil government he dismissed with few words. "We look on the ministers as helpers of, not lords over, God's people." Then he refuted with like vigor the claim of the Kirk to prohibit dissent in order to prevent heresy. "Your pretended fear, lest error should step in, is like the man who would keep all wine out of the country, lest men should be drunk. It will be found an unjust and unwise jealousy to deprive a man of his natural liberty, upon a supposition he may abuse it. When he doth abuse it, judge." Finally, he rebuked them for their hypocrisy and their blindness. Was it not hypocritical to pretend to cry down all malignants, and yet to receive and set up the head of them, and to act for the kingdom of Christ in his name? Was it not blindness to shut their eyes to the meaning of their late defeat? God had given judgment in their controversy at Dunbar, and they refused to see it. Did not you solemnly appeal and pray? Did not we do so too? And ought not you and we to think with fear and trembling of the hand of the great God in this mighty and strange appearance of his? Either events or Cromwell's arguments produced their effect in the Scotch camp. There were great searchings of heart amongst devout Presbyterians, and a schism broke out in the army. Rigid Covenanters renounced worldly alliances in compliance with an ungodly monarch. "I desire to serve the king faithfully," said Colonel Kerr, "but on condition that the king himself be subject to the King of Kings." Colonel Strawn, after some negotiation with Cromwell, laid down his commission. Kerr, with 3,000 or 4,000 Westland Whigs, refused obedience to the Committee of Estates, and tried to wage war independently. But attempting to surprise Lambert at Hamilton, in Lancashire, on December 1st, he was taken prisoner, his force scattered, and the whole of the southwest fell into Cromwell's power. More lasting was the division amongst the clergy. One party, headed by Gillespie and Guthrie, published a remonstrance repudiating the idea of fighting for Charles II till he had proved his fitness to be a covenanted king, and condemning those who had closed their eyes to his insincerity. The remonstrants, as they were termed, would have no alliance with either malignants or engagers. The other party, laxer in its moral views, and moved more by national than religious feeling, was ready to accept the compromises which the necessities of the state demanded. When Parliament passed resolutions allowing malignants and engagers to fight in the national ranks, it consented to their employment on a simple profession of penitence. For the next 10 years, the quarrels of resolutioners and remonstrants made up Scotland's ecclesiastical history. Cromwell had foreseen the political consequences of Dunbar. "Surely," he predicted, "it's probable the Kirk has done their due. I believe their king will set up upon his own score now." The prediction now came true. Charles had suffered great humiliations since he came to Scotland. He had submitted to all conditions and sworn many kinds of oaths. He had been obliged to declare his sorrow for his father's hostility to the work of the Reformation and his mother's love of idolatry. He had seen the Scottish ranks purged of royalists and had been forbidden to approach the army that was fighting in his name. At last, events had brought the Parliament round to his policy. From the date of his coronation at Scone on January 1st, 1651, Charles was King of Scotland in fact as well as name. Partly driven by necessity, because the ecclesiastical divisions had deprived him of his strongest supporters, partly lured by hope, because Charles offered to marry his daughter, Argyle fell in with the king's policy. But each stage in its development diminished his influence. First he had to share his power with Hamilton and his partisans, and then the repeal of the Act of Classes put an end to it altogether by allowing even Montrose's adherents to hold office. Thus, within a year from his landing in Scotland, Charles had succeeded in combining both Royalists and Presbyterians in support of his cause. His hopes were never higher. It seemed possible to effect a similar combination between the Presbyterians and Royalists in England. In March 1651, the English government detected a plot for a rising in Lancashire, which was to be helped by troops from Scotland and isolated insurrections which broke out in Norfolk, December 1650, and in Cardiganshire, June 1651. Proved the reality of these conspiracies. If a Scottish army entered England, the general royalist rising of 1648 might be repeated, and perhaps with a different issue. The campaign of 1651 began late. During the winter, Blackness and Tantallon castles were captured, and in February there was an advance on Stirling, which the tempestuous weather frustrated. In the spring, Cromwell's illness delayed operations. The hardships of Irish campaigning had impaired his health. "I grow an old man, and feel the infirmities of age marvellously stealing upon me," he wrote to his wife on the day after Dunbar. But he never spared himself, and in February 1651 he fell ill of an intermittent fever brought on by exposure. 3 successive relapses brought him to the verge of the grave, and more than once his life was despaired of. Parliament, in alarm, sent him 2 of the best physicians of the day, and advised him to remove to England for change of air. In June he was sufficiently recovered to take the field, and found Leslie's army posted on the hills south of Stirling. "We cannot come to fight him except he please, or we go upon too manifest hazards," wrote Cromwell, he having very strongly laid himself, and having a very great advantage there. Unable to attack or to lure Leslie from his position, Cromwell resolved to turn it. The English fleet commanded the sea, and it was easy to throw Lambert and 4,000 men across the Forth into Fife. Leslie sent Sir John Brown against him with a like force, but Lambert annihilated Brown's force at Inverkeithing. On July 20th, Cromwell poured more troops across the water till he had 14,000 men in Fife, and then taking their command himself, he marched on Perth, which fell after a siege of 24 hours, August 2nd. The capture of Perth cut off Leslie from his supplies, and severed his communications with the north of Scotland. But the way to England was left open, and confident that English royalists would flock to his banner, Charles and his whole army marched for the border. Cromwell had foreseen the movement, and was well aware that it might alarm the English government, but he justified his strategy with sober confidence. "We have done," he said, "to the best of our judgment, knowing that if some issue were not put to this business, it would occasion another winter's war, to the ruin of your soldiery, for whom the Scots are too hard in respect of enduring the winter difficulties of this country, and to the endless expense of the treasury of England in prosecuting this war. It may be supposed we might have kept the enemy from this by interposing between him and England, which truly I believe we might. But how to remove him out of this place, without doing what we have done, unless we had a commanding army on both sides of the river of Forth, is not clear to us, or how to answer the inconveniences aforementioned we understand not. He bade them to be of good courage, and collect what forces they could to check the march of the Scots. Indeed, we have this comfortable experience from the Lord, that the enemy is heart-smitten by God, and whenever the Lord shall bring us up to them, we believe the Lord will make the desperateness of this counsel of theirs to appear, and the folly of it also, when England was much more unsteady than now, and when a much more considerable army of theirs unfoiled invaded you, and we had but a weak force to make resistance at Preston. Upon deliberate advice, we chose rather to put ourselves between their army and Scotland, and how God succeeded, that is not well to be forgotten. Charles entered England by Carlisle, and marched through Lancashire and along the Welsh border, hoping to gather recruits from those districts during his progress. Cromwell, leaving Monk to secure Scotland, sent his cavalry under Lambert and Harrison to pursue the king, and followed himself through Yorkshire with the infantry. As he went, he was joined by the forces of the counties through which he passed, and all over England the new county militia rushed to arms. For however much they might detest the Republic, Englishmen hesitated to assist a Scottish invader. In Lancashire, distrust of malignants prevented the Presbyterians from taking up arms, though the Earl of Derby raised a little army amongst the Cavaliers. On the 22nd of August, Charles reached Worcester with less than 16,000 men, worn out by marching, and halted to rest and collect his adherents. A few devoted gentlemen made their way to his standard, but the people remained apathetic, and 3 days later Derby's levies were routed at Wigan by Colonel Lilburne. By this time the net was closing round the king. Cromwell, joining Lambert and Harrison, had established himself at Evesham, and blocked the road to London with 30,000 men. His superior numbers enabled him to divide his forces, and to attack Worcester from both sides. Lambert and Fleetwood, with 11,000 men, crossed to the west bank of the Severn, and prevented the retreat of the Royalists into Wales, whilst Cromwell, with the bulk of the army, remained on the east bank and pushed close up to the city. On September 3rd, the anniversary of Dunbar, Fleetwood's force advanced upon Worcester from the southwest. Between it and Worcester lay the river Teme, a tributary of the Severn, held by a Royalist division which had broken the bridges. Cromwell threw a bridge of boats across the Severn, just above the mouth of the Teme, and fell on the flank of the Scots with 4 of his best regiments. The Lord General did lead the van in person, and was the first man that set foot on the enemy's ground. Under cover of Cromwell's attack, Fleetwood threw a similar bridge across the Teme, and his infantry poured across to cooperate with Cromwell. Outnumbered, but fighting stubbornly, the Scots gave way. "We beat the enemy from hedge to hedge," wrote Cromwell, "till we beat him into Worcester." Charles, who watched the battle from the tower of the cathedral, seeing that the great part of Cromwell's army was engaged on the western bank, sallied forth with every man he could muster to crush the force left on the eastern side. For 3 hours the struggle lasted. At first the Scots gained ground, but Cromwell, recrossing the river, put himself at the head of his men, and drove the enemy back in confusion into the city. His soldiers entered at their heels, and storming their Fort Royal, turned its guns on the streets. My Lord General did exceedingly hazard himself, riding up and down in the midst of the fire, riding himself in person to the enemy's foot to offer them quarter, whereto they returned no answer but shot. In the end, what was left of the foot laid down their arms, while the horse fled through the north gate and took the road to Scotland. But not a single regiment or troop reached their home. The militia, which beset the bridges and highways, gathered up prisoners in hundreds, and the country people hunted down stragglers with merciless ferocity. Half the nobility of Scotland were amongst the prisoners. Amongst the few who escaped was the young king. The Parliament threatened all who sheltered Charles with the penalties of high treason, and promised £1,000 to any person who gave him up. Troopers scoured the roads to find him, and officials at all the ports were warned to watch for a tall man above 2 yards high, with hair a deep brown near to black. But though Englishmen would not fight for Charles, they would not betray him, and of the scores he trusted, not one proved false. Sometimes hiding in an oak tree, sometimes in a priest's hole, disguised now as a countryman in an old worn leathern doublet and green breeches, and now as a serving man in grey homespun, Charles wandered through the southwest searching for a ship. At last he found one at Brighton, and landed safe in France on October 22nd. For Scotland, Cromwell's victory marked the end of independence. The absence of Leslie's army left no force in Scotland capable of giving battle to Monk's 6,000 veterans, and there was no fortress in Scotland which could resist his artillery. Monk captured Stirling on August 14th, and the seizure of the Committee of Estates at Alyth on August 28th deprived the national defence of its head and destroyed the last relic of a national government. Dundee was stormed and sacked on September 1st. Montrose, Aberdeen, Inverness, and other towns fell without a blow. In February 1652, the Orkneys were occupied, and in May, Dunatar Castle, the last fortress to hold out, surrendered. Argyle, who had refused to follow Charles into England, endeavoured to maintain an independent position in the West Highlands, but in August he too was forced to give in his adhesion to the English government, and the subjugation of Scotland was completed. An English garrison of 12,000 or 14,000 men, and strong fortresses built at Leith, Ayr, Inverness, and Inverlochy, kept henceforth the conquered country in submission. In spite of the general discontent, no effort to throw off the English yoke had any chance of success. In 1653, the war with Holland emboldened the Highlanders to take arms again, and a rising began which was headed first by the Earl of Glencairn, afterwards by General Middleton. The insurgents made forays into the lowlands, but were never strong enough to do much more, and their own disputes ruined their cause. Monk returned to his command in Scotland in May 1654, wasted the Highland glens with fire and sword, defeated Middleton's forces, and by the end of the year put an end to the insurrection. The policy of the Long Parliament and of the Protector towards Scotland resembled in its aim their policy towards Ireland. In each case the object was to make the conquered country into an integral part of the British Empire. But the measures adopted to attain this object differed considerably in the two countries. In Scotland there was no general confiscation of the lands of the vanquished, and no far-reaching alteration in the framework of society. The Scottish royalists were treated much as the English cavaliers had been. The Long Parliament confiscated the estates of those who had invaded England in 1648 and 1651, but the Protector adopted a more moderate policy, imposing the penalty of forfeiture only on 24 leaders and fining minor offenders. A few English officers were given grants of the forfeited lands, but most of their revenue was devoted to public purposes. Hence the Scottish confiscations, although they ruined many of the nobility and gentry, left the bulk of the nation untouched. In Scotland there was no prescription of the national religion, but the national church lost a portion of its independence and was deprived of all power to check or control the civil government. In 1653, the General Assembly, the glory and strength of our church upon earth, as a Presbyterian minister termed it, was forcibly dissolved, but local synods and presbyteries were allowed to meet. The English government deprived the church courts of their coercive jurisdiction over non-members and protected the formation of independent congregations. It appointed commissioners to visit the universities, punished ministers who preached against it, and decided disputes about appointments to vacant livings. But it interfered little in the internal affairs of the church, and held the balance tolerably even between remonstrants and resolutioners. Though deprived of its political power and much of its independence, the Scottish Church was not unprosperous. These bitter waters says Robert Blair, were sweetened by the Lord's remarkably blessing the labours of his faithful servants. A great door and an effectual was opened to many. As in Ireland, so in Scotland, the separate national parliament ended, and was replaced by representation in the Parliament of Great Britain. The incorporating union, which James I had unskilfully attempted, the Long Parliament decreed, and the Protector realized. In 1652, commissioners sent by the Long Parliament extorted a reluctant consent to the principle of the Union, but the details were still unsettled when Cromwell became Protector. By the instrument of government, Scotland was assigned 30 members in the British Parliament, and the Protector's ordinances completed the work. English statesmen regarded the Union as a generous concession. It was intended by the Parliament, says Ludlow, to convince even their enemies that their principal design was to procure the happiness and prosperity of all that were under their government, and was cheerfully accepted by the most judicious amongst the Scots, who well understood how great a concession it was in the Parliament of England to permit a people they had conquered to have a part in the legislative power. In reality, both ecclesiastical and national feeling were arrayed against it. As for the embodying of Scotland with England, said Robert Blair, it will be as when the poor bird is embodied in the hawk that has eaten it up. With few exceptions, all classes regarded the incorporating union with hostility and aversion. The Protector hoped to reconcile Scotland to the Union by the material benefits which accompanied it. Absolute freedom of trade between the two countries, proportionate taxation, and a better system of justice were promised. Nor were these empty words. Tenures implying vassalage and servitude and heritable jurisdictions were abolished. Popular courts, baron, were set up. English justices of the peace introduced, the fees of the law courts diminished, and new judges appointed, who administered the laws without fear or favor. Even Scots admitted the improvement in the administration of justice. There was good justice done, says Burnet. To speak truth, adds Nichol, the English were more indulgent and merciful to the Scots than the Scots to their own countrymen and neighbours, and their justice exceeded the Scots in many things. The civil administration of Scotland was in the hands, at first, of parliamentary commissioners, and after 1655 of a Scottish Council of 9 appointed by the Protector, which included 2 Scots. Under their vigorous rule, such order was maintained as Scotland had never known before. The Highlands were tamed by the English garrisons, and the moss troopers of the border hunted down and punished. A man, boasted one of the English officials, might ride all through Scotland with £100 in his pocket and nothing but a switch in his hand. The class which benefited most by these reforms was the middle class. The towns, wrote Monk to Cromwell, are generally the most faithful to us of any people in this nation. In 1658, Cromwell, describing to his Parliament the condition of Scotland, exulted over the improvement which English rule had produced. The meaner sort, he said, live as well and are likely to come into as thriving a condition under your government as when they were under their own great lords, who made them work for their living, no better than the peasants of France. I am loath to speak anything which may reflect upon that nation, but the middle sort of people do grow up into such a substance as makes their lives comfortable, if not better than before. Burnet, in his description of the Cromwellian regime in Scotland, goes so far as to say, "We always reckon those 8 years of usurpation a time of great peace and prosperity." But this is an evident exaggeration. The devastation and loss caused by the long wars had produced widespread poverty. "I do think," admitted the Protector, "the Scots nation have been under as great a suffering in point of livelihood and subsistence outwardly as any people I have yet named to you. I do think truly they are a very ruined nation." The weak point of English rule was the heavy taxation which the necessity of maintaining so large an army in Scotland caused. Bailey's letters are full of complaints of the burden of taxation. A great army in a multitude of garrisons bides above our heads, and deep poverty keeps all estates exceedingly under. The taxes of all sorts are so great, the trade so little, that it is a marvel if extreme scarcity of money end not soon in some mischief. The English government had originally imposed a land tax of £10,000 per month on Scotland, but this was levied with such difficulty that it was finally reduced to £6,000. And in the year of Cromwell's death, England had to remit to Scotland a contribution of over £140,000 towards the expenses of the military government which held Scotland in obedience. Scots in general regarded the benefits which English rule conferred as too dearly purchased at the cost of heavy taxes and national independence. In Ireland, for weal or woe, the Cromwellian conquest left an ineffaceable mark on the national history. In Scotland, on the other hand, all that Cromwell had done or tried to do, union, law reform, and freedom of trade, vanished when the Restoration came. But the aims of his policy were so just that subsequent statesmen were compelled to follow where he led. The Union and Free Trade came in 1707, and the abolition of hereditary jurisdictions in 1746. End of Chapter 14. Cromwell in Scotland.
Chapter 15 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 15. The End of the Long Parliament, 1651 to 1653. When the Parliament received the news of Worcester, they voted Cromwell £4,000 a year, gave him Hampton Court for a residence, and sent a deputation to present their thanks. On September 12th, he made a triumphal entry into London. Hugh Peters, the army chaplain, professed to perceive a secret exultation in his bearing, and whispered to a friend that Cromwell would yet make himself king. But Whitelock recorded that he carried himself with great affability, and in his discourses about Worcester would seldom mention anything of himself, but mentioned others only, and gave, as was due, the glory of the action to God. From his dispatch it was evident that Cromwell regarded the crowning mercy of Worcester not only as the consummation of the work of war, but as a call to take in hand and accomplish the tasks of peace. It should provoke the Parliament, he told the Speaker, to do the will of him who has done his will for it and for the nation, whose good pleasure it is to establish the nation and the change of government, by making the people so willing to the defence thereof, and so signally blessing the endeavours of your servants in this late great work. For in spite of its victories, the government of the Commonwealth was essentially a provisional government, and acquiesced in, rather than accepted by, the nation. Even its adherents felt that something more permanent and more constitutional must be established in its place, now that the Civil War was over. In a conference between officers and members of Parliament, which Cromwell brought about soon after his return to London, this feeling plainly appeared. The lawyers were all for some monarchical form of government. Some suggested that the late king's third son, the Duke of Gloucester, now 12 years old, should be made king. The soldiers would not hear of anything that smacked of monarchy. Why, asked Desborough, may not this as well as other nations be governed in the way of a republic? Cromwell said little, and seemed more anxious to learn what others thought than to express his own views. He agreed with the lawyers that a settlement of somewhat with monarchical power in it would be most effectual. He knew that a strong executive power was needed either for the tasks of peace or war, but doubted whether a return to the Stuart line was possible. He agreed with the soldiers that a new Parliament was an immediate necessity, but, as in 1649, he held that it would be more honourable and more expedient to induce the Long Parliament to dissolve itself. Publicly and privately he used all his influence to persuade the House to do so. "I pressed the Parliament," he says, "as a member to period themselves once and again, and 10, nay, 20 times over." But in spite of a long speech made by His Excellency, it was only by 2 votes that the House resolved to fix a date for its dissolution, and then the date named was 3 years distant, November 3rd, 1654. Cromwell was obliged to resign himself to the delay, and do what he could for the settlement of the nation through the instrumentality of the existing Parliament. The task which was now before him was more difficult than fighting the Irish or the Scots. More was expected of him, and his power was less. "Great things," said a letter to Cromwell, "God has done by you in war, and good things men expect from you in peace, to break in pieces the oppressor, to ease the oppressed of their burdens, to release the prisoners out of bonds, and to relieve poor families with bread." For some months after Worcester, petitions were often addressed directly to the general and the army, instead of to the Parliament. But all power was in the hands of the Parliament, and as dangers grew more remote, this body grew less amenable to the influence of the man who had saved it. Of the 60 or 70 members who habitually took part in its proceedings, the ablest were also members of the Council of State, absorbed in the daily business of administration, and with little energy left for the consideration of far-reaching legislative plans. Of the rest, many were engrossed by local affairs, others occupied with their farms and their merchandise, many building up fortunes by speculating in confiscated lands. Some few were notoriously corrupt, but partisanship and favouritism were more general evils than corruption. Vane complained to Cromwell that some of his colleagues were so obstructive that without continual contestation they will not suffer to be done things that are so plain that they ought to do themselves. How hard and difficult a matter it was, said Cromwell himself, to get anything carried without making parties, without practices indeed unworthy of a Parliament. Yet, difficult though it was, Cromwell and the officers succeeded in inspiring the Parliament with some portion of their own energy. Politically, the most pressing measure was the grant of an amnesty to the conquered royalists, so long as they were liable to punishment and confiscation for acts done during the last 10 years. The wounds of the Civil War could never be healed. In February 1652, Cromwell at last persuaded Parliament to pass an Act of Pardon for all treasons committed before the Battle of Worcester, but it was unhappily clogged with exceptions and restrictions which robbed it of much of its efficacy. More than once, during the divisions on the bill, Cromwell was teller against these restrictions, and bigoted Republicans afterwards thought he did so from sinister motives. He contrived that delinquents should escape due punishment, wrote Ludlow, that so he might fortify himself by the addition of new friends for the carrying on of his designs. To Cromwell it seemed an act of political expediency. It was necessary, he held, to be just to Royalists as well as Puritans, to unbelievers as well as believers, perhaps even more necessary. The right spirit, he added, was such a spirit as Moses had, and Paul had, which was not a spirit for believers only, but for the whole people. Next in importance to a general amnesty came the reform of the law, a phrase which in the minds of those who used it meant not simply legal changes, but social reforms in general. There was much need of both. The Civil War had ruined its thousands. Society was disorganized by its consequences. The relations of landlord and tenant, of debtor and creditor, were complicated by unforeseen calamities. The prisons of London were crammed with poor debtors, and the country swarmed with beggars. For the lawyers it was the best possible of worlds, and they were never more prosperous or more unpopular. We cannot mention the reformation of the law said Cromwell to Ludlow in 1650. "But the lawyers cry out we mean to destroy property, whereas the law, as it is now constituted, serves only to maintain the lawyers and to encourage the rich to oppress the poor. Relieve the oppressed," he urged Parliament in his Dunbar despatch. "Reform the abuses of all professions, and if there be any one that makes many poor to make a few rich, that suits not a commonwealth." Parliament had done something already to meet these complaints. In November 1650 it had passed an Act ordering that all legal proceedings and documents should be henceforth in English, besides an earlier Act for the relief of poor prisoners. Now it boldly appointed 21 commissioners, chosen outside its own body, with Matthew Hale at their head, to consider the inconveniences of the law, and the speediest way to remedy the same, and to report their proposals to a committee of the House itself. January 17, 1652. The commissioners fell roundly to work, and presented in the next few months drafts of many good bills, some of which became law during the Protectorate, and others in the present century. They even took in hand the task of codification, and drew up a system of the law for the consideration of Parliament. During this same period, the reorganization of the Church was also attempted. The Long Parliament had passed acts for the augmentation of livings, for the punishment of blasphemy, and for the propagation of the Gospel in Wales and Ireland. But it had abolished episcopacy without replacing it by any other system of church government, and it had ejected royalist clergymen without providing any machinery for the appointment of fit successors. In London, in Lancashire, and in a few other districts, there were voluntary associations of ministers on the Presbyterian model, but throughout the greater part of England the Presbyterian organization decreed in 1648 had never been actually established. The Church was a chaos of isolated congregations in which a man made himself a minister as he chose, and got himself a living as he could. The reduction of this chaos to order seemed so difficult a problem, and beset with so many controversial questions, that Parliament hesitated to undertake it. John Owen, once Cromwell's chaplain in Ireland, took the duty on himself, and on February 10, 1652, he and 14 other ministers presented to Parliament a comprehensive scheme for the settlement of the Church. The House answered by referring it to a committee appointed to consider the better propagation of the Gospel, of which committee Cromwell was the most important member. Owen's scheme, like the agreement of the people, proposed the continuance of a national church with tolerated dissenting bodies existing by its side. The church was to be controlled by 2 sets of commissioners, partly lay and partly clerical: local commissioners, who were to determine the fitness of all candidates seeking to be admitted as preachers; itinerant commissioners, who were to move from place to place, ejecting unfit ministers and schoolmasters. On the limits of the toleration to be granted to dissenters, the committee was split into 2 sections. The scheme proposed that the opponents of the essential principles of the Christian religion should not be suffered to promulgate their views. When pressed to define what these principles were, Owen and his friends produced a list of 15 fundamentals, the denial of which was to disqualify men from freedom to propagate their opinions. Cromwell thought these limitations too restrictive, and wished for a more liberal definition of Christianity. "I had rather," he emphatically declared, "that Mahometanism were permitted amongst us than that one of God's children should be persecuted." It was in consequence of these debates that Milton, in May 1652, addressed to Cromwell the sonnet in which he adjured him to remember that peace hath victories no less renowned than war. New foes arise, threatening to bind our souls with secular chains. Help us to save free conscience from the paw of hireling wolves, whose gospel is their maw. But Milton did not share Cromwell's belief in the necessity of an established church, and it was Vane, not Cromwell, whom he praised as the statesman who knew the true bounds of either sword, and had learned what severed the spiritual from the civil power. By the time the sonnet to Vane was written, ecclesiastical controversies had fallen into the background. The short period of peace and reform was over, and Cromwell and Vane alike were forced to turn their attention to the problems of foreign policy and the tasks of war. When Cromwell left England in the summer of 1649, all the world seemed hostile to the Republic. Worcester made Great Britain once more a power in Europe, and the foreign states began to seek the friendship of the Republic, or at least to fear its enmity. This great change was chiefly due to Cromwell's victories. "Truth is," wrote Bradshaw to Cromwell after Dunbar, "God's blessing upon the wise and faithful conduct of affairs where you are gives life and repute to all other attempts and actions upon the Commonwealth's behalf." Much, too, was due to the successes of Blake. By the spring of 1652, the Navy had swept Royalist privateers from the British seas and the Mediterranean, and reduced one after another all the colonies or dependencies which refused to submit to the Republic. Rupert's fleet, blockaded in Kinsale by Blake from May to November 1649, could do nothing to help Ormond in capturing Dublin and Londonderry, or to hinder Cromwell's progress in Ireland. When Rupert escaped, he made his way to Lisbon, and under the protection of the King of Portugal, refitted his ships and captured English merchantmen. In March 1650, Blake appeared off the mouth of the Tagus, and kept Rupert's ships cooped up there for the next 6 months. At last, in October 1650, during Blake's absence, Rupert put to sea, and entering the Mediterranean, began to plunder and burn English merchantmen. Blake captured or destroyed most of his ships off Malaga and Cartagena, and with the 2 which were left him, Rupert took refuge in Toulon. Next came the turn of the islands, which were the headquarters of the Royalist privateers. In May 1651, Sir John Grenville surrendered the Scilly Islands to Blake, just in time to prevent their falling into the hands of a Dutch fleet sent to punish Grenville's attacks on Dutch commerce. The Isle of Man fell in October. In December, Blake captured Jersey and Guernsey, where Sir George Carteret had carried on the business of piracy on a larger and still more lucrative scale than Grenville. Finally, in January 1652, Sir George Ayscu's fleet reduced Barbados and the West Indian Islands, while in March Virginia and Maryland gave in their submission. Lords of all the territories the Stuarts had ruled, and with a stronger army and fleet than they had ever possessed, the Republican leaders were free to intervene in European politics. The 30 Years' War had ended with the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. France and Spain were still fighting, but with no great vigour, the one distracted by the civil wars of the Fronde, the other weak from misgovernment and the decay of its trade. Each wanted the help of England, but while Spain had recognized the Republic in December 1650, France still delayed, and while Spain had allowed Blake to victual his fleet in Spanish ports, France gave shelter to Rupert's ships in its harbours and allowed him to sell his prizes there. Not only French privateers, but French men of war attacked English commerce in the Levant, and in France Charles gathered around him the exiled royalists and plotted against the peace of the Republic. At the moment, even religious as well as political motives favoured an alliance with Spain. In the Spanish dominions there were no Protestants left to be persecuted, but the Huguenots of southern France, relying upon the tradition of English policy which had existed since the Reformation, still looked to their co-religionists in England for support. The wars of the Fronde supplied a second motive for intervention, and to support the last defenders of political freedom in France against the encroachments of a centralizing monarchy was a cause which naturally appealed to enthusiastic Republicans. When Condé and the Frondeurs of Guyenne applied to England and Spain for help against Mazarin, Spain responded at once, and a strong party in the English Council of State was ready to return a favourable answer. Whether the Spanish or the French party in that body would gain the upper hand depended largely on the decision of Cromwell. Ever since Worcester, and indeed earlier, foreign diplomatists had turned their attention to the general, reported his casual utterance, and striven to divine his intentions. People who believed that the Republic would seek to propagate republican institutions abroad regarded Cromwell as the destined instrument of that policy. If he were 10 years younger, Cromwell was rumoured to have said, there was not a king in Europe he would not make to tremble, and that as he had better motives than the late King of Sweden, he believed himself capable of doing more for the good of nations than the other did for his own ambition. Marvell hailed him on his return from Ireland as a deliverer, one whose future conquests should mark a new era in the history of all oppressed nations. A Caesar he ere long to Gaul, to Italy a Hannibal, and to all states not free shall climacteric be. Cromwell's acts, however, showed no trace of the revolutionary zeal attributed to him. He revealed himself, at his first appearance in foreign politics, as a keen and realistic statesman, more anxious to extend his country's trade and his country's territory than to spread republican principles in foreign parts. The only sentimental consideration which seemed to move him was sympathy for oppressed Protestants. He refused the proposals which Condé's agents made to him immediately after Worcester, but he did not hesitate to send one emissary to Paris to negotiate with de Retz, and another to ascertain the real condition of the south of France. The question how to improve the position of the Huguenots was the one which interested him most, and it soon appeared evident that to effect this by an understanding with the French government would be easier than to attempt armed intervention in their favour. From the beginning, therefore, Cromwell showed a preference for the French rather than the Spanish alliance. In the spring of 1652, he and 2 other members of the Council of State opened a secret negotiation with Mazarin for the cession of Dunkirk. Its garrison was hard pressed by the Spaniards, and the opinion was that the French government, being unable to relieve it, would rather see it in English than Spanish hands. In April, 5,000 English soldiers were collected at Dover to be embarked for Dunkirk at a moment's notice. But Mazarin refused to pay the price demanded for the English alliance, and while he hesitated and haggled, the partisans of a Spanish alliance gained the upper hand in the English council, and the negotiation was broken off. As France continued its refusal to recognize the Republic unconditionally, it became necessary to use force. In September 1652, Blake swooped down on a French fleet sent to revictual Dunkirk, took 7 ships, and destroyed or drove ashore the rest, with the result that the besieged fortress surrendered to the Spaniards the next day. At last, in December 1652, an ambassador arrived in London, announcing in the name of Louis XIV that the union which should exist between neighbouring states was not regulated by their form of government, and formally recognizing the Commonwealth. Ere this took place, England had become involved in a war with Holland. The 2 Protestant republics seemed created by nature for allies. England had helped the Dutch to establish their freedom, and Holland had ever been the chosen refuge of Puritan fugitives. But ever since 1642, dynastic and commercial causes had driven the 2 states further apart. The marriage of William II with Mary, daughter of Charles I, had secured the support of the stadtholder to Charles I and Charles II, and neutralized the goodwill of the Dutch republicans. With the death of William II in October 1650, and the practical abolition of the office of stadtholder, the Republican party gained the ascendancy, and better relations seemed impossible. 6 months later, the Commonwealth sent St. John and Strickland to The Hague to offer on behalf of England not merely a renewal of the old amity, but a more strict and intimate alliance and union, whereby there may be a more intrinsical and mutual interest of each in other than hath hitherto been for the good of both. The Dutch were willing to make a close commercial alliance, but would go no further, and negotiations were broken off without any discussion of the coalescence or political union which the English ambassadors were empowered to propose. After this failure, the commercial rivalry of the 2 nations became more acute. "We are rivals," a member of the Long Parliament once said, "for the fairest mistress in the world, trade." In March 1651, the Dutch made a treaty with Denmark, which damaged English trade in the Baltic. In October, England passed the Navigation Act, which at one stroke barred Dutch commerce with the English colonies, deprived Dutch fishermen of their market in England, and threatened to destroy the Dutch carrying trade. The United Provinces sent ambassadors to negotiate for its repeal, but other questions arose which complicated the situation still further. There were old disputes about the acknowledgment of the sovereignty of England in the British seas, the salute due to the English flag, and the right to exact tribute for permission to fish. There was a new dispute about the rights of neutrals. England, practically at war with France, claimed the right of seizing French goods in Dutch ships, while the Dutch put forward the principle that the flag covered the cargo. Memories of the Amboyna massacre and demands for compensation for old misdeeds of the Dutch in the East Indies put fresh obstacles in the way of agreement. Then, on May 12, 1652, came a chance collision between Blake and Tromp off Dover, and the two republics were at war. To Cromwell, nothing could have been more unwelcome than this war with the Dutch. He thought England in the right on the questions at issue between the two states, and when Parliament sent him to investigate the causes of the fight, he came back convinced that the fault lay with Tromp and not with Blake. But the war threatened to frustrate forever the scheme of a league of Protestant powers which Cromwell cherished in his heart. "I do not like the war," he declared to the representatives of the Dutch congregation in London. "I will do everything in my power to bring about peace." In every attempt made to come to terms with the Dutch, Cromwell headed the peace party, and the negotiations through unofficial agents, which began in the summer of 1652, were inspired by him. At first, the result of the war was favourable to England. The Dutch had an enormous commerce and a relatively small navy. England had a large navy and comparatively little commerce. "The English," said a Dutchman, "were attacking a mountain of gold, while the Dutch were attacking a mountain of iron. Individually, the English men of war were stronger vessels than the Dutch, and armed with heavier guns. Moreover, English naval operations were under the direction of one body, whilst the Dutch were managed by 5 distinct admiralty boards. Added to this, the geographical position of England gave it the command of the route by which Dutch fleets approached their own shores, and while Blake and Askew were free to attack as they chose, the Dutch admirals were generally hampered by the task of defending large convoys of merchantmen. In November 1652, however, Tromp defeated Blake off Dungeness, and for more than 2 months the command of the Channel passed to the Dutch. It was not regained till Blake and Monk defeated him in a 3 days' fight off Portland in February 1653. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, one English squadron had been defeated off Elba, and another was blockaded in Leghorn. The Baltic was closed to English commerce. Denmark was about to ally itself with Holland to maintain the exclusion, and 1652 closed gloomily for the Commonwealth. A still stronger argument for peace was provided by the internal condition of England. The war put a stop to all reforms. Instead of progress, there was a retrograde movement. The army cost £1.5 million a year, the navy nearly £1 million. £300,000 were required to build new frigates, and there was a deficit of about £500,000. To meet this expenditure, the Long Parliament fell back on the old plan and confiscated the estates of about 650 persons, and applied the proceeds to the maintenance of the navy. Most of the persons thus sentenced to beggary were insignificant people who had done nothing deserving such a punishment. The healing policy which Cromwell had advocated was definitely abandoned, and he was full of indignation at the injustice he witnessed. Poor men, he afterwards said, were driven like flocks of sheep by 40 in a morning to confiscation of goods and estates, without any man being able to give a reason why 2 of them should forfeit a shilling. The reorganization of the Church ceased to make any progress. Parliament discussed some of the proposals of Cromwell's committee, but did nothing. One of its last acts was to decline to continue the powers of the Commissioners for the Propagation of the Gospel in Wales, appointed some 3 years earlier. To Cromwell, this refusal seemed a deliberate discouragement of the poor people of God in Wales, and a clear proof that men zealous for the spread of religion had little to hope from the Parliament. That business, he said, to myself and officers, was as plain a trial of their spirits as anything. As to the reform of the law, it appeared equally hopeless. Hale's bills lay neglected on the table of the House, or, like that for the registration of all titles to land, was swamped by floods of talk in committee. I will not say, said Cromwell of the Parliament, that they were come to an utter inability of working reformation, though I might say so in regard to one thing, the reformation of the law, so much groaned under in the posture it is now. That was a thing we had many good words spoken for, but we know now that 3 months together were not enough for the settling of one word encumbrances. The army grew more and more impatient. In August 1652, the Council of Officers presented a petition to Parliament demanding that speedy and effectual means should be taken for carrying out a long list of reforms specified. But for Cromwell, they would have included in it the demand for an immediate dissolution. The House gave the officers good words in plenty, and told them that the things they asked for were under consideration, but months passed, and there were only a few feeble indications of activity. In October, meetings began between the officers and the leading members of Parliament. I believe, affirmed Cromwell, we had at least 10 or 12 meetings, most humbly begging and beseeching of them that by their own means they would bring forth those good things which had been promised and expected, that so it might appear that they did not do them by any suggestion from the army, but from their own ingenuity, so tender were we to preserve them in the reputation of the people. Whitelocke relates an interview between himself and Cromwell, in which the latter dwelt on the pride, ambition, and self-seeking of the members of Parliament, their engrossing all places of honour and profit for themselves and their friends, their delays, their factions, their injustice and partiality, and their design to perpetuate themselves in power. It was necessary, continued Cromwell, that there should be some other authority strong enough to restrain and curb the exorbitances of a body which claimed supreme power and was so unfit to rule. Whitelocke hoped that the Parliament would mend its ways, and thought it would be hard to create such an authority. What if a man should take upon him to be king? Asked Cromwell. All Whitelocke could answer was that if Cromwell were to take upon himself that title, the remedy would be worse than the disease, and that his best plan was to make terms with Charles II. These conferences came to nothing, and in January 1653 the impatience of the army grew uncontrollable. The officers held regular meetings at St. James's, sent a circular letter to the armies in Ireland and Scotland, appealed to their fellow soldiers to stand by them, and drew up threatening addresses to Parliament. Most of the Council of Officers would be content with nothing less than an immediate dissolution, and were ready to effect it by force. Cromwell opposed any resort to violence, and succeeded, though with difficulty, in holding them back. To a friend he complained that he was pushed on by 2 parties to do an act, the consideration of the issue whereof made his hair to stand on end. Major General Lambert headed one party, eager to be revenged on the House for depriving him of the Lord Deputyship of Ireland. The other was headed by Major General Harrison, an honest man, aiming at good things, but too impatient to obtain them to wait the Lord's leisure. Meanwhile Parliament, thoroughly alarmed by the rising agitation, took up once more the bill for a new representative, and began to press it forward in earnest. They determined what the constituencies should be, and fixed the qualification for the franchise. By the middle of April the bill was nearly through committee, and required nothing but a 3rd reading to make it law. In the hands of the parliamentary leaders, however, it had become a scheme for perpetuating themselves in power. The bill was to be a bill for recruiting the numbers of the House, and the present members were to keep their seats without the necessity of re-election. They would be the sole judges of the validity of the votes given and the eligibility of the persons chosen. Nor was it only at the next election that this system of recruiting was to be adopted. It was to be applied also to all future parliaments. To this ingenious scheme the officers of the army had many objections. One was that the right of election was too loosely defined, and that its interpretation was entrusted to men in whom they had no confidence. They insisted on a political as well as a pecuniary qualification for the franchise, and complained that neutrals and men who had deserted the cause would be able to vote. To put power into the hands of such men was to throw away the liberties of the nation. Equally objectionable was the system of election proposed. It gave the people no real right of choice, but only a seeming right. Leicestershire might be tired of Hazelrig, and Hull have lost confidence in vain, yet both must continue to be represented by the men they had chosen in 1640. Lancashire would cease to be unrepresented, but the members it elected might be kept out by the veto of men who had practically elected themselves. Though the army was prepared to restrict the franchise and limit the choice of the electors, it was not prepared to acquiesce in so complete a mockery of representative government. To Cromwell and the constitutional theorists amongst the officers, there was another insurmountable objection to the bill. What they disliked most in the rule of the Long Parliament was the union of legislative and executive power in the hands of a body possessing unlimited authority and always in session. They wanted short parliaments, sitting for not more than 6 months in the year, and limited in their power as well as in their duration. What the bill offered instead of the perpetuation of the Long Parliament was a succession of perpetual parliaments, sitting all the year round, following each other without any interval, and exercising the same arbitrary power which the Long Parliament had exercised. "We should have had a fine work then," said Cromwell, "a parliament of 400 men, executing arbitrary government without intermission, except some change of a part of them. One parliament stepping into the seat of another just left warm for them, the same day that the one left the other was to leap in. I thought, and I think still, that this was a pitiful remedy." For these reasons the officers resolved to prevent the passage of the bill at any cost. The whole future of the cause seemed to depend on the issue. "We came," said Cromwell, "to this conclusion amongst ourselves, that if we had been fought out of our liberties and rights, necessity would have taught us patience, but to deliver them up would render us the basest persons in the world, and worthy to be accounted haters of God and his people." Cromwell became reluctantly convinced that if persuasion failed, it was his duty to use force. The only hope of an honourable ending of the Long Parliament lay in its acceptance of a compromise. At a conference with some members on April 19, 1653, Cromwell and the officers proposed an expedient which they thought would answer. Let the Parliament drop the bill, dissolve itself at once, and appoint a provisional government. Let the members devolve their trust to some well-affected men, such as had an interest in the nation and were known to be of good affection to the Commonwealth, and leave these men to settle the nation. Was no new thing, said the officers, when this land was under the like hurly-burlies, and they proved it by historical precedents. The members demurred and argued, but in the end they promised to think it over and meet the officers for another conference next day. Vane and others pledged themselves in the meantime to suspend further proceedings on the bill for a new representative, and the officers separated hopefully. Another parliamentary leader, Sir Arthur Hazelrig, whose authority with the House was equal, if not superior, to Vane's, had come up from the country, resolved to defeat the compromise. He told his fellow members vehemently that the work they went about was accursed, and that it was impossible to devolve their trust. When the House met next day, it adopted Hazelrig's view, called for the bill, and proceeded to push it through its last stage, regardless of protests. They meant then to adjourn to November, so that it would be impossible to amend or repeal the Act, to leave the Council of State to carry on the government, and to make Fairfax General instead of Cromwell. News came to Cromwell at Whitehall that the House was proceeding with all speed upon the bill for a new representative. Till a second and a third messenger confirmed the tidings, he could not believe that such persons would be so unworthy. Then he hurried down to the House, dressed as he was, not like a general or a soldier, but like an ordinary citizen, clad in plain black clothes, with grey worsted stockings, and sat down, as he used to do, in an ordinary place. For a quarter of an hour he sat still, listening to the debate, till the Speaker was about to put the question whether the bill should pass. Cromwell turned to Major General Harrison, whispered, "This is the time I must do it," and rising in his place, put off his hat and addressed the House. At first, and for a good while, he spoke in commendation of the Parliament, praising its labours and its care for the public good. Then he changed his note, and told the members of their injustice, their delays of justice, their self-interest, and other faults. As his passion grew, he put his hat on his head, strode up and down the floor of the House, and looking first at one, then at another member, chid them soundly, naming no names, but showing by his gestures whom he meant. These were corrupt, those scandalous in their lives, that man fraudulent, that an unjust judge. "Perhaps you think," he said, "that this is not parliamentary language. I confess it is not, neither are you to expect any such from me. You are no Parliament. I say you are no Parliament. I will put an end to your sitting." "Call them in," he cried, turning to Harrison, and at the word Harrison went out and brought back 20 or 30 musketeers of Cromwell's own regiment from the lobby. Only a show of force was needed. Cromwell pointed to the Speaker in his chair, and said to Harrison, "Fetch him down." The Speaker refused to leave the chair unless he were forced. "Sir," said Harrison, "I will lend you my hand," and putting his hand in Lenthall's, he helped him to the floor. Sidney, who sat next the chair that day, declined to move. "Put him out," ordered Cromwell. So Harrison and an officer laid their hands on his shoulders and led him towards the door. Then, looking scornfully at the mace on the table, Cromwell exclaimed, "What shall we do with this bauble?" and calling a soldier, said, "Here, take it away." After the mace and the Speaker were gone, all the members left the House. As they went out, Cromwell turned to them and cried, "It is you that have forced me to this, for I have sought the Lord night and day, that he would rather slay me than put me upon the doing of this work." Addressing Vane by name, he reproached him with his broken faith, adding that he might have prevented this, but he was a juggler and had no common honesty. Then, taking the bill from the hands of the clerk of the House, he ordered the doors to be locked, and went away. It remained still to dissolve the Council of State which the Parliament had appointed. In the afternoon Cromwell came to the Council, and told its members that if they were met as private persons, they should not be disturbed, but if as a council, it was no place for them, and they were to take notice that the Parliament was dissolved. "Sir," replied John Bradshaw, "we have heard what you did at the House this morning, and before many hours all England will hear it. But you are mistaken to think that the Parliament is dissolved, for no power under heaven can dissolve them but themselves. Therefore take you notice of that." Bradshaw was right. The ideal of constitutional government which the Long Parliament represented would prove stronger in the end than Cromwell's redcoats. That Parliament had all the faults with which Cromwell charged it, but for Englishmen it meant inherited rights, freedom broadening slowly down, and all that survived of the supremacy of law. With its expulsion, the army flung away the one shred of legality with which it had hitherto covered its actions. Henceforth, military force must put its native semblance on, and appear in its proper shape. Henceforth Cromwell's life was a vain attempt to clothe that force in constitutional forms, and make it seem something else, so that it might become something else. Yet was there not also something to be hoped from a policy which took its stand on realities instead of legal fictions? End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 16. The Foundation of the Protectorate, 1653. The fall of the Long Parliament was received with general satisfaction. There was not so much as the barking of a dog, or any general and visible repining at it, said Cromwell afterwards. His words are justified by the facts. Hyde termed it a most popular and obliging act, and the French ambassador told his government that nobility and populace universally rejoiced at General Cromwell's noble deed. Public feeling found vent in ballads. One described the scene of the dissolution, relating what Cromwell had said, and how the members had looked. Brave Oliver came to the house like a sprite. His fiery face struck the speaker dumb. "Begone," said he, "you have sate long enough. Do you mean to sit here until doomsday come?" "Cheer up, kind countryman, be not dismayed," sang another street poet, ending every verse with the exultant chorus, "12 Parliament men shall be sold for a penny." For a few weeks Cromwell was the most popular man in the nation. Royalists whispered that the king would marry Cromwell's daughter, and that Cromwell would content himself with the dukedom and the viceroyalty of Ireland. A more general belief was that he would assume the crown himself. An enthusiastic partisan hung up in the Exchange a picture of Cromwell crowned, with the invitation underneath, "Ascend 3 thrones, great captain and divine, either will a god, old lion, they are thine." Cromwell's own view of his position was that, being Commander-in-Chief by Act of Parliament, his commission made him the only constituted authority left standing. His desire was to put an end to this dictatorship as soon as he could. The sword must be divested of all power in the civil administration, and the army leaders must prove to the world that they had not turned out the Long Parliament in order to grasp at power themselves. The army itself accepted Cromwell's view, but on the nature of the new civil authority to be set up there were 2 views amongst the officers. For the present, a temporary council of state, consisting of 13 persons, most of whom were officers, carried on the daily business of administration. As to the future, Major General Lambert advocated one kind of government, and Major General Harrison another. Lambert was a gentleman of good family, with some political aptitude and some constitutional knowledge, but less of either than he fancied. A dashing leader and a skilful tactician, he was popular because of his gallant bearing and his genial temper, and believed to be honest because he was good-natured. As a politician he was an intriguer, inscrutable, scheming, and insatiably ambitious. Harrison was a man of no birth and little education, bred on perverted prophecies, full of desperate courage and high-flown enthusiasms. A man born to lead forlorn hopes and die for lost causes, who did both even to the admiration of his enemies. Unselfish in his own aims, he swayed others by his devotion and his zeal. But he was fitter to command the left wing in the Battle of Armageddon than to take any part in the government of earthly states. Lambert wished to entrust power to a small council of 10 or 12. Harrison wished to give it to a larger council of 70 members, like the Jewish Sanhedrin. Lambert's party proposed that the council should be assisted by an elected parliament, and the authority of both defined by a written constitution. Harrison's followers wished to dispense with a parliament altogether. The first adhered to the principles laid down in the Agreement of the People, which they had drawn up 4 years earlier. The second were inspired by the opinions of the Fifth Monarchy men, and believed that the time had come to realize their hopes. Of the 4 great monarchies of the world's history, the Assyrian and the Persian, the Macedonian and the Roman, 3 had fallen, and the 4th was tottering to its fall. At last, as the prophets had foretold, the monarchy of Christ was to begin, and till he came to reign in person, his saints were to rule for him. A text which Harrison had often in his mouth was, "The saints shall take the kingdom and possess it." When Cromwell dissolved the Long Parliament, he had no definite plan for the future government of England. He was not a Fifth Monarchy man, but he had no faith in paper constitutions. He was convinced that godly men would make the best governors, but he felt that a government somewhat like a parliament would be most satisfactory to the nation. The result was a compromise, by which a larger and more representative assembly than Harrison had proposed was called together. In each county the congregational churches were asked to nominate suitable persons, and from this list the Council of Officers selected those it thought fittest. 140 persons were thus chosen, of whom 5 represented Scotland, 6 Ireland, and the rest England. A writ addressed to each person separately, from Oliver Cromwell, Captain General, recited that he had been nominated by the General, with the advice of his council of officers, as one of the men to whom the weighty affairs of the Commonwealth were to be entrusted. All were Puritan notables, combining godliness with fidelity to the cause, and described in the writs as men fearing God and hating covetousness. On July 4th they met at Westminster, and on behalf of the army Cromwell presented them with a deed under his hand and seal, whereby the several persons therein mentioned were constituted the supreme authority. In his opening speech he related the causes which had led to the dissolution of the Long Parliament and their own convocation, adding some advice on the use they were to make of their power. Let them be just and tender to all kinds of Christians, endeavour the promoting of the gospel, and study to win the support of the nation by their devotion to the public weal. Convince them that as men fearing God have fought them out of bondage, so men fearing God do now rule them in the fear of God. In the war and in the events which had led to the overthrow of the monarchy, there was an evident print of providence, and now the task of government had come to them by the way of necessity, by the way of the wise providence of God. God manifests this to be the day of the power of Christ, having through so much blood and so much trial as hath been upon these nations, made this to be one of the great issues thereof, to have his people called to the supreme authority. Let them therefore own their call, for never any body of men had come into the supreme authority in such a way of owning God and being owned by him. It was not, said Cromwell, by his own design that this had come to pass. I never looked to see such a day as this. Indeed, it is marvellous, and it hath been unprojected. It's not long since either you or we came to know of it, and indeed this hath been the way God hath dealt with us all along, to keep things from our eyes all along, so that we have seen nothing in all his dispensations long beforehand, which is also a witness, in some measure, to our integrity. Since God had brought about so wonderful a thing, why should they not hope for things more wonderful still? Why should we be afraid to say or think that this way may be the door to usher in the things that God hath promised and prophesied of, and set the hearts of his people to wait for and expect? Again and again Cromwell reiterated these hopes. Indeed, I do think somewhat is at the door. We are at the threshold. You are at the edge of the promises and prophecies. He ended by quoting the 68th Psalm as a prophecy of the glory and the triumph of the gospel churches. The triumph of that psalm is exceeding high, and God is accomplishing it. The assembly to which he spoke was equally confident that its meeting marked the opening of a new era. They looked, as they declared, for the long-expected birth of freedom and happiness. All the world over, amongst the people of God, there was a more than usual expectation of some great and strange changes coming upon the world, which we can hardly believe to be paralleled with any times but those a while before the birth of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. Full of hope, the Assembly set to work to fulfil its mission. It voted itself the title of Parliament, invited Cromwell and 4 other representative officers to take part in its proceedings, elected a new Council of State, and appointed 12 great committees for the redress of all kinds of grievances. It took in hand simultaneously the reform of the law and of the Church. The abolition of the Court of Chancery was voted after a single day's debate. Its delays and costliness had long been a scandal, and it was said that 23,000 causes of 5 to 30 years' standing were lying there undetermined. Next came an Act establishing civil marriage, and providing for the registration of births, marriages, and burials. Acts were passed for the relief of prisoners for debt, for the safe custody of idiots and lunatics, and for the removal of some smaller legal abuses. A committee was appointed to codify the law, and sanguine reformers talked of reducing its great volumes into the bigness of a pocket-book, as it is proportionable in New England and elsewhere. The Fifth Monarchy preachers at Blackfriars went further and bade them abolish the law of man and set up in its place the law of God. They required not a simplification of the laws of England, but a code based on the laws of Moses. The Church was taken in hand with the same rough vigour as the law. A proposal to abolish tithes at once was lost by a few votes, but even its opponents were willing to abolish them if lay tithe owners were compensated, and if some other maintenance were provided for the clergy. So the whole question was referred to a committee. On the other hand, a resolution abolishing patronage was passed by 17 votes, and a bill ordered to be drawn up to carry it into effect. There were also persistent rumours of an impending attack on the endowments of the universities, and a large party in the House were opposed to any established church or any ministry not dependent on voluntary support. Outside Parliament, the Fifth Monarchy preachers denounced the parochial clergy as hirelings and priests of Baal. Their sermons described the Church as an outwork of Babylon, and a part of the kingdom of the beast. The great design of Christ, they said, was to destroy all anti-Christian forms and churches and clergy all over the world. Their hymns summoned the faithful to follow the Lord to war. The Lord begins to honour us, the saints are marching on, the sword is sharp, the arrow swift, to destroy Babylon. In private, the Fifth Monarchy men were caballing to make Harrison Lord General instead of Cromwell. Cromwell was dissatisfied and alarmed at the conduct of the little Parliament and its consequences. Instead of promoting the gospel, they had threatened to deprive its ministers of the means of subsistence. Instead of allaying sectarian strife, their policy had embittered it. His own persistent attempts to reconcile religious animosities met with little success. Vainly he arranged conferences between Presbyterian, Independent, and Baptist ministers to persuade them to live harmoniously together. As he complained to his son-in-law Fleetwood, "Fain would I have my service accepted of the saints, if the Lord will, but it is not so. Being of different judgments, and those of each sort seeking most to propagate their own, that spirit of kindness that is to all is hardly accepted of any." When he tried to mediate between the fighting ecclesiastics, they turned on him as the 2 Israelites did on Moses, and asked, "Who made thee a prince or a judge over us?" Because he wished to support a national church, the Blackfriars preachers abused him as the old dragon and the man of sin. Because he had not called a real parliament, the Levellers accused him of high treason to his lords the people of England. For what he had done and what he had left undone, Cromwell was attacked by fanatics of all parties. At the same time, the position of the Republic had changed for the worse since the little Parliament began to sit. The Dutch war still continued, and though Monk had gained 2 decisive victories on June 3rd and July 31st over the Dutch fleet, peace was still far off. The chief obstacle to it was the exorbitant terms which the little Parliament demanded, and on this question also Cromwell was at issue with the men now in power. Peace had become a necessity to England as well as Holland, for in September it was discovered that there would be a deficit of over 500,000 on the estimates for the navy. A new insurrection, fanned by promises of Dutch aid, had broken out in Scotland. In England there was a marked revival of royalist feeling, and a plot for the surprise of Portsmouth had been discovered. The Levellers were once more raising their heads. Lilburne, defying the penalty imposed by the Act of Banishment, had returned to England, and in August 1653 he was tried for his contumacy. Crowds flocked to hear him tried, or to rescue him if condemned, and when he was acquitted, their shouting was heard a mile off. Even the soldiers set to guard the court blew their trumpets and beat their drums for joy, and it seemed as if the agitation suppressed in 1649 was beginning again. Cromwell was now thoroughly disillusioned, and began to repent his part in putting the men of the little Parliament in power. In later years, when he referred to his experiment, he called it apologetically a story of my own weakness and folly. And yet, he said, it was done in my simplicity. It was thought then that men of our own judgment, who had fought in the wars and were all of a piece upon that account, why surely these men will hit it, and these men will do it to the purpose, whatever can be desired. And such a company of men were chosen, and did proceed to action. And this was the naked truth, that the issue was not answerable to the simplicity and honesty of the design. Besides repenting his own act, Cromwell began to doubt his own motives. Was his eagerness to transfer supreme power to others an honest constitutional scruple, or a cowardly evasion of responsibility? Was it not, perhaps, a desire, I am afraid sinful enough, to be quit of the power God had most clearly by his providence put into my hands before he called me to lay it down, before those honest ends of our fighting were attained and settled. Not only the general, but the officers too, were dissatisfied with their creation. Apart from political or religious considerations, the proceedings of the little Parliament seriously affected their interests as soldiers. It had touched their honour and threatened their pockets. A point on which the soldiers were justly sensitive was the strict observance of capitulations with royalist commanders, and in one notorious case articles of surrender had been grossly violated, and the Parliament had refused redress. Great opposition had been made to the renewal of the monthly assessment for the maintenance of the army, and a more equitable way of raising the money had been proposed. The soldiers feared that if this new method were adopted, their pay would fall behindhand, and they would be obliged to starve or take free quarters. Still further irritation was caused by a motion that in view of the pressing needs of the state, and the wealth they had obtained in its service, the higher officers should serve without pay for a whole year. The discontented officers naturally turned to their general for help. Lambert and his party took up once more the idea of a written constitution. In November, a meeting of officers took place, at which Lambert's scheme was discussed and adopted. It was a first draft of the instrument of government, the main difference being that it placed at the head of the state a king instead of a protector. At the end of the month it was submitted to Cromwell. "They told me," he said, "that except I would undertake the government, they thought things would hardly come to a settlement, but blood and confusion would break in upon us." But to all their solicitation he replied with refusals. He had two great objections to it. One was the aversion to the title of king, which revealed itself again in 1657. The other was that he had empowered the little Parliament to sit till the end of 1654, and he was not willing to expel a second Parliament by force of arms. Lambert's plot was frustrated by the reluctance of the principal actor, and he retired sulkily to the country. Cromwell still hoped that the Parliament might be induced to adopt a wiser policy. The strength of the two parties in it was very nearly equal, and a few votes might turn the scale in favour of the moderate section. A final battle on the church question brought about a new trial of strength. On December 2nd, the Committee on Tithes produced a report containing a regular scheme for the reorganization of the church. One clause proposed the appointment of itinerant commissioners to eject unfit ministers and fill up vacant livings. Another provided that the present provision for the maintenance of approved ministers should be guaranteed by Parliament. Others affirmed that tithes were legal property, and suggested a plan for their commutation in cases of persons who had conscientious scruples about paying them. Over this report the two parties fought for 5 whole sittings. The question whether the church should be reformed or disestablished hung on their decision. At last, on Saturday, December 10th, the extremists triumphed, and the first clause of the report was rejected by 56 to 54 votes. The supporters of the church regarded the division as fatal to the whole scheme. Immediately on this defeat, the moderate party in the Parliament and the malcontents amongst the officers came to an agreement. All Sunday the leaders intrigued and negotiated. The one expedient left was to persuade the Parliament to abdicate and make way for a more capable government. If the difficulty of getting rid of the Parliament was peaceably solved, those who knew Cromwell felt sure he would accept the accomplished fact and assume the power offered him. The thing was not impossible if it was properly worked. Some of the majority had voted on side issues, others might be gained over. Absentees were whipped up, waverers were appealed to through their interests or their fears. An argument which weighed with some was that the army meant to put a stop to the sitting of the Parliament, and that a decent suicide was the only way to avoid a violent end. On Monday, December 12th, the moderates rose early and came to the House betimes. As soon as business began, Colonel Sydenham and other leaders of the party rose up and inveighed against the policy of their opponents. They charged them with seeking to destroy the army by not making sufficient and timely provision for its pay, with endeavouring to overthrow the law, the clergy, and the property of the subject. In conclusion, they moved that the sitting of this Parliament any longer, as it is now constituted, will not be for the good of the Commonwealth, and that therefore it is requisite to deliver up to the Lord General Cromwell the powers which they had received from him. Everything went off with the precision of a field day. The debate was very short. One party strove to spin it out till the house grew fuller and their reinforcements came up. The other had resolved to carry the enemy's position by storm. It was no time to debate, said the moderates, but to do something to prevent the calamities which threatened the state. Old Rouse, the speaker, who was in the plot himself, ended the discussion by rising from the chair, and left the house without stopping to put the question or to hear the opponents of the motion. In vain they called to him to stop. Preceded by the mace, and accompanied by the clerk of the house, he marched off with 50 or 60 members to Whitehall. Arrived there, they proceeded to sign their names to a paper returning their powers to Cromwell, and became once more private persons. Eventually, about 80 members signed this act of abdication. About 27 members had stayed behind in the House. They were too few to form a quorum, and could not act as a parliament. While they were drawing up a protest against the late proceedings, 2 colonels entered and ordered them to come out. "We are here," said one of the members, "by a call from the general, and will not come out by your desire unless you have a command from him." The colonels had no order from Cromwell to produce, but they fetched in 2 files of musketeers, and the members took the hint. Cromwell had taken no part in the plot for procuring the abdication of the little Parliament. "I can say it," he told the members of the next Parliament, "in the presence of divers persons here who know whether I lie, that I did not know one tittle of that resignation till they all came and brought it, and delivered it into my hands." As none of these said persons ever contradicted his statement, it may be accepted as true. It sufficed for him to remain passive, and power came back to his hands by a sort of natural necessity. Once more he was in possession of the dictatorship he had sought to lay down. My power was again by this resignation as boundless and unlimited as before, all things being subject to arbitrariness, and myself a person having power over the 3 nations without bound or limit set, all government being dissolved, and all civil administration at an end. For the second time Lambert and his allies urged Cromwell to accept the government under the constitution which they had drawn up. The difficulty of getting rid of the little Parliament no longer stood in the way, and the title of King had been replaced by the title of Protector. They also pointed out to him that the acceptance of the Protectorship in no way increased his power. On the contrary, it put an end to his dictatorship, and reduced his power by imposing constitutional restrictions upon its exercise. It bound him to do nothing without the consent of either a council or a parliament. Another argument was still more effective. Once more they warned Cromwell that unless he would undertake the government, anarchy was inevitable, and made him responsible for the blood and confusion which would be the result. After 3 or 4 days' discussion, Cromwell accepted the constitution, to which a general meeting of officers had in the interim given their approval and adhesion. He was solemnly installed as Protector on December 16, 1653, dressed not like a general in scarlet, but like a citizen in a plain black coat, to show all men that military rule was over and civil government restored. The new constitution, like the agreement of the people in 1649, represented the political ideas of the officers of the army. But since 1649 the officers had lost confidence in the people, and they sought now to erect a government based on something firmer than the will of a fickle multitude. A written constitution was asserted to be a better foundation for a government than popular consent, for the express reason that the people would have no power to alter it. There had been enough of commotion and confusion and change. It was high time that some power should pass a decree upon the wavering humours of the people, and say to this nation, as the Almighty himself said once to the unruly sea, "Here shall be thy bounds, hitherto shalt thou come, and no further." This was what Lambert and the officers assumed the right to say when they imposed the instrument of government upon England. Throughout its provisions their distrust of the English people is evident. Little boroughs were abolished and constituencies made more equal, but the franchise, instead of being extended, was restricted. In boroughs the franchise remained unaltered, that is, the right of election was generally in the hands of the corporation. In counties the 40-shilling freeholders were abolished, and a new franchise was created, which gave the vote to all men possessing property worth £200. Henceforth, therefore, Parliament would represent the opinions and interests of the middle classes. Distrust of the electors was naturally accompanied by distrust of the representatives. For the future, the legislative and executive powers were to be kept permanently separate. the authority and the duration of Parliament were strictly limited. It was to meet once in 3 years, but to sit for 5 months only. It had power to legislate as it thought fit, but its laws must not contravene the provisions of the Constitution. Its consent to levy money for extraordinary expenses was necessary, but a constant yearly revenue was to be raised to meet the ordinary charge of civil government, army, and navy, which Parliament had no right to diminish. The Protector possessed the executive power, but his authority was limited also. Except when bills contained something contrary to the Constitution, he had no right to veto them. In domestic administration and in foreign affairs, he could not act without the consent of the Council. In taxation and for the employment of the army, he needed the consent of Parliament or Council. The members of the new Council were, in Cromwell's phrase, the trustees of the Commonwealth in the intervals of Parliament, and possessed far more power than the Council of State erected in 1649. Councillors, most of whom were appointed by the instrument itself, held office for life, and in their hands lay the choice of the Protector's successor. The object of this complicated system of checks and balances was to prevent either Parliament or Protector from becoming absolute, and to render religious liberty unassailable. None knew better than the leaders of the army how slight a hold upon the nation the principle of toleration had obtained, or how little religious parties were willing to accept it. "This hath been one of the vanities of our contest," said Cromwell. "Every sect saith, O give me liberty, but give it him and to his power he will not yield it to anybody else." For the ingenious political devices of the Constitution the Protector cared very little, but the religious settlement was a settlement after his own heart. There was to be a national church, maintained for the present by tithes, in the future it was hoped by some better way. Outside the church there was to be full liberty of worship for those who did not belong to it, provided they did not abuse their liberty to the civil injury of others or to the actual disturbance of the public peace. But this liberty was not to extend to popery or prelacy, which were politically dangerous, or to such as under the profession of Christ hold forth and practice licentiousness. This was the religious freedom which ever since 1647 the army had demanded and had at last realized. Yet in spite of all the new Constitution promised, there was little prospect that it would obtain the acceptance of the nation. England was the last country in which the attempt to transform a military dictatorship into a sort of constitutional government was likely to succeed. At the moment, however, the only opposition there was came from the Fifth Monarchy men, hostile to anything which resembled a monarchy or an established church. Harrison refused to act under the Protector's government and was deprived of his commission. Fifth Monarchy preachers raged against the Protector from the pulpit. One called him the dissemblingest perjured villain in the world. Another identified him with the little horn in Daniel's prophecy, which was to make war against the saints and to be destroyed by them. Their ravings only strengthened Cromwell's position. What England wanted was a government which would maintain order and preserve property. The interests which the little Parliament had imperilled welcomed Cromwell's accession to power. His elevation was a bargain, says Ludlow, with the corrupt part of the clergy and the lawyers. He became their protector, and they the humble supporters of his tyranny. So evident was the advantage which Cromwell derived from the events of the last few months, that what had happened was freely attributed to his profound statecraft. All was a pageant played by Cromwell, thought Baxter, in order to make his soldiers out of love with democracy, and to render his usurpation necessary. He was resolved we should be saved by him or perish. He made more use of the wild-headed sectaries than barely to fight for him. They now serve him as much by their heresies, their enmity to learning and ministry, their pernicious demands which tend to confusion, as they had done before by their valour in the field. He can now conjure up at pleasure some terrible apparition of agitators, levellers, and such like, who, as they affrighted the king from Hampton Court, shall affright the people to fly to him for refuge, that the hand that wounded may heal them. Hitherto Cromwell had been the destroyer of old institutions. Now he came forward as the saviour of society. England, therefore, submitted to his government without resistance and without enthusiasm, but with a general feeling of relief. The conversion of the monarchy into a republic had been violent and bloody. The transition from the republic to the protectorate was as peaceful as one of the ordinary operations of nature. As such, Wallace celebrated it in his poem to Cromwell. Still, as you rise, the state exalted too, finds no distemper while 'tis changed by you. Changed like the world's great scene, when without noise the rising sun night's vulgar lights destroys. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Cromwell's Domestic Policy 1654 to 1658. Cromwell came into power as a nominee of the army, and in domestic affairs the programme which he set himself to carry out was that which the army had set forth in its petitions and manifestos. For the moment he was invested with all the authority of a dictator. According to the instrument of government, the first triennial Parliament was to meet in September 1654, and in the interval the Protector and his council were empowered to issue ordinances which had the force of law until order shall be taken in Parliament concerning them. Cromwell made a liberal use of this provision, and the period of 9 months which followed his accession was the creative period of his government. Between December 1653 and September 1654, he issued 82 ordinances, nearly all of which were confirmed in 1656 by his second Parliament. Hallam, in a disparaging comparison between Cromwell and Napoleon, concludes by saying that Cromwell, unlike Napoleon, never showed any signs of a legislative mind, or any desire to fix his renown on that noblest basis, the amelioration of social institutions. In reality, nothing could be farther from the truth, and if Cromwell's reforming zeal has left no trace on the statute book, the reason is that all laws passed during the Protectorate were annulled at the Restoration. All the leading principles of Cromwell's domestic policy are contained in the small folio volume of his ordinances. A few are merely prolongations of expiring acts. Others are personal or local in their application. There is an ordinance for the relief of poor prisoners, another codifying the law relating to the maintenance of highways, and there are 3 devoted to the reorganization of the Treasury. The settlement of Ireland and Scotland, and the completion of the union of the 3 kingdoms, which the Long Parliament had left unfinished, form the subject of a 3rd series. But none exhibit so plainly the Protector's domestic policy as the 3 sets of ordinances dealing with the reform of the law, the reformation of manners, and the reorganization of the national church. Ever since 1647, the army had demanded that the laws of England should be so reformed that all suits and questions of right may be made more clear and certain in their issues, and not so tedious nor chargeable in their proceedings. The Long Parliament took the task in hand, made some slight progress, and then stuck fast. The Little Parliament attempted it with so much rude vigour that it seemed likely to end in the subversion of all law. The Protector took up the work where the Long Parliament left off, and persistently pursued it as long as he ruled. Cromwell realized its difficulty. "If any man," he once said, "should ask me, 'Why, how will you have it done?' I confess I do not know." All he could do was to select the best men for the purpose, and to leave them a free hand. Therefore he applied to the lawyers to cooperate, being resolved to give the learned of the robe the honour of reforming their profession, and hoping that God would give them hearts to do it. His chief assistant was Matthew Hale, who was made a judge by the Protector early in 1654. At the opening of Parliament in September 1654, Cromwell announced that the government had called together persons of as great ability and great interest as are in the nation, to consider how the laws might be made plain and short, and less chargeable to the people, and that they had prepared several bills. The most important of these schemes was the Ordinance of the Regulation of the Court of Chancery, published August 23, 1654, and confirmed by Parliament in 1656. It contained a reduced scale of fees, and embodied, according to modern lawyers, many valuable reforms. Contemporary practitioners such as Whitelock held that there was much in the new procedure which it was impossible or undesirable to carry out, but with some subsequent modifications it was duly put in force. Cromwell was equally zealous of the reform of the criminal law. In April 1653, as soon as he had turned out the Long Parliament, he gave pardons to all prisoners sentenced to death, except those guilty of murder. His object was to make the laws conformable to the just and righteous laws of God. Some English laws, he told Parliament, were wicked and abominable laws. To hang a man for 6 and 8 pence, and I know not want, to hang for a trifle and acquit murder, is an administration of the law through ill framing of it. To see men lose their lives for petty matters is a thing God will reckon, and I wish it may not be laid on this nation a day longer than you have the opportunity to give a remedy. To carry out these schemes required not merely the help of lawyers to devise them, but the co-operation of Parliament to make them law. The Protector's first Parliament spent all its time in constitutional debates, and did nothing to reform the law. His second, busy most of his existence in the like manner, discussed the bills introduced by the government for the establishment of county registers and local courts, but allowed them to drop. It completed the abolition of feudal incidents which the Long Parliament had commenced, and which Charles II's Parliament finally placed on the statute book. But it left the harshness and cruelty of the criminal code for the 19th century to redress. The reformation of manners was an object in which the Protector obtained more support from Parliament. All Puritans were eager for it, and the Long Parliament had made a beginning by acts enjoining the stricter observance of Sunday, punishing swearing with greater severity, and making adultery a capital offence. Of the Protector's ordinances, one declared duelling unpleasing to God, unbecoming Christians, and contrary to all good order and government. A person sending a challenge was to be bound over to keep the peace for 6 months, and the duellist who killed his opponent was to be tried for murder. A second ordinance supplemented the act against swearing by special provisions for the punishment of carmen, porters, and watermen, who are very ordinarily drunk and do blaspheme. A third forbade cockfighting because it often led to disturbances of the peace, and was accompanied by gaming and drunkenness. A fourth suppressed horse racing for 6 months, not because of its accompaniments, but because the Cavaliers made use of race meetings to carry on their pernicious designs. When Cromwell's second Parliament met, he appealed to it to further the work. "I am confident," said he, "our liberty and prosperity depend upon reformation. Make it a shame to see men bold in sin and profaneness, and God will bless you. Truly these things do respect the souls of men, and the spirits which are the men. The mind is the man. If that be kept pure, the man signifies somewhat. If not, I would very fain see what difference there is betwixt him and a beast. He hath only some activity to do, some more mischief." Parliament answered by confirming the ordinances against duelling, swearing, and cockfighting, and passing similar acts of its own. One was directed against the vagrants and idle, dissolute persons who abounded in all parts of the country. Amongst them, the bigots of their iron time included fiddlers and minstrels taken playing or making music in taverns, who were declared punishable as rogues and vagabonds. A second act was aimed at the professional gamesters about London, who made it their trade to cheat and debauch the young gentry. A third act enforced the Puritan Sabbath in all its severity. On that day no shops might be opened and no manufactures carried on. No travelling was to be allowed except in cases of necessity attested by a certificate from a justice, and persons vainly and profanely walking on the day aforesaid were to be punished. Sunday closing was the rule for all inns and alehouses, though the dressing or sale of victuals in a moderate way, for the use of such as cannot otherwise be provided for, was permitted. Much of this drastic legislation was ineffective. In some cases it went far beyond the feeling of the times. Juries steadily refused to convict persons charged with adultery under the Act of 1650, and it is doubtful whether the capital penalty was ever actually inflicted. In many places the local authorities were indifferent or timid. "We may have good laws," said the Protector, "against the common country disorders that are everywhere, yet who is to execute them? Hardly the country justices. A justice of the peace shall by most be wondered as at now, if he go but one step out of the ordinary course of his fellow justices in the reformation of these things." Hence the value in Cromwell's eyes of the major generals established throughout England in the autumn of 1655. They were not simply military officers charged to keep an eye on the political enemies of the government, but police magistrates required to repress crime and immorality in their respective districts. Pride put a stop to bear baiting in London by killing the bears, and to cockfighting by wringing the necks of the cocks. Wallerley boasted, after he had been a few months in office, that there were no vagrants left in Nottinghamshire, and in every county his colleagues suppressed unnecessary alehouses by the score. Nor was it only humble offenders who were struck at. Neither the rich nor the noble escaped the impartial severity of these political reformers. "Let them be who they may that are debauched," said Cromwell, "it is for the glory of God that nothing of outward consideration should save them from a just punishment and reformation." He claimed that the establishment of the major generals had been more effectual toward the discountenancing of vice and the settling of religion than anything done these 50 years. Their rule ended in the spring of 1657, and Cromwell feared that the work of reformation would come to a stop. But the experiment had infused new vigour into the local administration, which lasted as long as the Protectorate endured. In spite of these restrictive laws, it must not be imagined that there was any general suppression of public amusements or sports. Lawful and laudable recreations even Puritans encouraged. In 1647, when the Long Parliament prohibited the observation of Christmas and of Saints' Days in general, it passed an act giving servants, apprentices, and scholars a whole holiday once a month for recreation and relaxation from their constant and ordinary labours. The Protector himself hunted, hawked, and played bowls, just as if he had been a royalist country gentleman. He told Parliament that he suppressed race meetings, not because they were unlawful, but because they were temporarily inexpedient. With all his zeal for Sunday closing, the suppression of unnecessary alehouses, and the punishment of drunkenness, it never occurred to him to stop the sale of drink altogether. He drank wine and small beer himself, and quoted as illogical and absurd the man who would keep all wine out of the country, lest men should be drunk. The idea was contrary to his conception of civil freedom. "It will be found," he said, "an unjust and unwise jealousy to deprive a man of his natural liberty, upon the supposition that he may abuse it. When he doth abuse it, judge." In the moral crusade he had undertaken, the Protector relied not so much on restrictive legislation as on the influence of education and religion. It was to their defective education that he attributed much of the misconduct of the profane nobility and gentry of this nation. "We send our children to France," he said, "before they know God or good manners, and they return with all the licentiousness of that nation. Neither care taken to educate them before they go, or to keep them in good order when they come home." As a party, the Puritans showed a great zeal for education, and the pamphlet literature of the time is full of schemes for its reformation or extension. In these discussions, the modern conception of the duty of the state with regard to education gradually took shape. While the plan of education which Milton published in 1644 was intended only for a select body of our noble and gentle youth, in 1660 he advocated the foundation of schools in all parts of the nation, in order to spread knowledge, civility, and culture to extreme parts which now lie numb and neglected. In his Oceana, Harrington inserted the formation of future citizens by means of a system of free schools as one of the chief duties of a republic. As usually happens, practical men lagged behind the theorists, but during the Commonwealth a portion of the revenue of confiscated church lands was systematically devoted to the maintenance of schools and schoolmasters. The Protector pursued the same policy, and publicly declared, when appropriating a grant for educational purposes in Scotland, that it was a duty not only to have the gospel set up, but schools for children erected and maintenance provided therefor. His government undertook the task of ejecting incapable schoolmasters and of licensing persons fit to teach. It made the proper administration of educational endowments in general a part of its business. One of Cromwell's earliest ordinances appointed fresh commissioners for the visitation of the universities, and established a permanent board of visitors for the great public schools. Personally, he was far more interested in the reorganization of the universities than in primary or secondary education. He vigorously defended them against the attacks of the zealots of the little Parliament, who threatened their disendowment or abolition. In 1651 he had been elected Chancellor of Oxford, and held that office until July 1657, when he was succeeded by his son Richard, signalizing his connection with the university by the foundation of a new readership in divinity and the presentation of some Greek manuscripts to the Bodleian. He appointed John Owen his Vice-Chancellor, under whose efficient rule Oxford prospered greatly. Even Clarendon is forced to admit that in spite of visitations and purgings, the university yielded a harvest of extraordinarily good and sound knowledge in all parts of learning. The Protector also endeavoured to found a new university in the north of England. There was a widespread feeling that the two existing universities were not enough for the country. In 1641, petitions were presented praying for the foundation of a university at York or Manchester, and later it was proposed to establish one in London. In 1651, Cromwell strongly recommended the endowment of a school or college for all the sciences and literature, out of the property of the Dean and Chapter of Durham. The scheme, he wrote, was a matter of great concernment and importance, as that which by the blessing of God may conduce to the promoting of learning and piety in these poor, rude, ignorant parts, and bring forth in time such happy and glorious fruits as are scarce thought of or foreseen. The Parliament did nothing, and it was reserved for Oliver himself to found a college at Durham in 1657, which throve greatly until the Restoration put an end to its existence. The Protector encouraged learned men and men of letters. With his relative, the poet Waller, he was on terms of considerable intimacy. He allowed Hobes and Cowley, both royalists, to return from exile, and he released Cleveland when he was arrested by one of the major generals. Although Cleveland's fame rested mainly on satires against the Puritans, Milton and Marvell were in Cromwell's service as Latin secretaries, and he also employed Marvell as tutor to one of his wards. Brian Walton was assisted in the printing of his polyglot Bible, and Archbishop Usher was honoured by a public funeral. But both learning and education were in Cromwell's eyes inseparably connected with religion. When he accepted the chancellorship, he congratulated Oxford on the learning and piety so marvellously springing up there, adding a hope that it might be useful to that great and glorious kingdom of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thinking that the chief function of the universities was to provide ministers for the Church, he held piety more important than learning. "I believe," he told his Parliament 5 years later, "that God hath for the ministry a very great seed in the youth of the universities, who instead of studying books, study their own heart." Cromwell's desire to develop higher education and his defence of the universities against their assailants were the natural consequences of his resolve to maintain a national church against those who wished to sever the connection between church and state. On this question the army as a whole supported Cromwell. In the agreement of the people presented to Parliament in 1649, the army had demanded that the Christian religion be held forth and recommended as the public profession of this nation, and it included the instructing of the people thereunto, so it be not compulsive, and the maintaining able teachers for that end, amongst the legitimate functions of the government. These principles had been embodied in the instrument of government, and the duty of devising means to carry them out fell to the Protector. The first question to be decided was the question of the maintenance of the clergy. The little Parliament had proposed to abolish tithes altogether, and in the instrument of government the substitution of some other provision was suggested, as no satisfactory scheme for the commutation of tithes could be devised. Cromwell felt bound to preserve them. "For my part," said he, "I should think I were very treacherous if I took away tithes till I see the legislative power settle maintenance to ministers another way. To abolish tithes before that was done would be to cut the throats of the ministers." Under the Protectorate, as under the rule of the Long Parliament, it was the permanent policy of the government to increase the income of the parochial clergy. The endowments of poor livings were systematically augmented out of the funds supplied by episcopal lands, and fines imposed on royalist delinquents. The basis of the Protector's plan for the reorganization of the Church was the scheme which John Owen had presented to the Long Parliament in 1652. On March 20th, 1654, Cromwell issued an ordinance for the appropriation of public preachers, which appointed 38 commissioners, lay and clerical, to sit permanently in London and examine into the qualifications of all candidates for livings. Their business was to certify that they found the candidate to be a person for the grace of God in him, his holy and unblameable conversation, as also for his knowledge and utterance able and fit to preach the gospel. Without obtaining this certificate, no one was in future to be admitted to a benefice. The commissioners were not empowered to impose any doctrinal tests. It was expressly declared that appropriation by them is not intended, nor shall be construed to be any solemn or sacred setting, apart from any person to any particular office in the ministry. All that the Triers undertook to do was to see that none but fit and proper persons should receive the public stipend and maintenance guaranteed by the state. After provision for the appointment of the fit, came provision for the elimination of the unfit. A second ordinance issued in August 1654 appointed local commissioners in every county to remove scandalous and inefficient ministers and schoolmasters within its limits. Amongst the reasons which justified ejection were included not merely immoral conduct or popish and blasphemous opinions, but disaffection to the government and use of the prayer book. In September the work was completed by a third ordinance for the union of small and the division of large and populous parishes. Cromwell's speeches are full of expressions of satisfaction at the results that these ordinances produced. He was proud of the character of his clergy. "In the times of episcopacy," said he, "what pitiful certificates served to make a man a minister. If any man understood Latin or Greek, he was sure to be admitted. But now neither Mr. Parson nor doctor at the university have been reckoned stamp enough by those that made these appropriations, though I can say they have a great esteem for learning." The rule with the Triers was they must not admit a man unless they were able to discern something of the grace of God in him. He was equally proud of the comprehensiveness of the Church. There are 3 sorts of godly men, that is, 3 sects to be provided for in it: the Presbyterians, the Independents, and the Baptists. The Triers were drawn impartially from all 3 bodies, and though a man be of any of these 3 judgments, if he have the root of the matter in him, he may be admitted. Summing up the work of the Triers and Ejectors, he emphatically declared, "There have not been such a service to England since the Christian religion was perfect in England." In the main, Cromwell's satisfaction was justified. Both bodies of commissioners did the work they were charged to do with fidelity. Some good men were expelled merely for royalism or using the liturgy, but the bulk of those who lost their livings deserved their fate, and those admitted were generally fit for their office. The Presbyterian Richard Baxter, an opponent on principle of Cromwell and his works, felt bound to praise the commissioners. To give them their due, they did abundance of good to the church. They saved many a congregation from ignorant, ungodly, drunken teachers, that sort of men that intended no more in the ministry than to say a sermon, as readers say their common prayers, and so patch up a few good words together to talk the people asleep with on Sunday, and all the rest of the week go with them to the alehouse and harden them in sin, and that sort of ministers that either preached against a holy life, or preached as men that were never acquainted with it, those that used the ministry but as a common trade to live by, or were never likely to convert a soul, all these they usually rejected, and in their stead admitted of any that were able, serious preachers, and lived a godly life, of what tolerable opinion soever they were, so that though there were many of them somewhat partial for independents, separatists, Fifth Monarchy men, and Anabaptists, and against the Praylists and Arminians, yet so great was the benefit above the hurt to the church, that many thousands of souls blessed God for the faithful ministers whom they let in. Outside the bounds of the national church, the Constitution promised liberty of worship to all such as do profess faith in God by Jesus Christ. Anglicanism and Catholicism, however, labelled prelacy and popery, and regarded as idolatrous or politically dangerous, were accepted by name from this promise. In practice, although the use of the liturgy had been prohibited since 1645, many orthodox Anglicans had contrived to retain their livings, sometimes using portions of the prayer book from memory, in other cases confining themselves to preaching and to the administration of the sacraments. Many ejected ministers gathered little congregations in private houses, and were not molested by the government. The Royalist insurrection of 1655 led to greater severity. In October 1655, Cromwell issued a proclamation prohibiting the employment of the ejected clergy as chaplains or schoolmasters. It was meant as a warning rather than to be rigidly enforced, and a promise was made that any man whose godliness and good affection to the present government were capable of proof should be treated with tenderness. Congregations of Royalists continued to meet in London throughout the Protectorate, and the government winked at their use of Anglican services and ceremonies. But whenever there was a new plot discovered, their meetings were liable to be interrupted by the soldiery. The case of the Catholics was harder than that of the Anglicans, although their lot was less hard than it had been. In 1650, the acts imposing fines on recusants for not coming to church were repealed, and there were persistent rumours that the Independents were about to make proposals for their toleration. In June 1654, a Catholic priest was executed in London for no crime except being a priest. Cromwell, it is said, wished to pardon him, but was prevented by the opposition of his council. In 1656, Mazarin urged Cromwell to grant toleration to the Catholics. "I cannot," answered the Protector, "as to a public declaration of my sense on that point, although I believe that under my government your Eminency, on behalf of the Catholics, has less cause for complaint than under the Parliament. For I have of some, and those very many had compassion making a difference. I have plucked many out of the fire, the raging fire of persecution, which did tyrannize over their consciences and encroach by arbitrariness of power over their estates. And herein it is my purpose, as soon as I can remove impediments and some weights that press me down, to make a further progress and discharge my promise to your Eminence." The Protector's purpose was never fulfilled. Public opinion in England was too hostile to the Catholics to permit of their legal toleration, and the same thing happened when Cromwell wished to readmit the Jews to England. In November 1655, Manasseh ben Israel, a learned Portuguese Jew, settled in Amsterdam as a physician, petitioned the Protector to allow the Jews to reside and trade in England, and to grant them the free exercise of their religion. Cromwell, who was personally in favour of their petition, called together a committee of divines, merchants, and lawyers to confer with the council on the question. The Protector himself took part in the conferences. "I never heard a man speak so well," said one of his hearers, but the divines feared for their religion, and the merchants for their trade. So the legal toleration the Jews asked for was not granted. Cromwell, however, granted them leave to meet in private houses for devotion, and showed them such encouragement and favour that their resettlement in England really dates from the Protectorate. The Protector's tolerant nature showed itself again in his dealings with the Quakers. Under the Commonwealth the Quakers were persecuted and imprisoned, not simply because their opinions were regarded as blasphemous, but because they were held dangerous to the public peace. Their attacks on the clergy and their misconduct and brawling in churches gave colour to these accusations. Under the Protectorate this persecution continued, till it was mitigated by the intervention of the Protector and his council. In 1654 George Fox had a long interview with the Protector. "I spake much to him," writes Fox, "of truth, and a great discourse I had with him about religion, wherein he carried himself very moderately." The earnestness and enthusiasm of Fox impressed Cromwell greatly. "As I spake," he would several times say, "it was very good, and it was truth. And as I was turning to go away, he catches me by the hand, and with tears in his eyes said, 'Come again to my house, for if thou and I were but an hour of a day together, we should be nearer one to the other,' adding that he wished me no more ill than he did to his own soul. Convinced that the Quakers were not inclined to take up a carnal sword against his government, the Protector ordered Fox to be set free, and in October 1656 he released a number of imprisoned Quakers. Again in November 1657 he issued a general circular to all justices in England and Wales, stating that though he was far from countenancing the mistaken practices or principles of the Quakers, yet as those proceeded rather from a spirit of error than a malicious opposition to authority, they were to be pitied and dealt with as persons under a strong delusion, to be discharged from prison, and to be treated in the future with tenderness rather than severity. Yet, tolerant as Cromwell was, there were limits to his toleration, and certain opinions he regarded as outside the pale. The instrument refused liberty to such under the profession of Christ hold forth and practise licentiousness, and the petition and advice added to them those who published horrible blasphemies. "As for profane persons," said Cromwell, "blasphemers such as preach sedition, the contentious railers, evil speakers, who seek by evil words to corrupt good manners, persons of loose conversation, punishment from the civil magistrate ought to meet with these, because if they pretend conscience, yet walking disorderly, and not according but contrary to the gospel, and even the natural lights, they are judged by all. And their sins being open make them subjects of the magistrate's sword, who ought not to bear the sword in vain. The discipline of the army was such that a man would not be suffered to remain there, of whom we could take notice that he was guilty of such practices as these." A well-ordered state, thought Cromwell, should in this respect resemble an army. But even with regard to opinions which he held blasphemous, he was not willing to suffer the extreme penalties to be inflicted which the law sanctioned and the voice of most Puritans demanded. In 1656, James Naylor, an old soldier who was one of Fox's early disciples, allowed himself to be hailed by his enthusiastic followers as a new Messiah, and was consequently thrown into prison as a blasphemer. The Parliament then sitting assumed judicial powers, and after many days' debate, voted that he should be branded, pilloried, whipped, and imprisoned at pleasure. The Protector vainly pointed out to the House that it was going beyond its powers, and all the influence of the government was required to save Naylor from capital punishment. What the Protector would probably have done if the punishment of Naylor had been left to him was shown by his treatment of John Biddle. Unitarians were by implication excluded from toleration by the petition and advice. In 1655 Biddle was prosecuted under the Blasphemy Act of 1648 and would undoubtedly have been sentenced to death. The Protector was petitioned to interfere, and replied by soundly rating the petitioners. "If it be true," said he, "what Mr. Biddle holds, to wit, that our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ is but a creature, then all those who worship him with the worship due to God are idolaters. No Christian, was his conclusion, could give any countenance to such a person. But nevertheless he stopped the trial by issuing a warrant for Biddle's confinement at St. Mary's Castle in the Scilly Isles. Biddle's life was undoubtedly saved by this intervention. In spite of the liberality and comprehensiveness of Cromwell's ecclesiastical policy, there were several sections of Puritans whom it failed to satisfy. Some Independents opposed any established church, and denied that the state ought in any way to meddle with religious matters. The most distinguished adherents of this view were Vane and Milton. The magistrate, said Milton, had no coercive power at all in matters of religion. It was not his business to settle religion, as it was popularly termed, by appointing either what we shall believe in divine things or practice in religious. His duty was simply to defend the Church. Had he once learned not further to concern himself with church affairs, half his labour might be spared, and the Commonwealth better tended. Another section, in the name of liberty of conscience, denied the state any right to punish blasphemous or immoral doctrines. They tell the magistrates, said the Protector, that they have nothing to do with men holding such notions. These are matters of conscience and opinion. They are matters of religion. What hath the magistrate to do with these things? He is to look to the outward man, not to the inward. Cromwell's own position with regard to dangerous opinions was that if they were but opinions, they were best left alone. Notions will hurt none but those that have them. When they developed into actions, it was a different matter, especially when they led to rebellion and bloodshed. Our practice have been, he said in 1656, to let all this nation see that whatever pretensions to religion would continue quiet and peaceable, they should enjoy conscience and liberty to themselves. But to be quiet and peaceable was the indispensable condition. Fifth Monarchy preachers were frequently arrested for sermons against the government, both before and after the attempted rising of the Fifth Monarchy men in the spring of 1657. On one occasion, some of the congregation of John Rogers, one of their preachers, came to Whitehall to argue with the Protector, complaining that their pastor was suffering for religious sake. Cromwell answered that Rogers suffered as a railer, a seducer, and a stirrer-up of sedition. The cause suffering for evil doing, suffering for the gospel, was to make Christ the patron of such things. God is my witness, he concluded. No man in England doth suffer for the testimony of Jesus. Nay, do not lift up your hands and your eyes, for there is no man in England which suffers so. There is such liberty, I wish it be not abused, that no man in England suffereth for Christ. It was true. Cromwell's was the most tolerant government which had existed in England since the Reformation. In practice, he was more lenient than the laws and more liberal-minded than most of his advisers. The drawback was that even the more limited amount of religious freedom which the laws guaranteed seemed too much to the great majority of the nation. Englishmen, even Puritans, had not yet learned the lesson of toleration. Is there not yet, said Cromwell in 1655, a strange itch upon the spirits of men? Nothing will satisfy them unless they can press their finger upon their brethren's consciences to pinch them there. To prevent this was, he avowed, his task as a ruler. If the whole power was in the Presbyterians, they would force all men their way, and the Fifth Monarchy men would do the same. And so the rebaptized persons, and his work was to keep several judgments in peace, because like men falling out in the streets, they would run their heads one against another. He was as a constable to part them and keep them in peace. To induce these jarring sects to cooperate was more difficult, but that also Cromwell attempted to do. In the Puritan church which he organized, no agreement about ritual or discipline or doctrine was required, save only the acceptance of the main principles of Christianity. It was not so much a church as a confederation of Christian sects working together for righteousness under the control of the state. The absence of agreement in details and of uniformity in externals was no defect in Cromwell's eyes. To him it was rather a merit. All that believe he had once written have the real unity which is more glorious because inward and spiritual. The originality of the Protector's ecclesiastical policy lay in this attempt to combine the two principles of toleration and comprehension. It reflected his character. His tolerance was not the result of skepticism or indifference, but arose from respect for the consciences of others. The comprehensiveness of his church was the outcome of his large-hearted sympathy with every form of Puritanism. To local magistrates in local religious quarrels, he enjoined a charity as large as the whole flock of Christ, and a sane spirit inspired his exhortation to the little Parliament. Have a care of the whole flock. Love the sheep. Love the lambs. Love all. Tend all. Cherish and countenance all in all things that are good. And if the poorest Christian, the most mistaken Christian, shall desire to live peaceably and quietly under you, I say, if any desire but to live a life of godliness and honesty, let him be protected. Mr. Greatheart, under whose protection all pilgrims to the celestial city walked securely, feeble-minded and ready to halt, as well as valiant for truth, is but an allegorical representation of what Cromwell was to the Puritans. Cromwell's ecclesiastical system passed away with its author, but no man exerted more influence on the religious development of England. Thanks to him, nonconformity had time to take root and to grow, so strong in England that the storm which followed the Restoration had no power to root it up. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Cromwell's Foreign Policy, 1654 to 1658. 3 aims guided Cromwell's foreign policy. The first was the desire to maintain and to spread the Protestant religion. The second, the desire to preserve and extend English commerce. The third, the desire to prevent the restoration of the Stuarts by foreign aid. The European mission of England, its material greatness, and its political independence were inseparably associated in his mind, and beneath all apparent wavering and hesitation, these 3 aims he consistently pursued. The Protector had inherited from the Long Parliament a European situation of the greatest complexity. The Dutch War had undone the work of the previous 3 years. In 1653, England was once more isolated and in danger of a European combination against her. England and France were still carrying on hostilities at sea. Denmark had seized English merchantmen and closed the Baltic to English trade. Portugal was actually at war with us. There were rumors of the formation of a triple alliance against England, between Holland, France, and Denmark. On the other hand, the war turned more and more against the United Provinces. In the spring of 1654, the English were perfectly lords and masters of narrow seas, and no Dutch merchantman could show itself in the Channel. England had captured over 1,400 sail from the Dutch, including 120 men of war. In March 1654, she had 140 men of war at sea and better ships, added Cromwell's Secretary of State, than we have had at any time heretofore. Nevertheless, every motive solicitude for the Protestant cause, the interest of commerce, the frustration of designs of the Royalists, all made peace with Holland necessary. Moreover, England was fast sinking under the financial burdens which even successful war imposed. Cromwell, therefore, turned a deaf ear to those who maintained that a little more persistence would force the Dutch to accept the original demands of the Long Parliament, and from the moment he took the negotiations in hand, he threw overboard the amalgamation of the 2 republics. In its place, he at first proposed an offensive and defensive alliance between England and Holland. They were to league themselves together, not merely for commercial or national ends, but for the preservation of freedom and the outspreading of the kingdom of Christ. Who can tell, said he, what God in his own time might intend to accomplish for the deliverance of oppressed nations by means of the two republics? Other Protestant powers, and even those Catholic powers which had allowed their subjects liberty of conscience, might be invited to join the League. The Dutch envoys, less enthusiastic and more practical, would hear of nothing more than a defensive alliance, and even that proved more than could be realized. The negotiations were slow, for the demands of England were still too high, and France obstructed the progress of the treaty as much as it could. The Protector yielded on some points, but remained inexorable on others, and prepared to renew the war. So the resistance of the Dutch gave way, and by the treaty signed on April 5, 1654, they admitted the supremacy of the British flag in the British seas, abandoned any demand for the modification of the Navigation Act, and promised to pay damages for the losses of English merchants in the East. Each state undertook to expel from its borders the rebels or enemies of the other. Finally, by a private engagement, the province of Holland undertook permanently to exclude the princes of Orange from command by land or sea. Cromwell had thus attained two of his objects. English commerce was made secure, and the Dutch would no longer help the Royalists to attack the government which England had chosen to set up. At the banquet which he gave the Dutch ambassadors on the conclusion of the treaty, he dwelt on the advantages of friendship between the two states. They sang the 123rd Psalm together, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity." But there was no real restoration of unity, and if the great Protestant alliance of Cromwell's dreams depended on the support of the Dutch, there was little hope of its accomplishment. The commercial jealousy of the two states never slumbered for a moment, and the diplomatists of the Protector found the influence of the Dutch continually obstructing their negotiations. A few days later than the peace with the United Provinces, Cromwell's ambassador Whitlock concluded a treaty with Sweden, April 11, 1654. To Cromwell and to Englishmen who had witnessed the exploits of Gustavus Adolphus, Sweden still seemed the champion of Protestantism in Northern Europe and the natural ally of the Puritan England. "The English," wrote Whitlock in his diary, "are the only people with whom the Swedes may hope for a firm amity and union for the Protestant interest against the common enemy thereof, the Popish party." Apart from this, there were other questions in which the political interests of the two nations coincided, and Cromwell offered to assist the Swedes with a fleet in asserting the freedom of the Sound against Denmark and Holland. Whitlock was received with the greatest friendliness. "Your general," said Queen Christina to him, "hath done the greatest things of any man in the world. The Prince of Conde is next to him, but short of him." She compared Cromwell to her ancestor, Gustavus Vasa, and predicted that, like him, after being the liberator of his country, he would become its king. Nevertheless, the Swedish ministers, fearful of involving their country in a war with Holland, and perhaps with France, declined the proffered alliance. The embassy resulted in a treaty of amity regulating the commercial intercourse of the two states, and providing that Sweden should give no assistance to the cause of Charles II. Next came a treaty with Denmark, which, as Holland's ally, had been included in the treaty with the Dutch, on condition that the English merchants were compensated for the detention of their ships in the Sound during the war. By the commercial treaty which followed in September 1654, English vessels were in future to be allowed to pass the Sound on the same terms as the Dutch. Still more important from the commercial point of view was the treaty with Portugal, concluded in July 1654. English merchants received reparations for their losses, were guaranteed freedom from the interference of the Inquisition, and were given liberty to trade with all Portuguese colonies in the East or West. All these treaties, besides the commercial advantages they brought, gave additional security to the new government against the Royalists, but Cromwell valued those with the Protestant states most, because they also gave increased security to the Protestant interest abroad. "I wish," said he to his Parliament, "that it may be written upon our hearts to be zealous for that interest, for if ever it were likely to come under a condition of suffering, it is now, and by this conjunction of interests you will be in a more fit capacity to help them." In the same speech, the Protector was able to point out the change in attitude of Europe toward England, which 9 months of his rule had produced. "There is not a nation in Europe," he said, "but is willing to ask a good understanding with you." Instead of rumors of coalitions against England, the two greatest powers of the continent were bidding against each other for her alliance. Spain pressed England to land an army in southern France in support of Condé's rebellion, promising help to recover Calais and large subsidies toward the cost of the English auxiliaries. France offered to abandon the cause of Charles II and to assist England with men and money to conquer Dunkirk. For some months, Oliver wavered, or seemed to waver. Apparently, he was intent only on driving the best possible bargain for England with the two competitors for her support. In reality, he was studying the conditions of the problem and making up his mind how to act. As both were Catholic powers, religious considerations were less decisive than usual. On the one hand, the case of the Huguenots, whose rights under the Edict of Nantes were continually infringed by the French government, appealed strongly to his Protestant zeal. On the other hand, the Catholicism of France was less bigoted than the Catholicism of Spain, and whatever the wrongs of the Huguenots were, it became clear he could do more to get them redressed by a good understanding with France than by armed intervention. Political considerations also made peace with France desirable. Hitherto, it was true, Spain had been far more friendly to the Republic than its rival, but France was at once the more dangerous enemy and the more valuable ally. Whatever subsidies Spain might promise in return for English aid, it was soon evident that it could pay none. Ere long, Cromwell came to the resolution not to involve England in the European struggle between France and Spain by leaguing himself with either, but to take advantage of the opportunity to settle outstanding disputes, and to maintain, if possible, amicable relations with both. His plan, however, was not so easy of execution as it seemed. When the Protector, as a condition of the renewal of old treaties of commerce and friendship with Spain, demanded that England merchants should have the free exercise of their religion in Spanish ports, and that English colonists and traders in the West Indies should no longer be treated as enemies by the Spaniards, he met with a flat refusal. "To ask liberty from the Inquisition and free sailing in the West Indies," declared the Spanish ambassador, "was to ask for his master's 2 eyes," and no concession could be made on either point. In August 1654, Cromwell resolved to send an expedition to the West Indies in order to exact reparation for the past and material guarantees for future security. He did not believe that these reprisals would lead to war with Spain in Europe, but if they did, he was prepared to take the risk. Equally unsuccessful were the negotiations with France. The expulsion from that country of Charles II and his partisans was assented to in principle, and it was agreed that the losses which traders of the two nations had suffered should be referred to arbitration. But the question of the Huguenots proved an insurmountable obstacle. The Protector demanded that the treaty should expressly recognize his right to intervene on their behalf. If the liberties granted them by the Edict of Nantes were infringed, which France, as was natural, steadfastly refused. Cromwell remained firm. The Protector, wrote Thurlow to an English agent, had espoused the interests of Protestantism, which is dearer to him than his life and all that he hath, and he could not consent to any clause in a treaty with a foreign power which seemed to be prejudicial to it. The year 1654 ended without England's coming to an agreement either with France or Spain. Relying upon his army and his fleet of 160 ships, the Protector felt strong enough to maintain a completely independent position and to assert the interest of England with a high hand in defense of either. When Penn sailed for the West Indies in December 1654, he bore instructions not only to attack the Spanish colonies, but to make prize of any French ships he came across. When Blake in the previous October was dispatched to the Mediterranean, he was charged to continue the reprisals against French as well as to protect British trade. Blake's voyage made the British flag respected and feared throughout the Mediterranean, though the legendary account of the indemnities he exacted from the Grand Duke of Tuscany and the Pope for their unfriendly action during the Dutch War is unsupported by evidence. He made a treaty with the Dey of Algiers, and redeemed the English captives held there. The Dey of Tunis, less amenable to reason, refused reparation, and would not even allow Blake's ships to water in his ports. "We judged it necessary," wrote Blake, "for the honor of our fleet, our nation, and religion, seeing they would not deal with us as friends, to make them feel us as enemies." So, sailing into the harbor of Porto Farina, he bombarded the Dey's castles and burnt his ships. April 4, 1655. Simultaneously with the news of Blake's exploit, England learnt of the massacre of the Vaudois by the troops of the Regent of Savoy. Every Puritan's heart thrilled with sympathy for the suffering of his fellow Protestants. Milton called on God to avenge the sufferings of the slaughtered saints, whose bones lay scattered on the Alpine mountains. The armies of the three nations urged Cromwell to action. The Protector needed no prompting. He headed with a gift of £2,000, the national subscription raised for the relief of the sufferers. He told the French ambassador that the sufferings of the poor Piedmontese touched his heart as closely as if they had been his own nearest kin, and refused to sign the treaty with France till the wrongs were righted. By the pen of Milton, he summoned all the Protestant powers to intervene, and he projected employing Blake's fleet to attack Nice or Villafranca. Diplomatic arguments proved sufficient. Eager to secure the friendship of England, France put pressure on Savoy, the massacres ceased, and the Vaudois were reinstated in their valleys. The Treaty of Pignerol left much unredressed, and Cromwell was far from satisfied with its terms. But by every Puritan in England and every Protestant in Europe he was hailed as the savior of the Vaudois. Even Englishmen who were no Puritans felt proud to see their country, under his guidance, assert the sovereignty of the seas, punish the pirates of the Mediterranean, and defend the oppressed. Waller's panegyric to the Protector, upon the present greatness of his Highness and this nation, expressed this pride. John Milton. The seas our own, and now all nations greet, with bending sails each vessel of our fleet. Your power resounds as far as winds can blow, or swelling sails upon the globe may go. Fame swifter than your winged navy flies, through every land that near the ocean lies, sounding your name and telling dreadful news to all that piracy and rapine use. Whether this portion of the world were rent by the rude ocean from the continent, or thus created it was sure designed to be the sacred refuge of mankind. Hither the oppressed shall henceforth resort, justice to crave, and succor at your court. And then your Highness, not for ours alone, but for the world's Protector, shall be known. To such a land, with such a leader, asked Waller, what could be thought impossible? Ere long, however, the Protector discovered that even the best laid schemes did not always prosper. The panegyric was published at the end of May. In August, news came to England of the disastrous defeat of the expedition sent to the West Indies at Hispaniola. The Protector fell ill, and everyone attributed his illness to vexation at all evil tidings. Contrary to his expectation also, Spain laid an embargo on English shipping, withdrew its ambassador, and declared war. The breach with Spain was accompanied by the completion of the long-delayed agreement with France, which was signed on the very day that the Spanish ambassador left England, October 24th, 1655. In substance, it was merely a commercial treaty with a secret clause added for the expulsion of the leading royalists from France, and the Protector contented himself with a private promise from the rights of the Huguenots should not be infringed. The conditions under which the agreement took place made a more intimate connection between the two powers inevitable. But for the present, Cromwell was busily engaged in negotiations with Sweden, which he hoped to make the basis of the General League of Protestant States. In June 1655, Charles Gustavus, the successor of Queen Christina, invaded Poland and sent an ambassador to England to ask for aid in men, ships, and money. Cromwell treated the king's envoy with distinguished favor. They dine, sup, hunt, and they play bowls together, and never was ambassador or indeed any man so much caressed and regarded by Cromwell as this man is, nor did he ever seek the friendship of anyone so much as this King of Sweden. From the first he declared his willingness to enter into a more strict and close alliance with Sweden, both for the sake of the two nations and for the sake of the Protestant cause. Yet it was impossible to come to an agreement. The Swedish king's conquest of Catholic Poland seemed to the Protector a gain to Protestantism, wresting a horn from the head of the beast, he termed it. But he saw plainly that it was not to the interest of England that the Baltic should fall completely under the dominion of Sweden, and that to support the designs of the king on the Baltic coast, lands would necessarily embroil him with the Danes, the Dutch, and the Brandenburgers. For a time he hoped to turn the arms of Gustavus against the House of Austria, and to convert the offered alliance into the Protestant leagues he hoped for. But it was all in vain, and the sole result of the embassy was a commercial treaty signed in July 1656. Meanwhile, at sea, the war with Spain was vigorously prosecuted. During the latter part of 1655 and through 1656, an English fleet cruised on and off the Spanish coast in order to prevent the Spaniards from sending reinforcements to the West Indies, and to intercept the silver ships from America. It served also to protect English traders to the Mediterranean, and to force the King of Portugal to carry into effect the Treaty of 1654. At one time, Cromwell, with prophetic foresight, proposed the seizure of Gibraltar. If possessed and made tenable by us, he wrote to Blake, would it not be an advantage to us and an annoyance to the Spaniards, and enable us, without keeping so great a fleet on that coast, with 6 nimble frigates, lodged there to do the Spaniards more harm than by a fleet and ease our own charge? But without a force to land, the admiral judged the design impracticable. Blake's perseverance in the blockade was at least crowned with success. On September 8, 1656, Captain Stainer, with a squadron of cruisers detached from his fleet, met 8 Spanish ships from America off Cadiz, of which he destroyed 4 bearing treasure worth 2 millions, and captured a 5th with a cargo of silver valued at 600,000 pounds. More glorious, however, was the action at Santa Cruz and Tenerife on April 20th, 1657. Blake sailed into the harbor, where the Spanish treasure fleet from the West Indies had taken refuge, fought batteries and galleons at close quarters, and sunk or burnt all of the 16 ships without losing one of his own. It was the most brilliant of all his exploits, and the last. He died on his return to England, worn out with the fatigues of the long blockade, just as his ship was entering Plymouth Sound, August 7, 1657. Meanwhile, events forced Cromwell into closer union with France. The Spaniards had zealously adopted the cause of Charles II, hoping to overthrow Cromwell by means of an insurrection in England. In April 1656, Philip IV made a treaty with Charles II, by which he promised him a pension, helped to maintain a little army of English and Irish royalists in Flanders, and undertook to provide ships for their transport to the English coast. Spanish money, also, was employed to further the plots of the Levaliers for the assassination of the Protector. It became evident that, in order to force Spain to peace, it must be attacked on the continent as well as on the seas. On March 23, 1657, Cromwell signed an offensive alliance with France, by which England supplied 6,000 soldiers, supported by a fleet, to attack the Spaniards in Flanders, and was to receive Mardyke and Dunkirk as its share of the spoils. He thought that the possession of Dunkirk would give him increased control of the Channel, enable him to exercise a greater pressure upon France, and provide a secure basis for land operations against Spain. It would be, said Secretary Thurlow, a bridle to the Dutch and a door into the continent. 6 weeks later, Sir John Reynolds, with 6,000 men, landed at Boulogne and joined the French army under Turenne. Turenne at first employed the English contingent in the interior of Flanders, in sieges and operations which seemed to serve French interests only, and his delay to attack the coast towns made Cromwell suspicious. It seemed, he wrote to Sir William Lockhart, the English ambassador, as if the French would not have us have any footing on that side of the water. The French excuses for their delay were but parcels of words for children. Unless they set about the business at once, he would withdraw his troops and demand the repayment of his expenses. I desire you to take boldness and freedom to yourself in your dealing with the French on these accounts. Lockhart spoke boldly and freely, and the effect was immediate. The French army drew towards the Flemish coast. Mardyke was besieged, taken, and handed over to an English garrison, October 3rd, 1657. When the next campaign opened, Turenne laid siege to Dunkirk, and a Spanish army of 14,000 men under Don John and Conde advanced to its relief. Turenne routed them on June 4th, 1658, amongst the sandhills on the south of Dunkirk, with the loss of 5,000 men. No troops did better service in the battle than the English contingent under Lockhart. The joyful cheer the redcoats gave when they saw their enemy roused the admiration of Turenne and the Duke of York, who served in the Spanish army, was full of praises of his countrymen's courage. On their hands and knees they stormed the sandhill which was the key of the Spanish left, and at push of pike drove the Spaniards from it. This victory decided the long struggle between France and Spain, and 10 days later Dunkirk surrendered. It was all over now with the plans of Charles II. Half his little army had been destroyed in the battle, and the ships provided for their transport had been captured by the English fleet. Cromwell had at last the foothold on the continent which he desired, and England was safe from attempted invasion. But the Protestant alliance he dreamed of was farther off than ever. A storm had risen in northern Europe, which threatened to make any such combination permanently impossible. As soon as Charles Gustavus conquered Poland, his ambition had brought him into coalition with his Protestant neighbors. A great coalition was forming against him, and in the spring of 1657 he appealed to Cromwell for help. But before Cromwell could risk either men or money, he required it as a guarantee the temporary possession of Bremen. It would serve as a basis for military operations, if necessary, and as a means of bringing pressure to bear upon Denmark if Denmark attempted to break the peace. Gustavus refused, and all Cromwell could do was to endeavor to mediate between Sweden and Denmark. In May 1657, the Danes declared war, and forced Gustavus to relax his hold on Poland. Brandenburg, Holland, and Austria joined the coalition, and at the end of 1657, it seemed as if Sweden must succumb. Cromwell had refused to join Gustavus in his designs to partition Denmark, but just as little could he consent to allow Denmark and its allies to complete the overthrow of Sweden. He regarded the coalition as a Catholic plot against a Protestant power, a plot in which misguided Protestant states were furthering the work of the Pope and the House of Habsburg. In imagination, he saw the Austrian eagle once more stretching her wings toward the Eastern Sea and planting herself upon the Baltic, as in the dark days of the 30 Years' War, before Sweden came to the rescue of the German Protestants. The speech which the Protector made to Parliament in January 1658 was full of these apprehensions. The question, he said, was whether the Christian world should be all popery. The Protestant interest abroad was stuck at, nay, quite trodden underfoot. The Spanish and the Austrian Habsburgs were leagued together to destroy it. In Poland and in the Empire, Protestants were persecuted and driven out. The Swiss were threatened, and Sweden, the chief champion of the Protestant cause, was in danger. What resistance was there to this mighty current coming from all parts against all Protestants? Only that made by Gustavus, a poor prince and yet a man in his person as gallant and as good as any of these late ages have brought forth. A man that hath adventured his all against the popish interest in Poland, and made his acquisition still good for the Protestant religion. He is now reduced into a corner, and what adds to the grief of all is that men of our religion forget this, and seek his ruin. He declared that the success of the coalition threatened the commerce and the maritime power of England. If they can shut us out of the Baltic Sea and make themselves masters of that, where is your trade? Where are your materials to preserve your shipping? Every sailor knew what exclusion from the Baltic meant for England. The Protector's conclusion was that England must intervene to prevent the King of Sweden from being crushed, and be ready to back him, not only with its fleet, by landing of force on the continent. "You have accounted yourselves happy," said he, "in being environed with a great ditch from all the world besides. Truly, you will not be able to keep your ditch, nor your shipping, unless you turn your ships and shipping into troops of horse and companies of foot, and fight to defend yourselves on terra firma." The crisis passed away as rapidly as it had risen, and Gustavus rescued himself without English aid. A winter march over the frozen belt and the siege of Copenhagen brought Denmark to its knees. In February 1658, Cromwell's ambassador mediated a peace between the rival powers at Rothschild. But the peace was short duration. In August 1658, a month before Cromwell died, the war broke out again, and once more Holland and Brandenburg came to the help of the Danes. The general Protestant League was impossible, because each Protestant power preferred to pursue its private aims and defend its private interests. Ambition and national traditions made Denmark and Sweden irreconcilable foes. Brandenburg was more anxious to secure its own independence than to propagate the faith. The Dutch sought first the interests of their commerce, and preferred, as Oliver complained, gain to godliness. In Cromwell's England, there were some who, like Morland, held it the greatest glory of the Protector that he had ever identified the interests of England with the interests of European Protestantism. But the merchants of London complained that they were ruined by the cessation of Spanish trade, and the war with Spain had lost him the hearts of the city. To the commercial classes, and to many Republican statesmen, Holland, not Spain, seemed the natural enemy of England, and bitter attacks on the late Protector's policy were heard in the Parliament of 1659. Yet the great position in Europe which Cromwell's energy had gained for England impressed the imagination of contemporaries. "He once more joined us to the continent," sang Marvell in his lines on Cromwell's death, while Spratt depicted him as waking the British lion from its slumbers, and Dryden as teaching it to roar. Contemporary historians struck the same note. Cromwell's greatness at home, admitted Clarendon, was a mere shadow of his greatness abroad. Burnet recorded with approval Cromwell's traditional boast, that he would make the name of Englishman as great as ever that of Roman had been. Still more glorious appeared the policy of the usurper in comparison with that of Charles II. "It is strange," noted Pepys, in 1667, "how everybody do nowadays reflect upon Oliver and commend him, what brave things he did, and made all the neighbor princes fear him." Then came a change. For 100 years it was the fashion to say that Cromwell, by allying himself with France against Spain, destroyed the balance of power in Europe, and produced that preponderance of France against which Europe struggled so long. People forgot that the overgrowth of French power was due to the complexity of Charles II, even more than to Oliver's cooperation, and that, with Oliver as his ally, Louis XIV would neither have attempted the partition of Holland nor revoked the Edict of Nantes. With modern historians, it is a commonplace to observe that Cromwell's foreign policy was anachronism, and that the era of religious wars ended with the Treaty of Westphalia, and that material and political motives alone determined thenceforth the relations of European powers. There is much truth in this criticism, but in the years which immediately followed that treaty, religious disputes entered so largely into political quarrels that it was not easy for contemporaries to perceive what is obvious enough to posterity. Least of all was such clearness of vision possible to the Puritan statesman, in whose mind the interest of religion took precedence of all other interests, and to the soldier who regarded war as the instrument with which the God of battles worked out his purpose on earth. Cromwell's foreign policy was in part a failure, but only in part. He promoted the material welfare of his country and saved her from foreign interference in her domestic affairs. Where he sought purely national interest, he succeeded, but it was impossible for him not to look beyond England. God's interest in the world, he said, is more extensive than all the people of these three nations. At another time he told his council, God has brought us hither to consider the work we may do in the world as well as at home. Others shared these views, and there were many Puritans who, like Cromwell, held that nations had duties as well as interests. The duty of a free commonwealth, wrote Harrington, was to relieve oppressed peoples, and to spread liberty and true religion in other lands. She is not made for herself only, but should be a minister of God upon the earth, to the intent that the whole world may be governed with righteousness. This was the dream that Cromwell sought to realize through his great Protestant League. Look at from one point of view. He seemed as practical as a commercial traveler, from another, a Puritan Don Quixote. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Nico Williams.
Chapter 19 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 19. Cromwell's Colonial Policy. Cromwell was the first English ruler who systematically employed the power of the government to increase and extend the colonial possessions of England. His colonial policy was not a subordinate part of his foreign policy, but an independent scheme of action based on definite principles and persistently pursued. As we have seen, it was his extra-European policy which ultimately determined his part in the great European struggle of his days. All the English colonies had grown up during Cromwell's lifetime. When he was born, England had none. He was 7 years old when James I granted a charter to the Virginian Company, and married in the year when the Pilgrim Fathers sailed in the Mayflower. It is probable that at one time he thought of emigrating himself, and it is certain that he felt the keenest interest in the Puritan settlers in New England. Ever since 1643, the Protector had been officially connected with the government of the colonies. He was one of the commissioners for the government of the plantations in America and the West Indies, whom Parliament appointed in November 1643, and was reappointed in 1646. But, in spite of their high title, these commissioners had little real power. Their authority might be obeyed in the islands, but on the continent of America it was hardly felt at all. The Civil War tended to loosen the tie which bound the colonies to the mother country. In May 1643, soon after it began, the 4 colonies of Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven had formed themselves into a confederation under the name of the United Colonies of New England. Strong enough to defend themselves without the aid of the mother country, they were little minded to submit to her control. When malcontents appealed from the courts of Massachusetts to the Parliament, parliamentary orders in their favour were disregarded, and the appellants were punished. At the same time, however, the New England colonies heartily sympathized with the Parliament in its struggles with the King. These outposts of Puritanism across the Atlantic sent many volunteers to the Puritan armies, more than one of whom did distinguished service and rose to high command. Still more important was the influence which the example and the ideas of New England exercised on the development of democracy and independency in England. At the time when the Commonwealth was established, the political tie between the English government and the New England colonies was little more than nominal, but the intellectual sympathy of the two was never stronger. In the islands and in the southern colonies, exactly the opposite process took place. There the general feeling was hostile to the Puritans and favourable to the King. When the war ended, fugitive royalists flocked to Barbados and Virginia, just as exiled Puritans had once sought refuge in New England. After the death of Charles I, Virginia, under the government of Sir William Berkeley, proclaimed Charles II and made it penal to justify his father's execution. Instigated by Lord Willoughby, Barbados refused to acknowledge the Republic, suppressed conventicles, banished Roundheads, laid claim to freedom of trade with all nations, and seemed about to declare its independence. But the statesmen who had made 3 kingdoms into one commonwealth by force of arms were not the men to suffer the colonies to shake off their allegiance. In the autumn of 1651, Sir George Ayscue, with a British fleet, was sent to reduce Barbados and Virginia to obedience, while at the same time the passing of the Navigation Act proved that the Republicans meant to strengthen, not to relax, the hold of the motherland on the colonies. That act bound the colonies to England by ensuring their commercial dependence upon her, and increased the maritime power of England by enriching its shipowners and merchants. But it was not simply the result of the jealousy of English against Dutch merchants, and it was something more than a sign of the rising power of the commercial classes. It was the first attempt on the part of England to legislate for the colonies as a whole, and to treat them as integral parts of one political system. By it, the statesmen of the Republic declared that England was to be henceforth regarded not simply as a European power, but as the centre of a world-wide empire. It is often said that the zeal for maritime and colonial dominion which marked the policy of Cromwell and of the Commonwealth was inspired by Elizabethan traditions, and to a certain extent it is true. But with statesmen and thinkers, this zeal for the expansion of England was also the result of a definite political theory. A stationary state, argued Harrington, and he expressed the views of his contemporaries, was a state doomed to weakness. The policy of the Republic must aim at increase and not merely at preservation. If it was to be lasting, it must lay great bases for eternity. If it was to be strong, it must have room to grow. You cannot plant an oak in a flower pot, said Harrington. She must have earth for her roots and heaven for her branches. The imperial purpose which had inspired the colonial policy of the Commonwealth found its fullest expression in the actions of the Protector. When Cromwell became Protector, the sovereignty of the English government was everywhere acknowledged, but it could scarcely be said that it had been cordially accepted. In the southern colonies there prevailed a strong anti-Puritan feeling. In New England a growing spirit of independence, while in continent and islands alike there was general aversion to the restrictions which the Navigation Act had imposed on colonial trade. Under that Act, the products of a colony could not be imported to England except in English or colonial ships, and no foreign ships might import to the colonies anything but the products of their own country. From Virginia came loud complaints that the law was the ruin of the poor planters. In Barbados, where the Dutch had carried on a considerable trade, the hostility to the law was still stronger. "It is strange to see how they generally dote upon the Dutch trade," wrote Winslow in 1655. Undeterred, the Protector continued to enforce the Act by confiscating Dutch ships caught trading in prohibited commodities to the islands or the southern colonies, though in the New England colonies the non-observance of the Act seems to have been tacitly permitted. As a compensation to the colonists, the growing of tobacco in England, where its production was beginning to obtain considerable success, was rigidly suppressed, and some attempt was made to develop a trade in shipping materials with the northern colonies. In the internal affairs of the colonies, or their relations with each other, Cromwell interfered very little. He protected the Puritan party in the islands, and appointed or removed governors. He endeavoured to arbitrate on the boundary disputes between Maryland and Virginia, and to settle the internal divisions of the Marylanders. In New England he sought to mediate between Rhode Island and the other colonies, ordering them to give the Rhode Islanders seasonable notice of any wars with the Indians, and to permit them to trade freely. To maintain a loving and friendly correspondence in all things that may contribute to the common advantage and benefit of the whole, was his advice to the New Englanders about their dealings with Rhode Island, and it aptly defines the aims of the Protector's own policy towards the colonies in general. The cornerstone of his policy was the maintenance of good relations between New England and the home government. The New Englanders constituted, as it were, the Puritan garrison in America, and there were weighty political reasons for conciliating them. Apart from this, Cromwell's feeling towards them as brethren in the faith was peculiarly warm, and warmly reciprocated. In 1651, Massachusetts thanked the Lord General for the tender care and undeserved respect he had on all occasions manifested towards it, and wished him prosperity in his great and godly undertakings. When he became Protector, it congratulated him on his being called by the Lord to supreme authority, whereat we rejoice, and shall pray for the continuance of your happy government, that under your shadow not only ourselves but all the churches may find rest and peace. Recognizing the sensitiveness with which Massachusetts feared any encroachment upon its right of self-government, Cromwell invited, rather than commanded it, to support his policy, and treated its remonstrances against his proposals with respect. Yet he was not jealous of its growing strength, made no attempt to prevent it coining money, and even favoured its extension over the smaller settlements on its northern border. Citizens of Massachusetts and New Englanders in general were freely employed by him, both in Great Britain and in the colonies themselves. The great privileges belonging to New England, wrote a Massachusetts agent, were matter of envy, as of some in other plantations, so of divers in England who trade to those places. But the Protector and many of his council were their very cordial friends. When Cromwell died, he was characterized in the diary of a Bostonian as a man of excellent worth, and one that sought the good of New England, though he seemed to be wanting in a thorough testimony against the blasphemers of our days. As characteristic of Cromwell's policy as his love for New England was his zeal for the extension of England's colonial possessions. When he became Protector, the war with the Dutch and the hostile relations existing with France supplied him with an opportunity which he was not slow to seize. At the beginning of the Dutch War, the Long Parliament had called on the New England colonies to attack the Dutch possessions in America, but the New England Confederation was divided and remained inactive. Massachusetts, partly from conscientious objections to attacking neighbours with whom it had no sufficient ground of quarrel, partly, no doubt, from political motives, stubbornly opposed the war. Connecticut, New Haven, and Plymouth, whose interests were more directly concerned, were eager to act, but unable to move without the support of their great associate. The Confederation seemed threatened with disruption. To some of the colonists, the whole future of New England seemed to depend on the result. "Our cure is desperate if the Dutch are not removed," wrote William Hooke of New Haven to Cromwell. "They lie close upon our frontiers westward, as the French do on the east, interdicting the enlargement of our borders any further that way, so that we and our posterity, now almost prepared to swarm forth plenteously, are confined and straitened, the sea lying before us, and a rocky rude desert, unfit for cultivation and destitute of commodity, behind our backs, all convenient places upon the sea coast being already possessed and planted." Cromwell answered the appeal without a moment's delay. In February 1654, he dispatched 3 ships and a few soldiers to New England, with instructions to capture the Dutch settlements in the Manhattoes and on the Hudson. The expedition was commanded by Major Robert Sedgwick of Massachusetts, with whom was associated Captain John Leverett of the same colony, once a captain in the army of the Eastern Association, and to be in future years Governor of Massachusetts. Cromwell's letter to the colonial governments told them that he would not inquire why they had not hitherto taken action, but he saw no consideration which should prevent any colony from cooperating with the rest in this work which concerned their common welfare. When the expedition arrived, even Massachusetts yielded so far as to permit the levy of 500 volunteers, while the other 3 colonies were zealous in raising men to extirpate the Dutch. But before they could march, news came of the conclusion of peace with the Dutch, and the design had to be abandoned. June 1654. On this, Sedgwick and his fleet, according to their instructions, made sail for the coast of Acadia, to take whatever French ships or settlements they could come across. Old complaints of their aggressions and the state of hostility which existed between France and England in Europe were held to justify the attack. Moreover, this deluding crew, as Leverett called the French settlers, had given it out amongst the Indians that the English were so and so valiant against the Dutch at sea, but that 1 Frenchman could beat 10 Englishmen ashore. Wherein, he adds, the Lord hath most obviously befooled them. For Sedgwick, with but 130 men, took first the fort of St. John's, next Port Royal, now Annapolis, and finally their strong fort on the Penobscot River. So the whole territory, from the Penobscot to the mouth of the St. Lawrence, passed under English dominion, and remained in English hands till it was given up by Charles II in 1668. After the French and the Dutch came the turn of the Spaniards. There were grievances more than enough to justify hostilities, and all the diplomatic representations of the Long Parliament had failed to procure their redress. England and Spain had been at peace in Europe ever since 1630, but that peace had never been observed in the Western Hemisphere. Spain still claimed, by virtue of the Pope's donation, exclusive dominion over islands it left unoccupied, and attacked all foreigners who attempted to colonize them. In 1634, the Spaniards drove out the English settlers from Tortuga. In 1641, a fleet from Cartagena captured and expelled the English colonists of New Providence on the Mosquito Coast. In 1651, Santa Cruz was surprised, 100 English inhabitants killed, and the rest forced to fly from the island. If an English ship sailing to an English colony met a Spanish fleet anywhere in western waters, it was likely to be attacked and plundered. If chance or storm drove an English ship on the coast of Cuba or Central America, the ship was confiscated and the crew set to work as convicts. Mixed with the desire to exact satisfaction for these injuries were other motives. Cromwell was bent on conquest for both religious and economic reasons. The islands Spain held in the West Indies were large and thinly populated, whilst the islands England possessed were small and filled to overflowing with people. Hispaniola was fertile, a country beyond compare, people said. Its conquest would provide a vent for the surplus population of the English settlements, for the unruly Highlanders of Scotland, and for the vagrants and criminals of England. Added to this, every piece of territory won from Spain was so much rescued from Catholicism and gained for Protestantism. In August 1654, therefore, Cromwell made up his mind to send an expedition to attack the Spanish settlements in the West Indies. General Venables, who was chosen to command it, showed scruples about the justice of attacking the Spaniards. He was told that if we had no peace with the Spaniards, then this could be no breach of the peace. If we had peace with them, they had broken it, and then it was but just for the English to seek reparation. Cromwell did not believe that war with Spain in the West Indies would necessarily lead to war with Spain in Europe. There were many precedents, and the practice of the Spaniards themselves to the contrary. The old Elizabethan maxim, no peace beyond the line, seemed still to hold good. Still more powerful was the recollection of the treasures which the Elizabethan sailors had brought home. What if Spain did declare war? It would be easy to intercept the galleons which brought the silver of Peru from Portobello to Havana and from Havana to Spain. A war with Spain was the most profitable of all wars, and at worst the profits of the captures would defray the cost of the expedition. In December 1654, a fleet of 38 ships, commanded by Admiral Penn, sailed from Portsmouth bearing General Venables and 2,500 soldiers. With them also went Edward Winslow, once governor of Plymouth Colony, now one of the commissioners appointed to assist Venables in the conduct of the expedition. As the New England colonies had been called on to contribute to the conquest of the Dutch, so the West Indian islands were expected to cooperate in the enterprise against the Spaniards. Nor were Cromwell's expectations disappointed. At Barbados and elsewhere, Venables enlisted enough men to raise his army to 7,000 men. Some took service in hopes of plunder, expecting to gain mountains of gold. With others, the desire for new lands was the chief incentive. St. Kitts, an island almost worn out by reason of the multitudes that live upon it, furnished 800 men. But, though the army was large, it was of bad material, badly armed, half-drilled, and with very little discipline. The officers knew little of their men, and the old soldiers, drafted from the different regiments in England to form the nucleus of the force, were not enough to leaven the lump. In April, Venables effected a landing on Hispaniola and marched through the woods to attack its capital, San Domingo. The Spaniards had stopped up the wells, and the soldiers who had no water bottles were worn out by thirst and fatigue before they came in sight of the town. Twice they fell into ambuscades and were shamefully repulsed by a handful of Spaniards. In the second defeat, they lost 8 colours and 400 men, while Major General Heene, disdaining to fly, fell pierced by a dozen Spanish lances as he strove to rally his broken regiment. Heavy rains and bad food completed the disorganization of the troops. Never did my eyes see men more discouraged, wrote Venables, and when a third attempt was proposed, the officers declined to lead their men, but offered to try to take the town without them. Hoping for better fortune elsewhere, Venables embarked his forces and sailed to attack Jamaica. Winslow died on the voyage, saying that the disgrace of the defeat had broken his heart. On May 10, 1655, the army landed at Jamaica, occupied its capital, Santiago de la Vega, without much resistance, and drove the Spaniards to fly to the mountains or to embark for Cuba. But now the troubles of the expedition began again. It was the rainy season, and the army, ill supplied with provisions, tools, and other necessaries, was decimated by sickness. Hundreds died of fevers and dysentery. Venables himself was so ill that his life was despaired of, and he was reported to be dead. In June, Penn with the bulk of the fleet sailed for England, and Venables followed a few days later. Each laid the blame of the failure on the other, and Cromwell, knowing how much their mutual quarrels had contributed to it, sent both to the Tower. They were soon released, but neither was ever employed again. The Protector was deeply mortified by the result of the expedition. "The Lord," saith he, "hath greatly humbled us," but nevertheless he persisted in his projects. Jamaica, he was told by men who knew it, was a better country than Hispaniola, more fertile, more healthful, better situated either for trade or for war, so he resolved to hold it and to make it the cornerstone of British power in the West Indies. To Major General Fortescue, whom Venables had left in command, Cromwell promised ample supplies and reinforcements. "We think," he added, "and it is much designed among us, to strive with the Spaniard for the mastery of all those seas." Writing to Vice Admiral Goodson, Fortescue's colleague, he reminded him that the war was a war not for dominion only, but for religion. "Set up your banners in the name of Christ, for undoubtedly it is his cause. And let the reproach and shame that hath been for your sins, and through the misguidance of some, lift up your hearts to confidence in the Lord, and for the redemption of his honour from men who attribute their success to their idols, the work of their own hands. The Lord himself hath controversy with your enemies, even with that Roman Babylon of which the Spaniard is the great under-proper. In this respect we fight the Lord's battles." The battle was long and hard. At the end of 1655, when Robert Sedgwick, the conqueror of Acadia, arrived at Jamaica with the first reinforcements, he found Fortescue dying, and the army in as sad and deplorable and distracted a condition as can be thought. The soldiery many dead, their carcasses lying unburied in the highways and among bushes. Many of them that were alive walked about like ghosts or dead men, who, as I walked through the town, lay groaning and crying out, "Bread, for the Lord's sake." Much of this suffering was due not to hardships or necessity, but to the mismanagement of the commanders and the misconduct of the men. Though they were dying at the rate of 100 a week, the survivors would do nothing to secure themselves against the climate, or to provide for their future subsistence. "Dig or plant they neither can nor will, but do rather starve than work," complained Sedgwick. He termed the soldiers a people so basely unworthy, lazy, and idle, as it cannot enter into the heart of any Englishman that such blood should run in the veins of any born in England. The Protector looked to New England and the islands to supply him with the planters and farmers whom the new colony needed. Above all, he desired to obtain as its nucleus a body of industrious, God-fearing Puritans, such as New England alone amongst the English colonies seemed able to supply. In 1650 he had asked the New Englanders to help in the recolonization of Ireland, and undeterred by his failure, he now invited them to remove to Jamaica. "Our desire is," said he, "that this place may be inhabited by people who know the Lord and walk in his fear, that by their light they may enlighten the parts about them, which was the chief end of our undertaking this design." Daniel Gookin of Massachusetts, Cromwell's agent, was commissioned to make large offers to his fellow citizens to induce them to emigrate. Ships were to be furnished for their transportation, they were to be given lands rent-free for 7 years, and to be free from all taxes for 3. They were to be guaranteed as large privileges and rights of self-government as any English city enjoyed. Cromwell felt confident that many would accept the offer, for remembering the early hardships of the settlers, he regarded New England as barren and unhealthy, and thought his new conquest a much better country. He made his offer, he declared, out of love and affection to themselves, and the fellow feeling we have always had of the difficulties and necessities they have been put to contest with, ever since they were driven from the land of their nativity into that barren wilderness, for their conscience' sake, which we could not but make manifest at this time, when, as we think, an opportunity is offered for their enlargement and removing them out of a barren country into a land of plenty. They had as clear a call he told Captain Leverett, to transport themselves from New England to Jamaica in order to their bettering their outward condition, as they had from England to New England. But the New Englanders were more prosperous than Cromwell imagined, and at the worst their climate was more healthful than that to which he invited them to remove. New Haven, threatened just then by an Indian war, was the only colony which seriously considered the proposal, and in the end it answered in the negative. In the reply of Massachusetts, intelligence from Jamaica of the mortality of the English race there was the only definite objection mentioned. Its people thanked the Protector for his good intentions with humble and effusive piety, promised him their prayers, and made it quite clear that they meant to stay where they were. 200 or 300 New Englanders accepted the invitation, but that was all. As little feasible was it to people Jamaica from Scotland or Ireland. Cromwell thought of transporting lowland vagrants and turbulent Highlanders on a large scale, but was told that any plan for compulsory emigration would set all Scotland in a blaze. There was a scheme discussed for transporting 1,000 Irish boys and as many Irish girls to Jamaica, but it came to nothing. Jamaica was colonized by the surplus population of the other West Indian islands. St. Kitts, Barbados, and the Bermudas sent numerous settlers, while the island of Nevis furnished 1,700, with its governor at their head. By degrees the mortality amongst soldiers and colonists diminished, cultivation spread, and a little trade in colonial products sprang up. Under Sedgwick's rule, the work of plantation really began. He died in May 1656, and was succeeded as governor by Major General William Braine, an officer who had been serving in Scotland under Monk, and to whose wisdom the pacification of the Western Highlands was chiefly due. Braine died in September 1657, infinitely lamented, wrote a colonist, being a wise man and perfectly qualified for the command and design. To him succeeded Colonel Edward D'Oyley, who governed Jamaica till after the restoration of Charles II. All this time the infant colony was engaged in an active war with the Spaniards, both by sea and land. The fleet lay in wait for the Spanish treasure ships, or attacked the towns on the Spanish Main. In 1655 Goodson took Santa Martha, in 1656 Rio de la Hacha. Sedgwick was much opposed to these buccaneering raids, thinking them not only unprofitable, but harmful. "We are not able," he wrote, "to possess any place we attack, and so in no hope thereby to effect our intention in dispensing anything of the true knowledge of God to the inhabitants. To the Indians and blacks," he added, "we shall make ourselves appear a cruel, bloody, and ruinating people, which will cause them, I fear, to think us worse than the Spaniard." Few shared these conscientious scruples. In 1657 Captain Christopher Mings took Coro and Cumana in Venezuela, bringing home more plunder than ever was brought to Jamaica, and enriching the whole island. And the buccaneering spirit, which produced such demoralizing results in later years, tainted the colony from its birth. On their part, the Spaniards made repeated attempts to reconquer Jamaica. Some still lurked in the forests and mountains, and, aided by the mulattoes and negroes, cut off small parties of settlers. Spain sent fresh soldiers to Cuba, and expeditions from Santiago or Havana landed more than once on the northern coast of Jamaica. In 1657 D'Oyley killed or took a party of 300. In 1658 he defeated 30 companies of Spanish foot, who had established themselves near Rio Nova, killing 300, taking 100 prisoners, and storming the fort they had built. He sent 10 flags as trophies to Cromwell, but the Protector was dead ere the news of the victory reached him. So, writes a colonial historian, he never had one syllable of anything that was grateful from the vastest expense and the greatest design that was ever made by the English. Yet, though to Cromwell himself the history of his West Indian expedition must have seemed a dreary record of failure, it was in reality the most fruitful part of his external policy, and produced the most abiding results. Through it, the Spaniards were forced to refrain from molesting the English colonies in the West Indies, and England obtained, as he desired, the mastery of those seas. Unlike other parts of his policy, it was not reversed, but maintained at the Restoration. Charles II kept Jamaica, and forced Spain with a high hand to submit to its retention by England. He succeeded in effecting the conquest of Dutch America, which Cromwell had been so eager to undertake. He ceded Acadia to France, but his successors won it back, and won all Canada too. Under him and under them the power of the home government was systematically directed to the defence of existing colonies and the foundation of new ones. Thus the colonial policy which Cromwell and the statesmen of the Republic had initiated became the permanent policy of succeeding rulers, and it became so because it represented not the views of a particular party, but the aspirations and the interests of Englishmen in general. End of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Cromwell and his Parliaments. From 1654 to 1658, the fundamental question of English politics was whether Cromwell would succeed in securing the assent of the nation to the authority which the army had conferred upon him. Foreigners saw the situation clearly. After the famous Swedish Chancellor Oxenstierna had heard Whitlock's account of the foundation of the Protectorate, he told him there was but one thing remaining for the Protector to do, and that was to get him a back and breast of steel. "What do you mean?" asked Whitlock. "I mean," replied the Chancellor, "the confirmation of his being Protector by your Parliament, which will be his best and greatest strength." Cromwell himself was not content to remain the nominee of the soldiers, and wished to govern by consent and not by force. But two great obstacles stood always in his way. One was the rooted aversion of Englishmen to the rule of the sword, which was the origin of his power. The other was the traditions of the House of Commons. In January 1649 it had claimed to be the supreme power in the state, in the right of the sovereign people it represented, and that claim once made could never be forgotten. To one section of the Republicans, the only legitimate government was the expelled Long Parliament, granted by statute the right never to be dissolved but by its own consent. To another section, any elected Parliament was as all-powerful as the people from which its rights were derived. To admit the right of any external power to limit the authority of Parliament seemed to both a betrayal of the liberty of the nation. The first Parliament elected under the provisions of the instrument of government met in September 1654. The majority of its members were Presbyterians or moderate independents, for the extreme men of the little Parliament had been rejected at the polls. It soon became evident that while the House was prepared to accept Cromwell as head of the state, it was not willing to accept the constitution which the officers had devised. Instead of contenting itself with the functions of a legislature, it claimed to be a constituent assembly. The Protector might exercise the executive power, provided the representatives of the people settled the terms upon which he held it. The government, ran the formula adopted, should be in the Parliament, and a single person limited or restrained as the Parliament should think fit. The coordinate and independent power which the instrument of government gave the Protector was first called in question, and Parliament once more laid claim to sovereignty. Cromwell thought it necessary to intervene to maintain his own authority and that of the Constitution. He offered a compromise. Parliament might revise the Constitution if its essentials were left untouched. Circumstantials they might alter, fundamentals they must accept. Those fundamentals he summed up in 4 principles: government by a single person and Parliament, the division of the control of the military forces between Parliament and the Protector, limitation of the length of time which a Parliament might sit, and finally liberty of conscience. As for himself, Cromwell asserted that his title to rule had been ratified by the nation. The army, the city, most of the boroughs and counties of England had by their addresses signified their approval. The judges, by taking out new commissions, had accepted his authority. The sheriffs, by proceeding to elections in accordance with his writs, and the members themselves chosen in those elections, had thereby owned it too. Either directly or indirectly, therefore, his power was founded on the acceptance and consent of the people. For the good of these nations and their posterity, he would maintain the present settlement against all opposition. The wilful throwing away of this government, so owned by God, so approved by men, I can sooner be willing to be rolled into my grave, and buried with infamy, than I can give my consent unto. About 100 members were excluded from the House for refusing to sign an engagement to be faithful to the Commonwealth and the Protector, and not to alter the government as settled in a single person and Parliament. The rest, accepting the Protector's invitation, proceeded to revise the Constitution. Many days they spent in these debates, wasting much time in futile disputes about words, but making some judicious amendments. They made the office of Protector elective, and the Council more dependent upon Parliament. On the other hand, they restricted the Protector's veto over legislation, and sought to limit the toleration granted by the Constitution. A list of damnable heresies was to be drawn up, and 20 articles of faith were to be enumerated, which no man was to be permitted to controvert. At this both the army and the Protector took alarm, and Cromwell was petitioned by the officers to intervene. In the end it was agreed that the question of heresy should be left to the joint decision of Protector and Parliament. But another question remained behind on which no compromise was possible. By the instrument, the Protector was empowered to maintain a standing army of 30,000 men, but at the close of 1654 the forces actually on foot in the three nations amounted to 57,000. The annual expenditure of the state had risen to £2,670,000, whilst the revenue amounted only to £2 millions and a quarter. Parliament was eager to reduce taxation, and above all to reduce the cost of the army, which amounted to £1,560,000 per annum. It demanded the reduction of the army to the legal maximum, voted after much discussion a revenue of £1,300,000, which it held to be sufficient to maintain an army of 30,000, and promised to provide money to pay off the 27,000 men to be disbanded. At the same time it insisted that the control of the military forces of the nation should belong to Parliament, not to the Protector. On this question Oliver could not yield. In his opinion, and in the opinion of his council, 30,000 men were not sufficient to keep the three nations in peace. The royalist rising in Scotland was only just put down, and Ireland, though subdued, was seething with discontent. In England, preparations for an insurrection were in progress, encouraged by the disputes between Parliament and the Protector. Dissettlement and division, discontent and dissatisfaction, he said, together with real dangers to the whole, have been more multiplied within these 5 months of your sitting than in some years before. Foundations have been laid for the future renewing of the troubles of these nations by all the enemies of them abroad and at home. The Cavaliers, said Cromwell, had been for some time furnishing themselves with arms, nothing doubting but that they should have a day for it, and verily believing that whatsoever their former disappointments were, there should have been more done for them by and from our divisions than they were able to do for themselves. The Levellers were working in concert with the Cavaliers, endeavouring to put us into blood and confusion, more desperate and dangerous confusion than England ever yet saw. Republicans of position were joining with the Levellers to create discontent and mutiny amongst the soldiers, and the delay to vote money for the payment of the army, and the insufficiency of the sum yet voted, had furthered these designs. The army in Scotland was 30 weeks behind with its pay, and in danger of being reduced to take free quarters. A plot had been discovered to seize Monk, make someone else general, and march the army into England to overthrow the government. Under such conditions, it was impossible for the Protector to consent to so great a reduction of the army, or to give up the control of it. "If," said he, "the power of the militia should be yielded up at such a time as this, when there is as much need of it to keep this cause as there was to get it, what would become of us all?" Nor was it possible for him at any time to surrender the control of the army if the balance of the constitution was to be preserved. Unless that control were equally shared between the Protector and Parliament, said Cromwell, it would put an end to the Protector's power for doing the good he ought, or hindering Parliament from perpetuating themselves, from imposing what religion they please in the consciences of men, or what government they please upon the nation. If this fundamental principle were abandoned, all the others would be endangered. Therefore, he concluded, I think it my duty to tell you that it is not for the profit of these nations, nor for common and public good, for you to continue here any longer. The plots of which Cromwell had spoken were widespread and dangerous, but the vigilance of the government nipped them in the bud. Major General Overton, whom the Scottish mutineers had pitched upon as their leader, was imprisoned first in the Tower and then in Jersey. Major General Harrison, whom the Fifth Monarchy men in England relied upon to head them, was sent to Casbrook Castle. Major Wildman, the chief of the Levellers, was arrested in the act of dictating a declaration of the free and well-affected people of England now in arms against the tyrant Oliver Cromwell. The seizure of many royalist agents paralysed the plots of the Cavaliers. Their rising had been fixed to take place on February 13th, but it was adjourned for 3 weeks, and when March came, though there were gatherings in half a dozen places, so few obeyed the signal that the conspirators generally dispersed and went home again. The only actual outbreak took place at Salisbury, where Colonel Penruddock and Sir Joseph Wagstaff got together 300 or 400 men and proclaimed Charles II. Then they made for Cornwall, where royalist feeling was still strong, but they were overtaken and routed by Cromwell's soldiers at South Molton in Devonshire. Penruddock and a few others were executed, and some scores of their followers were transported to the West Indies to work in the sugar plantations. As soon as the insurrection was over, Cromwell, to show his desire to diminish the burdens of the nation, and his wish to meet as far as possible the reasonable demands of the late Parliament, took in hand the reduction of the army. During the summer and autumn of 1655, 10,000 or 12,000 men were disbanded, and the pay of those maintained in the service was diminished. Then followed an extension of military rule which brought more odium upon the Protector than any other act of his government. England was divided into 12 districts, and over each was set an officer with the local rank of Major General, and a special duty of maintaining the order of his district. He was charged to put in force an elaborate system of police regulations meant to prevent conspiracies against the government, and to see to the execution of all laws relating to public morals. He had command of the local militia and of a troop of horse raised in every country to supplement it. This standing militia of horse, as it was termed, consisted of about 6,000 men, paid a small sum as a retaining fee, and liable to be called out at a day's notice. The £80,000 a year required to maintain them was to be procured by a tax of 10% on the income of the royalist gentry, the assessment and collection of which was entrusted to the Major Generals assisted by local commissioners. As a measure of police, the institution was a great success, but politically it was a great mistake. It was a reversal of the policy which Cromwell had hitherto followed. By the amnesty he had carried in 1652, and by the repeal of the compulsory engagement to be faithful to the Commonwealth, Cromwell had sought to induce the Royalists to forget their defeat and to become good citizens. In the declaration now published, the justify his proceedings for securing the peace of the nation, he adopted the view that the Royalists were irreconcilable. They had laboured, he complained, to keep themselves distant and separate from the well-affected, as if they would avoid the very beginning of union. They bred their children under the ejected clergy, and confined their marriages within their own party, as if they meant to entail their quarrel and prevent the means to reconcile posterity. People might say it was unjust to punish all the Royalists for the fault of a few, but the whole party generally were involved in this business, either directly or indirectly. Therefore, if there were need of greater forces to carry on the work, it was a most righteous thing to put the charge on that party which was the cause of it. The defence convinced only the supporters of the government. To the rest of England, the arbitrary and inquisitorial proceedings of the major generals were sufficient to condemn the institution. It was evident that the military party amongst the Protector's advisers had obtained the upper hand of the lawyers and civilians. The Protectorate, which had hitherto striven to seem a moderate and constitutional government, stood revealed as a military despotism. Meanwhile, a legal opposition more dangerous than Royalist plots threatened the Protector's authority. The lawyers began to call in question the validity of his ordinances, and the judges to manifest scruples about enforcing them. Whitelock and Widdrington, two of the commissioners of the Great Seal, resigned their posts because of scruples about executing the ordinance of reform of Chancery. Judges Newdigate and Thorpe declined to act on the commission appointed for the trial of the insurgents in the north. A merchant named Coney refused to pay customs duties not imposed by Act of Parliament, and his counsel, Sergeant Twisden, asserted that their levy by Cromwell's ordinance was contrary to Magna Carta. Chief Justice Roll, before whom the case came, resigned his place to avoid determining the question. Cromwell met this opposition by arresting those who refused to pay taxes, sending Coney's lawyers to the Tower, and replacing the doubters by more compliant judges. Coney, intimidated or cajoled, withdrew his plea, and the lawyers apologized and submitted. Necessity was the Protector's only excuse for these despotic acts. The people, he had asserted, when he dissolved Parliament, will prefer their safety to their passions, and their real security to forms, when necessity calls for supplies. Convinced the maintenance of his government was for the good of the people, he was resolved to maintain it by force, and did not shrink from the avowal. "'Tis against the will of the nation. There will be 9 in 10 against you," Calamy is reported to have told Cromwell when he assumed his protectorship. "Very well," said Cromwell, "but what if I should disarm the 9 and put a sword in the 10th man's hands? Would not that do the business?" Nevertheless, neither the argument from necessity nor the appeal to force could persuade the Republican leaders to recognize the authority of the government. Men like Vane and Ludlow steadily refused even an engagement not to act against it. "Why will you not own this government to be a legal government?" said Lambert to Ludlow. "Because," replied Ludlow, "it seems to me to be in substance a re-establishment of that which we all engaged against, and had of a great expense of blood and treasure abolished." "What is it you would have?" asked the Protector himself. "That which we fought for," said Ludlow, "that the nation might be governed by its own consent." "I am as much for government by consent as any man," answered Cromwell, "but where shall we find that consent?" That was the difficulty. Ludlow said that the consent required was that of those of all sorts who had acted with fidelity and affection to the public. Vane, in his Healing Question, said that a convention representing the whole body of adherents to this cause was the only body that had a right to determine the government of the nation. Both were blind to the fact that the divisions of the Puritan party had made agreement impossible, and that government by consent would necessarily bring about the restoration of the Stuarts. In the summer of 1656, the Protector summoned a second Parliament, although according to the terms of the instrument he need not have done so till 1657. He needed money to carry on the war with Spain, and the Major Generals told him that they could secure the election of members favourable to the government. When the elections came, the Major Generals had an unpleasant surprise. Everywhere the arbitrary measures of the last 18 months had aroused great discontent. No courtiers, no swordsmen was the popular cry, and in the counties where the electorate was too large to be overawed, a large number of opposition candidates were returned. When Parliament met, the Protector's Council assumed the right to decide on the qualifications of the persons elected, and excluded 100 members as disaffected to the government. Those excluded protested, but their protest was unheeded. Those allowed to sit submitted with hardly a murmur. They were in general moderate Presbyterians or Independents, willing to support any government which promised tranquillity to a nation weary of political strife. Their willingness to accept Cromwell as Protector was shown by an act annulling the title of the Stuarts to the throne, and by another making it high treason to plot for the overthrow of his government. The capture of the Spanish treasure ships by Stannard, which happened just about the opening of the session, gave Cromwell's foreign policy the prestigious success, and the House responded to his appeal for supplies by approving the Spanish War and voting £400,000 for its expenses. On other questions, it soon appeared how little even adherents of the Protectorate sympathized with the Protector's hostility to religious persecution, and how much they resented the arbitrary proceedings of the Major Generals. In the case of James Naylor, the House assumed judicial power, and many members were eager to punish his blasphemies with death. Cromwell's intervention was repulsed, and Naylor was sentenced to be branded, scourged, and imprisoned at pleasure. Still more bitter was the struggle over the bill for continuing the decimation tax imposed on the Cavaliers of the support of the new militia. The Major Generals were attacked from all quarters of the House. The tax was denounced as unjust and as a breach of the public faith. Cromwell's son-in-law Claypole spoke against the bill, and so did his trusted counsellor Lord Broghill. Excepting the soldiers themselves, few defended it, and it was finally negated by an overwhelming majority. While these debates were still in progress, a new plot against the Protector's life was discovered. Miles Sindercombe, a discharged soldier of levelling principles, after the failure of several schemes for shooting Cromwell from a window on his way to Hampton Court, or assassinating him in his coach as he took the air in Hyde Park, attempted to set Whitehall Chapel on fire, hoping to find a better opportunity in the confusion. When an account of the plot was laid before Parliament, Mr. Ashe, a Presbyterian member of little note, moved a startling addition to the address of congratulation. It would tend very much to the preservation of himself and us, he declared, that His Highness would be pleased to take upon him the government according to the ancient constitution. Both our liberties and peace and the preservation and privilege of His Highness would then be founded upon an old and sure foundation. The same suggestion had often been made outside the walls of the House. In the first draft of the instrument of government, the officers had offered Cromwell the title of King instead of Protector, and he had refused it. In August 1655, a petition had been circulated in London, pressing Cromwell to assume the title of King or Emperor, but its author had been reprimanded by the Council, and the petition suppressed. At the close of 1656, the victories over the Spaniards had roused a widespread feeling that Cromwell was worthy to be enrolled amongst English kings. It found expression in Waller's verses on the capture of the Spanish treasure ships. "Let it be as the glad nation praise," sang the poet. "Let the rich all forthwith be melted down, and state fixed by making him a crown. With ermine clad and purple let him hold a royal sceptre made of Spanish gold." But neither foreign glories nor domestic dangers were so strong a motive for the revival of monarchy as the desire to return to constitutional government. The reaction against the rule of the Fifth Monarchy men had made Cromwell Protector, The reaction against the rule of the swordsman produced the attempt to make him king. They are so highly incensed against the arbitrary actings of the major generals, wrote an observing member of Parliament, that they are greedy of any power that will be ruled and limited by law. Ashe's suggestion was denounced as a crime by a few staunch Republicans, but it fell upon fruitful ground. 5 weeks later, Alderman Pack, one of the members for London, brought in a bill proposing a revision of the Constitution and a revival of monarchy. Republicans regarded the scheme as prompted by Cromwell himself, but in reality it was the work of the merchants and the lawyers of the Middle Party. Again the military element in the House took one side, and the civil the other. The major generals, backed by the soldiers and the Republicans, stubbornly contested the bill, article by article, but at last, on March 25th, the House resolved by 123 to 62 votes that the Protector should be asked to assume the name and office of King. On the 31st of March, the scheme was presented to the Protector for acceptance, under the title of the Humble Petition and Advice of Parliament. Cromwell's answer was hesitating and ambiguous. He expressed his thanks for the honour done him, and his approval of the new constitution, but ended with a refusal. He said that as he could not accept a part of the scheme without accepting the whole, he could not find it his duty to God and the Parliament to undertake this charge under that title. For the next 5 weeks committees of Parliament argued with the Protector to remove his scruples, and to prove the necessity of his accepting the crown. The title meant everything to them. Parliament, wrote Thurlow, will not be persuaded that there can be a settlement any other way. The title is not the question, but it's the office, which is known to the laws and to the people. They know their duty to a king and his to them. Whatever else there is will be wholly new, and upon the next occasion will be changed again. Besides, they say the name Protector came in with the sword, and will never be the ground of any settlement, nor will there be a free Parliament, so long as that continues, and as it savours of the sword now, so it will at last bring all things to be military. But the same reasons which made the revival of monarchy seem so desirable to Parliament and the lawyers made it obnoxious to the army. A month before the offer of the crown to Cromwell, Major General Lambert and 100 officers petitioned him to refuse it. Cromwell answered with firmness. To him their objections to the title seemed overstrained and unreasonable. Time was, he reminded them, when they boggled not at the word king. For his own part, he added, he loved the title as little as they did. It was only a feather in a hat. But the policy of the officers had failed. The constitution they had drawn up needed mending. The experiment of the major generals had ended in failure. It is time, he concluded, to come to a settlement, and to lay aside arbitrary proceedings so unacceptable to the nation. Cromwell was desirous to accept the constitution drawn up by Parliament, because it seemed to secure that settlement by consent of the nation so long and so vainly sought. I am hugely taken with the thing, settlement with the word and with the notion of it, declared Cromwell to the Parliamentary Committee. I think he is not worthy to live in England that is not. In itself the constitutional scheme contained in the petition and advice seemed a good scheme. There was the monarchical element which Cromwell had pronounced desirable in 1657. There were the checks on the arbitrary power of the House of Commons, which he always thought necessary, not only the existence of a written constitution, such as the officers had devised in 1653, but in the revival of a second chamber as a balance to the Commons. Civil liberties seemed fully provided for, and that great natural and civil liberty, liberty of conscience, securely guaranteed. The things provided in the petition, asserted Cromwell, do secure the liberties of the people of God, so as they never before had them. For 5 weeks these conferences continued. I do judge of myself, said the Protector soon after they began, that there is no necessity of this name of king, for the other name may do as well. He was even disposed to think that God had blasted the title as well as the family which had borne it. Moreover, he told Parliament many good men could not swallow the title, and they should not run the risk of losing one friend or one servant for the sake of a thing that was of so little importance. If left to himself, the Protector would probably have waived his scruples and accepted, but this last consideration decided his answer. From many a staunch Cromwellian outside the army, letters and parliaments against kingship reached Cromwell. He was plainly told that for him to re-edify that old structure of government which God by his instrumentality had overthrown, and to set up again that monarchy which Parliament had declared burdensome and destructive to the nation, would be a fearful apostasy. In the army it was clear that his acceptance of the crown would create an irreconcilable schism. When the day for his final answer came, Fleetwood, Desborough, and Lambert threatened to lay down their commissions if he accepted, and that morning about 30 officers presented a petition to Parliament, begging it to press the Protector no more, and protesting against revival of kingship. On May 8, 1657, Cromwell answered Parliament with another refusal, saying, "Though I think the Act of Government doth consist of very excellent parts in all, but that one thing of the title as to me, I cannot undertake this government with the title of King." Parliament, though much disappointed, took the hint these words contained. Had Cromwell definitely refused when the petition and advice was first offered to him, Parliament would have thrown up the whole scheme in disgust. As it was, in its anxiety to obtain his acceptance, it had adopted all the amendments which he suggested during the conferences, and had gone too far to abandon the constitution so carefully elaborated. On May 25th the petition and advice was presented to Cromwell again, with the title of Protector substituted for that of King, and this time he gave his assent to it. In Westminster Hall on Friday the 26th of June, he was for the second time installed as Protector, with great pomp and ceremony. The Speaker, as representative of Parliament, invested him with a robe of purple velvet, lined with ermine, being the habit anciently used at the investiture of princes, presented him with a Bible, girt a sword to his side, and put a golden sceptre into his hands. He took the oath to maintain the Protestant religion, and to preserve the peace and the rights of the free nations, and sat down in the chair of state. The trumpets sounded, the people shouted, "God save the Lord Protector," and the heralds made proclamation after the ancient fashion when kings were crowned. Cromwell had gained what he desired. At last his authority rested upon a constitutional basis. Henceforth he was not merely the nominee of the army, but the elect of the representatives of the people. Moreover, under the petition and advice his powers were more extensive than they had been under the instrument of government. He had acquired the right to nominate his own successor, and to appoint, subject to the approval of Parliament, the 70 members of the new Second Chamber. He had obtained a permanent revenue of £1,300,000, which Parliament held sufficient to cover the ordinary expenditure of government in time of peace, while for the next 3 years he had been granted an additional revenue of £600,000 to meet the costs of the war. On the other hand, the authority of Parliament had been enlarged, and that of the Protector's Council diminished. Parliament had gained control over its own elections, and the arbitrary exclusion of his members was made henceforth impossible. But it remained to be seen whether a Parliament, representing all sections of the Puritan party, would accept a settlement made by a packed Parliament, or whether the newly devised Second Chamber would be a more effectual check to the lower house than the paper limitations of the instrument of government. In January 1658, when Parliament met again after a 6 months' vacation, the situation was altered. About 40 of the Protector's chief supporters in the lower house had been called to the new Second Chamber, and their places had not been filled up by fresh elections. At the same time, all the leading Republicans excluded at the opening of the first session, old parliamentary hands, skilful in debate, and bitterly hostile to the Protectorate, swelled the ranks of the opposition. Instead of there being a strong government majority, the two parties in the House of Commons were pretty equally balanced. Nevertheless, the Protector's opening speech was full of hope and confidence. Looking back on the past work of this Parliament and the settlement achieved by it, his heart overflowed with gratitude and gladness. How God hath redeemed us as we stand this day, not from trouble and sorrow and anger only, but into a blessed and happier state and condition, comprehensive of all interests. We have peace and rest out of 10 years' war, religious freedom after years of persecution. Who could have forethought, when we were plunged into the midst of our troubles, that ever the people of God should have had liberty to worship God without fear of enemies? Let them own what God had done, and build on this foundation of civil and spiritual liberties which he had given them. If God shall bless you in this work, continued Cromwell, and make the meeting happy on that account, you shall be called the blessed of the Lord. The generations to come shall bless us. You shall be the repairers of breaches and restorers of paths to dwell in. If there be any higher work which mortals can attain unto in the world beyond this, I acknowledge my ignorance of it. Cromwell was speedily undeceived. As soon as the proceedings began, it was evident that the breach between the two houses was imminent. In Cromwell's second speech to them, 4 days after the session began, he spoke of his fears rather than his hopes. Abroad, he said, the Protestant cause was in danger through the complications in northern Europe, and Charles II had got together an army and was projecting a landing in England. At home, the Cavaliers were planning another insurrection, but the greatest danger lay in their own divisions. Take us in that temper we are in. It is the greatest miracle that ever befell the sons of men, that we are got again to peace. Consider how many different sects and parties there were in the nation, each striving to be uppermost. If God did not hinder, it would all make up one confusion. We should find there would be but one Cain in England. If God did not restrain, we should have another more bloody civil war than ever we had in England. What stood between England and anarchy except the army, and except the government established by the petition and advice? Have you any frame or model of things which will satisfy the minds of men, if this be not the frame? The Republican leaders, who had now obtained the guidance of the lower house, were deaf to these arguments. They were pledged by oath to be true and faithful to the Lord Protector, and not to contrive anything against his lawful authority, and they were careful to keep the word of promise to the ear. But they insisted on discussing the petition and advice over again, taking nothing for granted which had been done during their absence. Unless you make foundation sure, it will not do your work, said Haseleg. We, who were not privy to your debates upon which you made your resolutions, should have liberty to debate it over again, added another. With great acuteness they fixed upon the authority of the new Second Chamber as the point of attack, denied it to be a House of Lords as Cromwell styled it, and insisted that its proper title, according to the petition and advice, was the other House. If it were suffered to call itself a House of Lords, it would claim all the legislative and judicial powers the old lords had possessed. And then what would become of the rights of the people? The people, said Scott, had been by the providence of God set free from any authority which could exercise a veto on their resolutions. Will they thank you if you bring such a negative upon them? What was fought for but to arrive at the capacity to make your own laws? The Commons of England, chimed in Haseleg, will quake to hear that they are returning to Egypt. For 7 whole sittings these debates continued, and the lower house refused to have any dealings with the upper house until this question was decided. To the Republicans the title meant everything. Admit Lords, and you admit all, argued Ashley Cooper. I can suffer to be torn in pieces, cried Haseleg. I could endure that, but to betray the liberties of the people of England, that I cannot. The Republican leaders did not confine their opposition to words. Some of them entered into communication with the malcontents in the city and the army. It was arranged that the petition should be presented, signed by 10,000 persons in London, demanding the limitation of the Protector's power over the army, and a recognition of the House of Commons as the supreme authority in the nation. In reply, the House was to vote an address asserting both these principles, and if need be to appoint Fairfax commander-in-chief instead of Cromwell. The Republicans expected to be backed by part of the army, for there were rumours of disaffection in the ranks. Soldiers had been heard to say that under pretence of liberty of conscience they had been fooled into betraying the civil liberties of their country, and all to make one family great. And nowhere was the hostility to the new House of Lords stronger than amongst the officers of the Protector's own regiment of horse. The scheme came to Cromwell's ears, and the next morning he sent a sudden summons to both houses to meet him, February 4, 1658. He was Protector, he told them, by virtue of the petition and advice. There is not a man living can say I sought it. No, not a man nor woman treading upon English ground. They had petitioned and advised him to undertake his office, and he looked to them to make their engagements good. Then, addressing himself to the members of the Commons, he complained that instead of owning the settlement made by their consent, they were attempting to upset it. The nation is in likelihood of running into more confusion in these 15 or 16 days that you have sat than it have been from the rising of the last session to this day, through the intention of devising a commonwealth again, that some people might be the men that might rule all. Some were endeavouring to engage the army to carry that thing, others to stir up the people of this town into a tumulturing. These things tended to nothing else but the playing of the King of Scots game, and could end in nothing but blood and confusion. I think it high time, he concluded, that an end be put to your sitting, and I do dissolve this Parliament, and let God be judge between you and me. Amen, responded the defiant Republicans. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. The Death of Cromwell, 1658 to 1660. To contemporaries, the Protectorate had never seemed stronger than it did in the summer of 1658. From the dissolution of Cromwell's last Parliament, writes Clarendon, all things at home and abroad seemed to succeed to his wish, and his power and greatness to be better established than ever it had been. Military, mutiny, royalist insurrection, projected invasion, the three dangers which threatened his rule in the spring had all been successfully overcome. The conspiracies were frustrated by the timely arrest of their leaders. Some disaffected officers lost their commissions. A few of the Fifth Monarchy men were imprisoned, while about a dozen royalists were tried by a High Court of Justice, of whom 5 suffered on the scaffold or the gallows. Abroad, the victory of the Dunes and the capture of Dunkirk shed new lustre on English arms, and raised Cromwell's fame still higher in Europe, while the splendid reception of Lord Fauconberg at the French court, and a complimentary mission sent by Louis XIV to the Protector, attested the value which the most powerful sovereign in Europe set on Cromwell's friendship. Modern historians have taken a less favourable view of the situation than contemporaries did. Some have assumed that Cromwell's power was tottering to its fall, and that he must have succumbed to the difficulties that surrounded him. He was faced, it has been said, by the certainty of bankruptcy without a supply for Parliament, and a certainty of overthrow if he summoned Parliament. Both statements are exaggerated, for neither difficulty was insuperable. Cromwell had been faced by both ever since he began to rule, and his government had contrived to live through them. In 1658, the financial difficulty was more serious than the parliamentary difficulty. When the Long Parliament was expelled, the national finances were in a state of chaos. The monthly property tax had risen to £120,000 per mensem. There was a debt of about £700,000, and the Crown lands, church lands, and confiscated estates, which were the great resource of the Treasury in emergencies, had almost all been sold. During the Protectorate, the financial administration was improved, public money thriftily husbanded, and taxation reduced. The monthly assessment was lowered first to £90,000, then to £60,000, and finally to £50,000. But as the reduction of the expenditure of the state did not proceed at the same pace, the receipts did not balance the outgoings. The income of Cromwell's government for 1657 to 1658 may be estimated at about £1,900,000, while his expenses were about £400,000 more. The army cost about £1 million, the navy about £900,000, and the civil government about £300,000. The causes of this large defect were two. One was the cost of holding down Ireland and Scotland, the revenues of which were insufficient to defray the cost of their garrisons, so that the English treasury had to supply about £250,000 a year for that purpose. The second cause was the Protector's foreign policy. It was calculated by financiers that less than £500,000 was enough to maintain a fleet sufficient for defensive purposes, but a navy strong enough to fight Spain for the mastery of the western seas, blockade the Spanish coasts, and interfere in the disputes of the Baltic powers cost twice that sum. The consequence of this was that the Protector's government was always embarrassed for money, and that considerable debt accumulated. By the spring of 1659, that debt amounted to about £1,350,000. Had the financiers of the Protectorate, like the financiers of the time of William III, adopted the device of funding the debt and raising loans to cover the defects caused by war, the difficulty would have been temporarily solved. But as the conditions of the time and a want of skill amongst Cromwell's financial advisers prevented the adoption of that plan, the only course was to reduce expenditure, or to obtain larger supplies from Parliament. Neither of which things was easy, but neither impossible. After the successful campaign of 1658, it became evident that Spain would be forced to make peace, and a reduction both in naval and military expenditure became feasible. In the opinion of the French ambassador, a shrewd observer, and deeply concerned in forming a right estimate of the question, there was nothing in the financial embarrassments of the government to endanger its stability. As little danger, according to his view, was there of its overthrow by Parliament. The temporary success of the Republicans in the second session of the last Parliament was due to a cause which would not recur, that is, the weakening of the government majority by the withdrawal of 40 of its supporters to form the new Second Chamber. The Protectorate had gained, rather than lost, parliamentary strength. While the result of the Parliament of 1654 had been to weaken the authority of the Protector, the result of that of 1656 had greatly increased it. In the summer of 1658, therefore, the Protector resolved to summon another Parliament toward the close of the year, and but for his death the intention would have been fulfilled. It was confidently expected on all hands that the offer of the Crown would have been renewed by that body, and as the elections of December 1658 proved, the government would have had a majority of at least 3 to 2. The support which Richard Cromwell obtained from Parliament negatives the theory that the opposition would have succeeded in the attempt to overthrow his father. Events prove clearly that the maintenance of the Protectorate depended on the fidelity of the army. At the commencement of the Protectorate, it numbered not less than 60,000 men. In December 1654, there were still 53,000 men in arms in the Free Nations, in spite of recent reductions. By the end of the Protectorate it numbered, including the troops employed in Flanders and Jamaica, about 48,000 men. During this period, a considerable change had taken place in its character and composition. Officers opposed to the government had been, one after another, deprived of their commands. Harrison in December 1653, Overton and 4 other colonels in 1654, Lambert in 1657, Packer and 5 captains of Cromwell's own regiment in the spring of 1658. By 1658 the superior officers were generally either personal adherents of the Protector or professional soldiers who took little interest in political questions. Men of the type of Monk had taken the place of men of the type of Harrison. Amongst the subordinate officers and non-commissioned officers there were many Republicans, but they were without sufficient influence to be dangerous. All Anabaptists and Fifth Monarchy men had been purged out of the ranks. Private soldiers in general looked to military service as a livelihood, and might become munitious if their pay was too much in arrears, but hardly for the sake of maintaining political principles. The history of the Protectorate is the history of the gradual emancipation of the Protector from the political control of the army. Twice he had successfully frustrated attempted alliances between the parliamentary opposition and the malcontents in the army, and each attempt had strengthened his authority over the army. It was this sense of the hopelessness of insurrectory movements so long as Cromwell lived, which caused the repeated conspiracies of Royalists and Levellers for Cromwell's assassination. In 1654 some of the people around Charles II issued a proclamation in the King's name offering £500, knighthood, and a colonel's commission to anyone who succeeded in killing a certain mechanic fellow called Oliver Cromwell, by pistol, sword, or poison. Charles was cognizant of these plots, and stipulated only that the Protector's assassination should be connected with a general royalist rising, not an isolated act. There were many subsequent designs of the same nature, especially after the alliance between the Levellers and the Royalists. Lieutenant Colonel Sexby, once a soldier in Cromwell's own regiment, undertook to arrange the assassination of the Protector, and was supplied with money by the Spanish government for that purpose. Cindercombe, whose plot was detected in January 1657, was his agent. In the following May, Sexby published a tract entitled Killing No Murder, the object of which was to prove that it would be both a lawful and glorious act to kill the Protector. "Let every man," said he, "to whom God hath given the spirit of wisdom and courage, be persuaded by his honour, his safety, his own good, and his country's, to endeavour by all rational means to free the world from this pest. Either I or Cromwell must perish," announced Sexby. Visiting England in disguise to make further arrangements for this purpose, Sexby was arrested and died a prisoner in the Tower. Cromwell was kept well informed of these designs by his police, and spoke of them with great contempt. "Little fiddling things," he termed them in one of his speeches. "It was intended first for the assassination of my person," he told Parliament of the plot of 1654, "when I would not remember as anything at all considerable to myself or to you, for they would have had to cut throats beyond human calculation before they could have been able to effect their design." As a precaution against such designs, the Protector's Life Guard, which had originally consisted simply of the 45 gentlemen forming the Life Guard of the Commander-in-Chief, was raised in 1656 to 160 men. Royalist accounts say that during the last months of his life, Cromwell was much more apprehensive of danger to his person than he had used to be, and that in consequence he surrounded himself with guards, never returned from Hampton Court by the road by which he went thither, and rarely slept twice in the same bed. These are legends of which there is no solid foundation. The Protector took reasonable, but not exaggerated precautions. He was not a man whose nerves could be shaken by threats, but he knew as well as his enemies did how much depended on his life, and how little the permanence of his work was assured. The real danger to the Protectorate was that Cromwell was growing old. He was now in his 59th year. The fatigues of campaigning had injured his health before he began to rule. He had one dangerous illness in the spring of 1648, and another in the spring of 1651. "I thought I should have died of this sickness," he said of the latter. Under the fatigues of government his health was still more impaired. The dispatches of foreign ambassadors have frequent references to the ill health of the Protector as one of the causes which retarded their negotiations. The difference between his signatures in 1651 and in 1657 is very remarkable. The bold, firm hand of the first date becomes shaky and feeble 6 years later. His speeches prove that he felt the weight which rested upon his shoulders. "It has been heretofore," he said in 1657, "a matter of, I think, but philosophical discourse, that a great place, a great authority, is a great burden. I know it is." Danton, disillusioned by failure, cried that it was better to be a poor fisherman than a ruler of men. Cromwell sometimes regretted the quiet country life he had exchanged for the cares and vicissitudes of supreme power. "I can say in the presence of God, in comparison of whom we are but like poor creeping ants upon the earth, I would have lived under my woodside, to have kept a flock of sheep, rather than undertook such a government as this is." He met each new difficulty with his old resourcefulness and courage, but when one was overcome another rose before him, and the incessant struggle made increasing demands upon his vital forces. In the opinion of his steward, Marston, being compelled to wrestle with the difficulties of his place as well as he could without parliamentary assistance, after the dissolution of his second Parliament, was a fatal addition to his burdens. I doubt not to say it drank up his spirits, of which his natural constitution afforded a vast stock, and brought him to his grave. Private griefs also contributed their share to his load. In February 1658, Robert Rich died, the husband of Cromwell's youngest daughter, Frances, married only 4 months earlier. On the 6th of August following, died Elizabeth Claypole, his favourite daughter, after a long and painful illness. The Protector was much with her in her last days, and his sense of her outward misery and the pain she endured took deep impression upon him. A little time after his daughter's funeral, Cromwell fell ill of an ague, or intermittent fever, but in a few days he seemed to shake it off and to regain strength. On August 20th, George Fox, going to Hampton Court to plead with the Protector about the sufferings of friends, met him riding in the park at the head of his guards. "Before I came to him," says Fox, "I saw and felt a waft of death go forth against him, and when I came to him he looked like a dead man." The next day Cromwell fell sick again, but he felt certain that the prayers put up for him would be answered, and was assured that he would recover. "Banish your sadness from your looks, and deal with me as you would with a serving man," he said to a doubting physician. "You may have skill in the nature of things, yet nature can do more than all physicians put together, and God is far above nature." When the fit was past, his physicians ordered him to remove to Whitehall, thinking that he would be benefited by the change of air. At Whitehall his condition became worse instead of better. He was racked by alternate heats and chills. All recognized that the danger was great. "Our fears are more than our hopes," wrote Thurlow to Henry Cromwell. On Tuesday, the last day of August, the French ambassador told his government that the Protector was at death's door, but the same evening he rallied, and hope gained the upper hand again. That night, one who watched in Cromwell's bedchamber heard him praying, and remarked that the public spirit to God's cause did breathe in him to the very last. For he prayed, not for himself or for his family, but for Puritanism and for all Puritans, for God's cause and God's people. "Thou hast made me," he said, "though very unworthy, a mean instrument to do them some good and thee service, and many of them have set too high a value upon me, though others wish and would be glad of my death. But, Lord, however thou dost dispose of me, continue and go on to do good for them. Give them consistency of judgment, one heart and mutual love, and go on to deliver them. Teach those who look too much upon thy instruments to depend more upon thyself. Pardon such as desire to trample upon the dust of a poor worm, for they are thy people too. And pardon the folly of this short prayer, even for Jesus Christ's sake, and give us a good night, if it be thy pleasure." Cromwell hourly grew weaker. Through the night of Thursday the 2nd of September he was very restless, speaking often to himself in broken sentences difficult to hear. "I would be willing," he said once, "to live to be further serviceable to God and his people, but my work is done. God will be with his people." He resigned himself to die. A physician offered him something to drink, bidding him to take it and to endeavour to sleep, but he answered, "It is not my design to drink or to sleep, but my design is to make what haste I can to be gone." Toward morning he spoke again, using divers holy expressions, implying much inward consolation and peace, and with them he mingled some exceeding self-debasing words, annihilating and judging himself. After that he was silent, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of Friday he died. It was the 3rd of September, his fortunate day, the anniversary of Dunbar and Worcester. As Marvell sang, "No part of time but bear his mark away, of honour all the year was Cromwell's day." But this of all the most suspicious found, thrice had in open field him victor crowned, when up the armed mountains of Dunbar he marched, and through deep Severn, ending war. What day should him eternize but the same that had before immortalized his name? Sometime during his illness, Cromwell had verbally nominated his eldest son as his successor. So about 3 hours after Oliver's death, Richard was proclaimed Protector. Addresses from counties, cities, and regiments poured into the new ruler, and foreign powers hasted to congratulate and to recognize him. There was no more opposition than if he had been the descendant of a long line of hereditary sovereigns. "There is not a dog that wags his tongue, so great a calm are we in," wrote Thurlow to Henry Cromwell. Richard's first care was his father's funeral. The body of the late Protector was embalmed and removed from Whitehall to Somerset House, there to lie in state, as that of James I had done. His waxen effigy, clad in royal robes of purple and ermine, with a golden sceptre in the hand and a crown on the head, was for many weeks exhibited. The corpse was privately buried in the chapel of Henry VII in Westminster Abbey on September 26th, but the public funeral took place with extraordinary pomp on November 23rd. All the great officers of state and public officials, with officers from every regiment in the army, walked in solemn procession from Somerset House to the Abbey, through streets lined with soldiers in new red coats with black buttons. The funeral ceremonies cost £60,000, and this profusion, which the government could ill afford, excited angry criticism amongst the Republicans. Their dissatisfaction would have mattered little, but there were already signs of coming trouble in a more dangerous quarter. A quarrel began between the civil and the military faction in the Protector's council. Oliver had been commander-in-chief as well as Protector, but now the superior officers demanded a commander-in-chief of their own choosing, and put forward Fleetwood as their candidate. Their aim was to shake off the control of Richard's civilian advisers, and make the army independent of the civil power. Richard firmly refused their demand, and the storm seemed to blow over, but the officers only waited for a more convenient opportunity. In January 1659, the necessity of providing money for the public service obliged Richard to call a parliament. All the Republican leaders obtained seats, but more than 2/3 of the members elected were supporters of the government. There was a long struggle over the recognition of Richard as Protector, followed by excited debates about the right of the members for Scotland and Ireland to sit in Parliament, and over the old question of the House of Lords. On all these points the government carried the day, but in the meantime the agitation in the army had begun again, and a council of officers repeated the demands made in the previous autumn. The Protector, backed by his Parliament, which was indignant at military dictation, ordered the council to cease meeting. The military leaders, aligning themselves with the Republican minority in the House, refused obedience. A few colonels adhered to the Protector and obeyed his orders, but they were deserted by their men, and all the regiments in London gathered around Fleetwood at St. James's. On behalf of the Council of Officers, Fleetwood and Desborough demanded the immediate dissolution of Parliament. If he would dissolve Parliament, said Desborough, the officers would take care of him. If he refused, they would do it without him and leave them to shift for himself. Richard might have resisted with some chance of success, for Monk and the army in Scotland remained faithful, and Henry Cromwell with the Irish army would have supported him. But he trusted the promises of his uncles, and whatever the result to himself, he shrank from beginning a civil war. I will not have one drop of blood spilt for the preservation of my greatness, he is reported to have said. Yielding to the pressure put upon him, he dissolved Parliament, April 23rd, 1659. A fortnight later he had ceased to reign. Thus the Protectorate fell before that alliance between the Republicans and the malcontents in the army, which Cromwell had always been strong enough to prevent. Fleetwood had no wish to overthrow his brother-in-law, Desborough no animosity to his nephew. They meant to make him their tool, and to gather under his name. But the inferior officers declared for the restoration of the Republic, and threw over the house of Cromwell. On May 7th, the Long Parliament was restored to power by the men who had expelled it in April 1653, and the revolution was completed. There was no real union between these temporary allies. The 50 or 60 members of the Long Parliament, who governed England in the name of the Republic, had learnt nothing and forgotten nothing. The soldiers, conscious that the government could not live for a day without their support, grew restive and indignant when their claims were ignored and their requests slighted. After the suppression by Major General Lampart of a royalist insurrection in August 1659, Parliament and army came to an open breach. Parliament cashiered Lambert and 8 other officers for promoting a petition which it had declared seditious, and Lambert retaliated, October 13th, 1659, for putting a stop to its sittings. Lambert, the real leader of the army, though Fleetwood was its nominal head, stood now in the position which Cromwell had occupied in April 1653, but this time the army was divided. In Scotland, Monk declared for the restitution of the Parliament, and by dilatory negotiations kept Lambert and Fleetwood from acting until the desertion of their soldiers, the defection of the fleet, the opposition of London obliged them to give way. At the end of December 1659, the Long Parliament was a second time restored, and Monk with 6,000 men entered England unopposed. It was not zeal for that assembly which caused its restoration, but hostility to military government, under the opprobrious nickname of the Rump. Parliament was the laughing-stock of every ballad-maker, but for the moment it represented all that was left of the Constitution. Weary of experiments, and most weary of the rule of the sword, the English people wished to return to the known laws and the old government. As Monk marched to London, petitions poured in urging him to declare for a free Parliament, and every petitioner knew that a really representative Parliament meant the restoration of Charles II. Monk answered by protesting unalterable fidelity to the Republic, and made up his mind to use his power to let the nation determine freely its own future. When he reached London, he availed himself of the dissatisfaction of the city to oblige Parliament to readmit the Presbyterian members whom Pride had expelled in 1648, February 23rd, 1660. Having thus secured a majority ready to do his bidding, he obliged the House to vote its own dissolution and issue writs for the calling of a free Parliament, March 16, 1660. As Commander-in-Chief, he maintained the freedom of the elections, kept the army under control, and watched over the peace of the nation. Monk's greatest service to England was not the restoration of Charles II. After the breach between army and Parliament, that was inevitable. The current, said Crowley, was so irresistible that the stronger strove against it in vain, and the weakest could sail with it to success. Monk's merit was that he brought about the Restoration without a civil war. His dexterous and unscrupulous policy blinded the Republicans to his intentions until it was too late for them to resist, and made the army instrumental in effecting what the bulk of it would have been fought to prevent. But as for him, England would have been, in Cromwell's phrase, one Cain. Thanks to him, the transition from the government of an armed minority to the government which an overwhelming majority of the nation desired was a peaceable and constitutional revolution. So, the rule of Puritanism, founded with blood and iron, fell without a blow. The alliance between the Presbyterians and the Royalists, began 13 years ago, was now at last completed. The once triumphant Independents were divided and powerless. Maidstone, the steward of Cromwell's household, in a letter to John Winthrop, wrote the epitaph of military independency. The interest of religion lies dreadfully in the dust, for the eminent professors of it, having achieved formerly great victories in the war, and thereby great power in the army, made use of it to make variety of changes in the government, and every one of these changes hazardous and pernicious. They were all charged upon the principles of the authors, who, being congregational men, have not only made men of that persuasion cheap, but rendered them odious to the generality of the nation. At the end of April 1660, a free Parliament met, the first for 20 years. On May 29th, Charles II re-entered London with a triumph of above 20,000 horse and foot, brandishing their swords and shouting with inexpressible joy, the ways strewed with flowers, the bells ringing, the streets hung with tapestry, the fountains running with wine. I stood in the Strand, and blessed God, wrote John Evelyn, and all this was done without one drop of blood shed, and by that very army which rebelled against him. But it was the Lord's doing, for such a restoration was never mentioned in any history, ancient or modern, since return of the Jews from the Babylonian captivity, nor so joyful a day, and so bright, ever seen in this nation. This happening, when to expect or to effect it was all past all human policy. In the constitutional settlement which followed the King's return, England reverted to the state of things which had existed before the Civil War began. Cromwell's legislation and all the laws made by the Long Parliament were regarded as null and void. There was a general amnesty for all political offenders excepting the regicides, and a few persons regarded as specially dangerous. 12 regicides suffered the penalties of high treason, and Hugh Peters and Sir Henry Vane shared their fate. About 20 escaped into foreign parts, and about 25 were imprisoned for life. After the punishment of the living came vengeance against the dead. In November 1660, a bill for the attainder of Cromwell and other dead regicides were introduced into the House of Commons. During its progress, Captain Titus stood up and observed that execution did not leave traitors at their graves, but followed them beyond it, and that since the heads of some were already put upon the gates, he hoped that the House would order that the carcasses of those devils who were buried at Westminster, Cromwell, Bradshaw, and Ireton, might be torn out of their graves, dragged to Tyburn, there to hang some time and afterwards be buried under the gallows. It was voted without any opposition, though many present must have agreed with Pepys, whom it troubled that a man of so great courage as Cromwell should have that dishonour done him, though otherwise he might deserve it well enough. Accordingly, on Saturday, January 26, 1661, the bodies of Cromwell and Ireton were disinterred from their graves in Westminster Abbey, and on the Monday conveyed from Westminster to the Red Lion Inn in Holborn. Finally, on the morning of January 30th, the 12th anniversary of the execution of Charles I, their bodies and that of Bradshaw were drawn upon sledges from Holborn to Tyburn. All the way, as before from Westminster, the universal outcry and curses of the people went along with them. When these 3 carcasses were at Tyburn, continues the newspaper, they were pulled out of their coffins and hanged at the several angles of the triple tree, where they hung until the sun was set, after which they were taken down, their heads cut off and their loathsome trunks thrown into a deep pit under the gallows. The common hangman took the heads, placed them on poles and set them on top of Westminster Hall, Bradshaw's head in the centre, Ireton's and Cromwell's on either side. Yet, though all this was done in the face of day, as many places claimed to be Cromwell's sepulchre as once contended for the honour of being Homer's birthplace, strange rumours spread abroad that the body subjected to all these indignities was not Cromwell's. 2 years later, a French traveller in England was told that Cromwell had caused the royal tombs in Westminster Abbey to be opened and the bodies transposed, so that none might know where his own body was laid. Pepys repeated the story to one of the late Protector's chaplains, who answered that he believed Cromwell never had so poor a low thought in him as to trouble himself about it. Another rumour was that Cromwell's body was secretly conveyed away and buried at dead of night on Naseby Field. According to a third, Cromwell's daughter, Lady Fauconberg, foreseeing changed times, had ere this removed her father's body from Westminster and reinterred it in a vault at Newburgh Abbey in Yorkshire. All these stories found and find believers, but there is no reasonable ground for doubting that it was Cromwell's body which hung on the gallows at Tyburn, or that it was duly buried in the pit beneath them. Where Connaught Square now stands, a yard or two beneath the street, trodden under foot and beaten by horse hoofs, lies the dust of the great Protector. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 22. Cromwell and his family. "Mr. Lely," said Cromwell to the painter, "I desire you to use all your skill to paint my picture truly like me, and not flatter me at all, but remark all these roughnesses, pimples, warts, and everything. Otherwise, I never will pay a farthing for it." Doubtless the Protector would have given a similar charge to his biographers, but their task is more difficult. Much contemporary evidence is merely worthless gossip, much is vitiated by party spirit, and on many points the authorities are silent. John Maidstone, the steward of Cromwell's household, supplies us with what he terms a character of his person. His body was well compact and strong, his stature under 6 foot, I believe about 2 inches. His head so shaped as you might see it, a storehouse and a shop, both of a vast treasury of natural parts. His temper exceeding fiery, as I have known, but the flame of it kept down for the most part, or soon allayed with those moral endowments he had. He was naturally compassionate towards objects in distress, even to an effeminate measure, though God had made him at heart wherein was left room for fear, but what was due to himself, of which there was a large proportion, yet did he exceed in tenderness towards sufferers. A larger soul, I think, hath seldom dwelt in house of clay than his was. I believe if his story were impartially transmitted, and the unprejudiced world well possessed with it, she would add him to her 9 worthies. The numerous portraits of Cromwell help to complete Maidstone's description. Like most Puritan gentlemen, he wore his hair long. The thick, light brown locks, which began to grow grey before he became Protector, covered his collar and almost reached his shoulders. His eyes, according to Cooper's and Walker's portraits, were blue or grey, and his eyebrows strongly marked. His nose was long, thick, and slightly arched, with full nostrils, the beak of a vulture, and royalist pamphleteers and even political friends jested about its size. "If you prove false," said the downright Haslerig to Cromwell, "I will never trust a fellow with a big nose again." The mouth was large, firm, and full-lipped. Strength, not grace, marked both face and figure, but the rough-hewn features have an air of kindness and sagacity, mingled with the resolution and energy which are their most marked characteristics. In some portraits there is an air of melancholy. The dignity of the Protector's outward bearing was admitted even by opponents. When he appeared first in Parliament, writes Clarendon, he seemed to have a person in no degree gracious, no ornament of discourse, none of those talents which used to reconcile the affections of the standers-by. Yet, as he grew into place and authority, his parts seemed to be renewed, as if he had concealed faculties till he had occasion to use them, and when he was to act the part of a great man, he did it without any indecency through the want of custom. To another royalist, Sir Philip Warwick, he appeared of great and majestic deportment and comely presence, and he made a similar impression on foreign observers. When the Protector gave audience to ambassadors or received official deputations, an elaborate ceremonial of quasi-regal character was strictly observed. Sir Oliver Fleming, who had been one of the continental agents of Charles I, and was skilled in all the niceties of diplomatic etiquette, acted as Cromwell's master of the ceremonies, but the Protector transacted much important business in less formal interviews with the representatives of foreign states. He was easily accessible to his subjects in general, and petitioners found no great difficulty in putting their grievances before him. Opponents of his policy were allowed opportunity to set forth their objections, and he argued with them freely in reply. Even religious enthusiasts contrived to deliver their messages from the Lord, or, like Fox, to explain what their religious views really were. About 3 times a month the Protector took part in the proceedings of the Council of State, but most of his political or administrative work was transacted with small committees or with Secretary Thurlow alone. With these trusted councillors he freely unbent. He would sometimes be very cheerful with us, says Whitelocke, and laying aside his greatness, he would be exceeding familiar with us, and by way of diversion would make verses with us, and everyone must try his fancy. He commonly called for tobacco, pipes, and a candle, and would now and then take tobacco himself. Then he would fall again to his serious and great business. Whitelocke also gives some account of the Protector's recreations. Cromwell retained throughout his life the tastes of a country gentleman. At Hampton Court he often amused himself with bowls, but his favourite sports were hunting and hawking. As he rode from Worcester to London after his victory in 1651, he diverted himself on the way with hawking, and he sometimes practised the same sport on Hounslow Heath after he was Protector. When he entertained the Swedish ambassador at Hampton Court in 1654, after dinner was over, the Protector, the ambassador, and the rest of the company coursed and killed a fat buck in the park. Cromwell was a bold jumper, and it was noticed that the ambassador would not adventure to leap ditches after the Protector, but was more wary. Good horses of every kind were always Cromwell's delight. English diplomatic agents in the Levant were employed to procure Arabs and Barbs for his riding, or for breeding purposes. 6 gallant Flanders mares, reddish-grey, had drawn the general's coach when he set out for the reconquest of Ireland, and 6 white horses drew the Protector's coach when it conveyed the Spanish ambassador to his place of embarkation. Of these white horses it was said that they were a finer team than any king of England had ever possessed. Another team of 6 horses, presented by the Count of Oldenburg in 1654, ran away in Hyde Park when the Protector himself was driving them. Cromwell, who was flung off the box upon the pole, got entangled in the harness, and was dragged for some distance by one foot, but he escaped in the end with nothing more than a few bruises. Andrew Marvell and George Wither both published poems celebrating the Protector's deliverance, and the incident furnished several royalist wits with a theme for satires and epigrams. Another recreation which found great favour with Cromwell was music. When he gave a banquet to foreign ambassadors or members of the House of Commons, rare music, both of instruments and voices, was always an important part of the entertainment. The same thing took place in hours of relaxation or domestic festivities, for the Protector, according to a contemporary biographer, was a great lover of music and entertained the most skilful in that science in his pay and family. In the great hall at Hampton Court he had 2 organs, and his organist, John Hingston, was a pupil of Orlando Gibbons. James Quinn, a student of Christ Church, Oxford, who had been deprived of his place by the Puritan visitors of that university, obtained his restoration to it through the Protector's love of music. Quinn was not a very skilful singer, but he had a bass voice, very strong and exceeding trolling. Some of his friends brought him into the company of the Protector, who loved a good voice and instrumental music well. Cromwell heard him sing with very great delight, liquored him with sack, and in conclusion said, "Mr. Quinn, you have done well. What shall I do for you?" To which Quinn made answer, with great compliments, that his Highness would be pleased to restore him to his student's place, which he did accordingly. A few other notices of the Protector's personal habits may be gleaned from contemporary sources. In his diet his tastes were very simple. According to a contemporary pamphleteer, it was spare and not curious. No French quelque choses were to be found on his table, but plain substantial dishes. His ordinary drink, according to the same authority, consisted of a very small ale, known by the name of morning dew. He also drank freely a light wine which his physicians had recommended to him as good for his health. In dress Cromwell's tastes were marked by the same simplicity. When he expelled the Long Parliament in 1653, he was wearing plain black clothes with grey worsted stockings. At his installation in the following December, he had on a plain black suit and cloak, though a few weeks later, when he was entertained by the Lord Mayor, he wore a musk-coloured suit and coat richly embroidered with gold. When Protector, his dress was naturally more sumptuous than it had been before, and Sir Philip Warwick, who had so contemptuously criticised the cut of his clothes in 1640, attributed the improvement in his appearance to a better tailor as well as to converse with better company. But even then a young royalist fresh from the French court described the Protector as plain in his apparel, and rather affecting a negligence than a genteel garb. The Protector's household was naturally organized on a more magnificent scale than that which had sufficed him as general. The sum allowed for its maintenance was £60,000 during the first Protectorate, and £100,000 during the second. But many other expenses were defrayed from this fund, and Cromwell spent a large amount in charity, according to one biographer, as much as £40,000 a year. Speaking of the Protector's second installation, and the increased state which was its consequence, Sir Philip Warwick says, "Now he models his household so that it might have some resemblance to a court, and his liveries, lackeys, and yeomen of the guard are known whom they belong to by their habit. The 40 or 50 gentlemen employed in the internal service of Whitehall and Hampton Court, or in attendance upon the Protector's person, wore coats of grey cloth with black velvet collars and black velvet or silver lace trimming. And besides these yeomen of the guard, he had the life guard of horse, which has been mentioned before. All this show and state offended many rigid Puritans, to whom even the semblance of a court was hateful. Others held that it was necessary for the honour of the English nation, that its head should be surrounded by a certain amount of pomp, and this opinion was generally accepted. Both newspapers and private letters make frequent mention of the Protector's family. When Cromwell took up his residence at Whitehall in April 1654, his aged mother removed with him. But she took no pleasure in her son's grandeur, and it was said that she very much mistrusted the issue of affairs, and would be often afraid, when she heard a musket, that her son was shot, being exceedingly dissatisfied unless she might see him once a day at least. She died in November 1654, in her 94th year, and a little before her death gave her blessing to her son, in words which show how fully she sympathized with the aims of his life. "The Lord cause his face to shine upon you, and comfort you in all your adversities, and enable you to do great things for the glory of the Most High God, and to be a relief unto his people. My dear son, I leave my heart with thee. Good night." Of the Protector's wife, Her Highness the Protectress, as she was officially styled, little mention is ever made. There is no doubt some foundation for the account of her methodical and economical management of the Protector's household, which is contained in a contemporary pamphlet, but the main object of the pamphleteer was to sneer at her sordid frugality, and unfitness for the station in which fortune had placed her. Mrs. Hutchinson, while owning that Cromwell had much natural greatness and well became the place he had usurped, describes his wife and children as setting up for principality, which suited them no better than fine clothes do an ape. The Protector's daughters, according to her, were insolent fools with one exception. The exception was Bridget, the eldest, who after the death of her first husband, Ireton, became the wife of Lieutenant General Fleetwood. She alone was humbled and not exalted with these things. Elizabeth Claypole, the Protector's second and favourite daughter, was in her father's opinion in danger of being cozened with worldly vanities and worldly company, while some of the sharp sayings attributed to her account for Mrs. Hutchinson's severe judgment. On the other hand, we have the evidence of James Harrington, the author of Oceana, that she acted the part of a princess very naturally, obliging all persons with her civility, and frequently interceding for the unhappy. Harrington owed to her the restoration of the confiscated manuscript of Oceana, and she often interceded with her father on behalf of imprisoned royalists. Perhaps it was owing to this that when the bodies of the Protector and Admiral Blake and many other great parliamentarians were exhumed from their graves in Westminster Abbey, hers was left undisturbed and lies there still. Mary, the third daughter, who was born in 1637, married Thomas Bellasyse, Lord Falconberg, in November 1657, while Frances, the youngest, became in the same month the wife of Robert Rich, grandson of the Earl of Warwick. Both weddings were celebrated by festivities which scandalized some Puritans. The wedding feast of Frances was kept at Whitehall, when, says a newsletter, they had 48 violins and much mirth with frolics, besides mixed dancing, a thing heretofore accounted profane, till 5 of the clock yesterday morning. That of Mary Cromwell was at Hampton Court, and songs for the occasion were composed by Andrew Marvell, in which the bride was introduced as Cynthia, Falconberg as Endymion, and the Protector himself as Jove. Both these two ladies lived to see the Revolution, Mary dying in 1712 and Frances in 1721. Lady Falconberg was childless, and Mrs. Claypole's children died unmarried. But after the death of Robert Rich, Frances Cromwell married Sir John Russell of Chippenham, and from her or her sister Bridget many existing families can trace their descent. The Protector's son fared little better at Mrs. Hutchinson's hands than his daughters. According to her, Henry Cromwell and his brother-in-law Claypole were two debauched, ungodly cavaliers, while Richard, though gentle and virtuous, was yet a peasant in his nature, and became not greatness. Richard's education had not fitted him for greatness. Cromwell, until his second protectorate at least, never contemplated being succeeded in power by one of his sons. He objected on principle to hereditary governments, and declared in 1655 that if Parliament had offered to make the government hereditary in his family he would have rejected it. Rulers should be chosen for the love of God, to truth, and to justice, not for their birth. For as it is in the Ecclesiastes, who knoweth whether he may beget a fool or a wise man? Cromwell, therefore, made at first no attempt to advance either of his sons. For 6 or 7 years after his marriage, Richard lived on his property in Hampshire, devoting himself to hunting and other amusements. His father's complaints show that he was idle, and into debt, neglected the management of his estate, and made pleasure the business of his life. In November 1655, however, the Protector appointed him one of the Council of Trade, in order, no doubt, to give him some training in public business. In 1657, after the Protector's second installation, a further change took place. Richard was suddenly brought to the front. He succeeded his father as Chancellor of the University of Oxford, and was made a member of the Protector's Council, and was given the command of a regiment horse. When he travelled about the country, he was received by the local authorities as if he were the destined heir of his father's authority. It was a poor training for a future ruler, and after he became Protector, Richard was heard to complain that he had thought to have lived as a country gentleman, and that his father had not employed him in such a way as to prepare him for such employment, which he thought he did designedly. Yet though Richard showed no political ability during his brief reign, he was far from being the country clown which royalist satires represented him. In his public appearances he displayed a dignity of bearing which surprised even his friends, and an oratorical power which they had never suspected. After the Restoration, the debts which he had contracted as Protector, and the jealous suspicion with which the government of Charles II always regarded him, obliged him to live many years in exile. "I have been alone 30 years," he wrote to his daughter in 1690, "banished and under silence, and my strength and safety is to be retired, quiet and silent." After his return to England, which took place about 1680, he thought it safer to adopt a feigned name, and lived in complete retirement. He died in 1712, leaving 3 daughters, and his eldest son, who died in 1705, left no issue. Henry Cromwell, though a man of much greater natural capacity than his brother, was also for a time kept back by his father. From 1650 to about 1653, he was colonel of a regiment of horse in Ireland, and was reputed to be a good officer. In August 1654, the Protector's Council nominated him to command the forces in Ireland, but the Protector was reluctant to allow his son to take the post, and kept him a year longer in England. "The Lord knows," wrote Cromwell to Fleetwood, "my desire was for him and his brother to have lived private lives in the country, and Harry knows this well, and how difficultly I was persuaded to give him his commission." As Commander-in-Chief and a member of the Irish Council, Henry proved his ability, and in November 1657 he succeeded his brother-in-law Fleetwood as Lord Deputy of Ireland. His task, like his father's task in England, was to establish civil government in a place of military rule, and to unite all Protestant sects in support of the Protectorate. He had many difficulties to contend with, both political and financial, The Anabaptists and a faction amongst the officers gave continual trouble. The land settlement was but half completed, prosperity was slow to return, and order hard to re-establish. Yet he was more successful than could have been expected, and with the majority of the Protestant colony in Ireland, he gained great popularity. Rigid Puritans held that his way of living and his ostentation in dress savored too much of the world, but in other respects his conduct was blameless. His chief defect was an infirmity of temper. He was very sensitive to criticism and very impatient of opposition, insomuch that his father warned him against making it a business to be too hard for his opponents. It is sometimes said that if the Protector had made Henry his successor instead of Richard, the Protectorate might have lasted, but the choice of Cromwell was dictated by the circumstances in which he was placed. Among his councillors and generals there was no man whom the rest would willingly have accepted as the ruler, and of his sons Richard was far more acceptable to the chief supporters of the Protectorate than his abler and more masterful brother would have been. The military cabal which overthrew Richard would have proved too strong for Henry, to whom, moreover, some of its leaders were personally hostile. A month after the fall of his brother, Henry Cromwell resigned the government of Ireland, and rejecting all the overtures of the Royalists, acquiesced in the re-establishment of the Republic. He declared that he had formerly had an honourable opinion of the Republic, but was satisfied also of the lawfulness of the late government under a single person. And whereas my father, whom I hope you yet look upon as no inconsiderable instrument of these nations' freedom and happiness, and since him, my brother, were constituted chief in those administrations, and the returning to another form hath been looked upon as an indignity to these my nearest relations, I cannot but acknowledge my own weakness to the sudden digesting thereof, and my own unfitness to serve you, and as I cannot promote anything which infers the diminution of my late father's honour and merit, so I thank the Lord, he hath kept me safe in the great temptation, wherewith I have been assaulted to withdraw my affection from that cause wherein he lived and died. At the Restoration, Henry, thanks to his friends amongst the Royalists, and to the moderation with which he had used his power, was not molested, though he lost a portion of his estates by the change. He lived in retirement on his property in Cambridgeshire, dying there in 1674. Henry's great-grandson, Oliver Cromwell of Cheshunt, who died in 1821, was the last descendant of the Protector in the male line. End of Chapter 22. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Chapter 23 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Epilogue. Either as a soldier or a statesman, Cromwell was far greater than any Englishman of his time, and he was both soldier and statesman in one. We must look to Caesar or Napoleon to find a parallel for this union of high political and military ability in one man. Cromwell was not as great a man as Caesar or Napoleon, and he played his part on a smaller stage, but he bestrode the narrow world of Puritan England like a colossus. As a soldier, he not only won great victories, but created the instrument with which he won them. Out of the military chaos which existed when the war began, he organized the force which made Puritanism victorious. The New Model and the armies of the Republic and the Protectorate were but his regiment of Ironsides on a larger scale. As in that regiment, the officers were carefully chosen. If possible, they were gentlemen. If gentlemen could not be had, plain yeomen or citizens. In any case, men patient of wants, faithful, and conscientious in their employment. Character as well as military skill was requisite. A colonel once complained that a captain whom Cromwell had appointed to his regiment was a better preacher than fighter. Truly, answered Cromwell, I think that he that prays and preaches best will fight best. I know nothing that will give the like courage and confidence as a knowledge of God in Christ's will. I assure you, he is a good man and a good officer. Inefficiency, on the other hand, certain heresies which were regarded as particularly blasphemous, and moral backslidings in general, led at once to the cashiering of any officer found guilty of them. Officers, it has been well said, are the soul of an army, and the efficiency and good conduct which Cromwell required of his, they exacted from the rank and file. Most of the private soldiers were volunteers, though there were many pressed men among them, and it cannot be said that all those who fought for Puritanism were saints in any sense of the word. But regular pay and severe discipline made them in peace the best conducted soldiers in Europe, and in war an army who could go anywhere and do anything. A common spirit bound men and officers together. It was their pride that they were not a mere mercenary army, but men who fought for principles as well as for pay. Cromwell succeeded in inspiring them not only with implicit confidence in his leadership, but with something of his own high enthusiasm. He had the power of influencing masses of men which Napoleon possessed, so he made an army on which, as Clarendon said, victory seemed entailed, an army whose order and discipline, whose sobriety and manners, whose courage and success made it famous and terrible over the world. Cromwell's victories, however, were due to his own military genius even more than to the quality of his troops. The most remarkable thing in his military career is that it began so late. Most successful generals have been trained to arms from their youth, but Cromwell was 43 years old before he heard a shot fired, or set a squadron in the field. How was it, people often ask, that an untrained country gentleman beat soldiers who had learned their trade under the most famous captains in Europe? The answer is that Cromwell had a natural aptitude for war, and that circumstances were singularly favourable to its rapid and full development. At the outset of the war he showed an energy, a resolution, and a judgment which proved his possession of those qualities of intellect and character which war demands of leaders. The peculiar nature of the war, the absence of any general direction, and the disorganization of the parliamentary forces gave him free scope for the exercise of these qualities. In the early part of the war each local leader fought for his own hand, and conducted a little campaign of his own. Subordinate officers possessed a freedom of action which subordinates rarely get, and with independence and responsibility good men ripened fast. At first Cromwell was matched against opponents as untrained as himself, till by constant fighting he learnt how to fight. In a happy phrase, Marvell speaks of Cromwell's industrious valour. If he learnt the lessons of war quicker than other men, it was because he concentrated all his faculties on the task, let no opportunity slip, and made every experience fruitful. It was as a leader of cavalry that Cromwell earned his first laurels. In attack he was sudden and irresistibly vigorous. Like Rupert, he loved to head his charging troopers himself, but in the heat of battle he controlled them with a firmer hand. When the enemy immediately opposed to him was broken, he turned a vigilant eye on the battle, ready to throw his victorious squadrons into the scale, either to redress the balance or to complete the victory. At Marston Moor, as on many other fields, he proved that he possessed that faculty of coming to a prompt and sure conclusion in sudden emergencies, which Napier terms the sure mark of a master spirit in war. When the fate of the battle was once decided, he launched forth his swordsmen in swift and unsparing pursuit. "We had the execution of them 2 or 3 miles," is the grim phrase in which he describes the conclusion of his fight at Grantham, and after Naseby Cromwell's cavalry pursued for 12 miles. When he rose to command an army, Cromwell's management of it in battle was marked by the same characteristics as his handling of his division of cavalry. In the early battles of the Civil War there was a strong family likeness. There was an absence of any generalship on either side. The general-in-chief exhibited his skill by his method of drawing up his army and his choice of a position. But when the battle began, the army seemed to slip from his control. Each commander of a division acted independently. There was little cooperation between the different parts of the army. There was no sign of a directing brain. Cromwell, on the other hand, directed the movements of his army with the same purposeful energy with which he controlled his troopers. Its different divisions had each their definite task assigned to them, and their movements were so combined that each played its part in carrying out the general plan. The best example of Cromwell's tactical skill is the Battle of Dunbar. There, though far inferior in numbers, Cromwell held in check half the enemy's army with his artillery and a fraction of his forces, while he attacked with all his strength the key of the enemy's position, and decided the fate of the day by bringing a strong reserve into action at the crisis of the battle. Whenever the victory was gained, it was utilized to the utmost. At Dunbar, the Scots lost 13,000 men out of 22,000. After Preston, less than a third of Hamilton's army succeeded in effecting their return to Scotland. After Worcester, not one troop or one company made good its retreat. Cromwell's strategy, compared with that of contemporary generals, was remarkable for boldness and vigour. It reflected the energy of his character, but it was originally dictated by political as well as military considerations. Without the speedy, vigorous, and effectual prosecution of the war, he declared in 1644, the nation would force Parliament to make peace on any terms. Lingering proceedings, like those of soldiers beyond seas to spin out a war, must be abandoned, or the cause of Puritanism would be lost. Therefore, instead of imitating the cautious defensive system popular with professional soldiers, he adopted a system which promised more decisive results. Cromwell, says a military critic, was the first great exponent of the modern method of war. His was the strategy of Napoleon and von Moltke, the strategy which, neglecting fortresses and a means of artificial defence as of secondary importance, strikes first at the army in the field. In his Preston campaign, Cromwell had to deal with an invading army more than twice the strength of his own, which ventured, because of that superiority to advance, without sufficient scouting and without sufficient concentration. He might have thrown himself across Hamilton's path and sought to drive him back. He chose instead to fall upon the flank of the Scots, and thrust his compact little force between them and Scotland. Thus he separated the different divisions of Hamilton's army, drove Hamilton with each blow further from his supports, and inflicted on him a crushing defeat instead of a mere repulse. In 1650 and 1651, Cromwell had a much harder task given him. He had to invade a country which presented many natural difficulties, and which was defended by an army larger than his own, under the command of a man who was a master of defensive strategy. All his efforts to make Leslie fight a pitched battle in the open field completely failed, until one mistake gave him the opportunity which he seized with such promptitude at Dunbar. In the campaign of 1651, Cromwell found himself brought to a standstill once more by Leslie's Fabian tactics. As Leslie gave him no opportunity, he had to make one, and with wise audacity left the way to England open in order to tempt the Scots into the invasion which proved their destruction. In his Irish campaigns, Cromwell had an entirely different problem to solve. The opposing armies were too weak to face him in the field, and too nimble to be brought to bay. The strength of the enemy consisted in the natural and artificial obstacles with which the country abounded: fortified cities commanding points of strategic value, mountains and bogs facilitating guerrilla warfare, an unhealthy climate, a hostile people, a country so wasted that the invader must draw most of his supplies from England. Under these conditions the war was a war of sieges, forays, and laborious marches, but there were no great battles. Cromwell combined the operations of his army and his fleet so as to utilize to the full England's command of the seas. He attacked the seaports first, and after mastering them secured the strong places which would give him the control of the rivers, thus gradually tightening his grasp on the country till its complete subjugation became only a matter of time. Opinions may differ as to the comparative merits of these different campaigns. What remains clear is that Cromwell could adapt his strategy with unfailing success to the conditions of the theatre in which he waged war, and to the character of the antagonists he had to meet. His military genius was equal to every duty which fate imposed upon him. Experts alone can determine Cromwell's precise place amongst great generals. Cromwell himself would have held it the highest honour to be classed with Gustavus Adolphus, either as soldier or statesman. Each was the organizer of the army he led to victory, each an innovator in war. Gustavus in tactics, Cromwell in strategy. Gustavus was the champion of European Protestantism, as Oliver wished to be, and each, while fighting for his creed, contrived to further also the material interests of his country. But whatever similarity exists between their aims, the position of an hereditary monarch and a usurper are too different for the parallel to be a complete one. On the other hand, the familiar comparison of Cromwell with Napoleon is justified, rather by the resemblance between their careers than by any likeness between their characters. Each was the child of a revolution, brought by military success to the front rank, and raised by his own act to the highest. Each, after domestic convulsions, laboured to rebuild the fabric of civil government and to found the state on a new basis. But the revolutions which raised them to power were of a different nature and demanded different qualities in the two rulers. Cromwell's character has been the subject of controversies which have hardly yet died away. Most contemporaries judged him with great severity. To Royalists he seemed simply, as Clarendon said, a brave, bad man. Yet, while Clarendon condemned, he could not refrain from admiration, for though the usurper had all the wickedness against which damnation is pronounced, and for which hell-fire is prepared, so he had some virtues which have caused the memory of some men in all ages to be celebrated. Though he was a tyrant, he was not a man of blood, and he possessed not only a wonderful understanding in the natures and humours of men, but also a great spirit, an admirable circumspection and sagacity, and a most magnanimous resolution. The Republicans regarded the Protector as a self-seeking apostle. In all his charges, said Ludlow, he designed nothing but to advance himself. He sacrificed the public cause to the idol of his own ambition. All was going well with the state. A political millennium was at hand, and the nation likely to attain in a short time that measure of happiness which human things are capable of, when, by the ambition of one man, the hopes and expectations of all good men were disappointed. Baxter, a Presbyterian, though as convinced an opponent of the Protector as Ludlow, was a more generous critic. According to him, Cromwell was a good man who fell before a great temptation. He meant honestly in the main, and was pious and conscionable in the main course of his life, till prosperity and success corrupted him. Then his general religious zeal gave way to ambition, which increased as successes increased. When his successes had broken down all considerable opposition, then was he in face of his strongest temptations, which conquered him as he had conquered others. But like Milton's Satan, even after his fall, all his original virtue was not lost. As ruler of England, it was his design to do good in the main, and to promote the interest of God more than any had done before him. 18th century writers judged Cromwell with the same severity as his contemporaries. Cromwell, damned to everlasting fame, served Pope to point a moral against the desire of making a name in the world. Voltaire summed up Cromwell as half knave, half fanatic, and Hume termed him a hypocritical fanatic. Even as late as 1839, John Forster quoted as indisputably true Landor's verdict that Cromwell lived a hypocrite and died a traitor. 6 years later, Carlyle published his collection of Cromwell's letters and speeches, which for every unprejudiced reader effectively dispelled the theory of Cromwell's hypocrisy. Not a man of falsehoods, but a man of truths, was Carlyle's conclusion, and subsequent historians and biographers have accepted it as sound. It is less easy to answer the question whether Cromwell was a fanatic or not. Fanaticism, like orthodoxy, is a word which means one thing to one man and something else to the next, and to many beside Hume enthusiast and fanatic are synonymous terms. It is plain, however, that Cromwell was a statesman of a different order from most. Religious rather than political principles guided his action, and his political ideas were the direct outcome of his creed. Not that purely political considerations exercised no influence on his policy, but that their influence, instead of being paramount, was in his case of only secondary importance. In one of his speeches, Cromwell states in very explicit language the rule which he followed in his public life. "I have been called to several employments in this nation, and I did endeavour to discharge the duty of an honest man to God and his people's interest, and to this Commonwealth." What did these phrases mean? If anyone had asked Cromwell what his duty to God was in public affairs, he would have answered that it was to do God's will. "We all desire," he said to his brother officers in 1647, "to lay this as the foundation of all our actions. Do that which is the will of God." He urged them to deliberate well before acting, that we may see that the things we do have the will of God in them. For to act inconsiderately was to incur the risk of acting counter to God's design, and so to be found fighting against God. But in the maze of English politics, how were men to ascertain what that will was? Some Puritans claimed to have had it directly revealed to them, and put forward their personal convictions as the dictates of heaven. Cromwell never did so. "I cannot say," he declared in a prayer meeting where such revelations had been alleged, "that I have received anything that I can speak as in the name of the Lord." He believed that men might still be spoken unto by the Spirit of God, but when these divine impressions and divine discoveries were made arguments of political action, they must be received with the greatest caution, for the danger of self-deception was very real. "We are very apt, all of us," said he, "to call that faith that perhaps may be but carnal imagination." Once he warned the Scottish clergy that there was a carnal confidence upon misunderstood and misapplied precepts, which might be termed spiritual drunkenness. For his own part, Cromwell believed in dispensations rather than revelations. Since all things which happened in the world were determined by God's will, the statesman's problem was to discover the hidden purpose which underlay events. When he announced his victory at Preston, he bade Parliament inquire what the mind of God is in all that, and what our duty is. "Seek to know what the mind of God is in all that chain of providence," was his counsel to his doubting friend, Colonel Hammond. With Cromwell in every political crisis, this attempt to interpret the meaning of events was part of the mental process which preceded action. As it was difficult to be sure what that meaning was, he was often slow to make up his mind, preferring to watch events a little longer and to allow them to develop in order to get more light. This slowness was not the result of indecision, but a deliberate suspension of judgment. When his mind was made up, there was no hesitation, no looking back. He struck with the same energy in politics as in war. This system of being guided by events had its dangers. Political inconsistency is generally attributed to dishonesty, and Cromwell's inconsistency was open and palpable. One year he was foremost in pressing for an agreement with the king, another foremost in bringing him to the block, now all for a republic, now all for a government with some element of monarchy in it. His changes of policy were so sudden that even friends found it difficult to excuse them. A pamphleteer who believed in the honesty of Cromwell's motives lamented his sudden engaging for and sudden turning from things as arguing inconsistency and want of foresight. Moreover, the effect of this inconsistency was aggravated by the violent zeal with which Cromwell threw himself into the execution of each new policy. It was part of his nature, like the exceeding fiery temper mentioned by his steward. "I am often taken," said Cromwell in 1647, "for one that goes too fast," adding that men of such a kind were disposed to think the dangers in their way rather imaginary than real, and sometimes to make more haste than good speed. This piece of self-criticism was just, and it explains some of his mistakes. The forcible dissolution of the Long Parliament in 1653 would never have taken place if Cromwell had fully appreciated the dangers which would bring upon the Puritan cause. On the other hand, this failure to look far enough ahead while it detracts from Cromwell's statesmanship, helps to indicate his integrity. He was too much taken up with the necessities of the present to devise a deep-laid scheme for making himself great. He told the French ambassador in 1647, with a sort of surprise, that a man never rose so high as when he did not know where he was going. To his parliaments he spoke of himself as having seen nothing in God's dispensations long beforehand. These issues and events, he said in 1656, have not been forecast, but were sudden providences in things. By this series of unforeseen events, necessitating first one step on his part, and then the next, he had been raised to the post of Protector. "I did out of necessity undertake that business," said he, "which place I undertook, not so much out of a hope of doing any good, as out of a desire to prevent mischief and evil, which I did see was imminent to the nation." Conscious, therefore, that he had not plotted to bring about his own elevation, Cromwell resented nothing so much as the charge that he had made the necessities to which it was due, for it was not merely an imputation on his own honesty, but a kind of atheism, as if the world was governed by the craft of men, not by the wisdom of God. People said, "It was the coming of my Lord Protector that had brought it about," when in reality these great revolutions were God's revolutions. Whatsoever you may judge men, for however you may say this is cunning, and politic, and subtle, take heed how you judge his revolutions as the product of men's invention. Cromwell said this with perfect sincerity. He felt that he was but a blind instrument in the hands of a higher power. Yet he had shaped the issue of events with such power, and had imposed his interpretation of their meaning upon them with such decision, that neither contemporaries nor historians could limit to so little the sphere of his free will. It was possible to make too much of outward dispensations, and Cromwell owned that perhaps he did so. His system of being guided by events instead of revelations did not put an end to the possibility of self-deception, though it made it less likely. Men, as Shakespeare says, may construe things after their fashion, clean for the purpose of the things themselves. But if Cromwell sometimes mistook the meaning of facts, he never failed to realize their importance. "If the fact be so," he once said, "why should we sport with it?" And the saying is a characteristic one. He was therefore more practical and less visionary than other statesmen of his party, more open-minded and better able to adapt his policy to the changing circumstances and changing needs of the times. To many contemporary politicians, the exact carrying out of some cut-and-dried political programme seemed the height of political wisdom. The Levellers with their Agreement of the People, and the Scottish Presbyterians with their Covenant, are typical examples. The persistent adhesion of the Covenanters to their old formulas in spite of defeats and altered conditions, Cromwell regarded as blindness to the teaching of events. They were blind to God's great dispensations, he told the Scottish ministers, out of mere wilfulness, because the things did not work forth their platform, and the great God did not come down to their minds and thoughts. He would have felt himself guilty of the same fault if he had obstinately adhered either to republic or monarchy under all circumstances. Forms of government were neither good nor bad in themselves. Either form might be good. It depended on the condition of England at the moment, on the temper of the people, on the question which was more compatible with the welfare of the cause, which more answerable to God's purpose as revealed in events. It was reported that Cromwell had said that it was lawful to pass through all forms to accomplish his ends, and if forms be taken to mean forms of government, and ends political aims, there can be no doubt that he thought so. However much he varied his means, his ends remained the same. To understand what Cromwell's political aims were, it is necessary to inquire what he meant when he spoke of his discharging his duty to the interest of the people of God and this Commonwealth. The order in which he places them is in itself significant. First, he put the duty to a section of the English people. Last, the duty to the English people in general. Cromwell was full of patriotic pride. Once, when he was enumerating to Parliament the dangers which threatened the state, he wound up by saying that the enumeration should cause no despondency. As truly I think it will not, for we are Englishmen. That is one good fact. The English, he said on another occasion, are a people that have been like other nations. sometimes up and sometimes down in our honour in the world, but never yet so low but we might measure with other nations. Several times in his speeches he termed the English the best people in the world. Best, because having the highest and clearest profession amongst them of the greatest glory, namely religion. Best, because in the midst of the English people there was, as it were, another people, a people that are to God as the apple of his eye, his peculiar interest, the people of God. When I say the people of God, he explained, I mean the large comprehension of them under the several forms of godliness in this nation, or in other words, all sects of Puritans. To Cromwell, the interest of the people of God and the interest of the nation were two distinct things, but he did not think them irreconcilable. He sings sweetly, said Cromwell, that sings a song of reconciliation between these two interests, and it is a pitiful fancy to think they are inconsistent. At the same time, the liberty of the people of God was more important than the civil liberty and interest of the nation, which is and ought to be subordinate to the more peculiar interest of God. Yet it is the next best God hath given men in this world. Religious freedom was more important than political freedom. Cromwell emphatically condemned the politicians who said, if we could but exercise wisdom to gain civil liberty, religion would follow. Such men were men of a hesitating spirit and under the bondage of scruples. They were little better than the carnal men who cared for none of these things. They could never rise to such a spiritual heat as the cause demanded. Yet the truth was that half the Republican party and an overwhelming majority of the English people held the view which he condemned. Cromwell wished to govern constitutionally. No theory of the divine right of an able man to govern the incapable multitude blinded his eyes to the fact that self-government was the inheritance and right of the English people. He accepted in the main the first principle of democracy, the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, or as he phrased it, that the foundation of supremacy is in the people, and to be by them set down in their representatives. More than once he declared that the good of the governed was the supreme end of all governments, and he claimed that his own government acted for the good of the people, and for their interest, and without respect had to any other interest. But government for the people did not necessarily mean government by the people. That's the question, said Cromwell. What's for their good, not what pleases them. And the history of the Protectorate was a commentary on this text. Some stable government was necessary to prevent either return to anarchy or the restoration of the Stuarts. Therefore he was determined to maintain his own government, with the assistance of Parliament if possible, without it if he must. If it became necessary to suspend for a time the liberties of the subject, or to levy taxes without parliamentary sanction, he was prepared to do it. In the end the English people would recognize that he had acted for their good. Ask them, said he, whether they would prefer the having of their will, though it be their destruction, rather than comply with things of necessity. He felt confident the answer would be in his favour. England might have acquiesced in this temporary dictatorship in the hope of a gradual return to constitutional government. What it could not accept was the permanent limitation of the sovereignty of the people in the interest of the Puritan minority, whom Cromwell termed the people of God. Yet it was at this object that all the constitutional settlements of the Protectorate aimed. It was in the interest of this minority that the instrument of government restricted the power of Parliament and made the Protector the guardian of the Constitution. It was in their interest that the Petition and Advice re-established a House of Lords. That House, as Thurlow said, was intended to preserve the good interest against the uncertainty of the Commons' House. For as another Cromwellian confessed, the spirit of the Commons had little affinity with or respect to the cause of God. Cromwell trusted that the real benefits his government conferred would reconcile the majority of the nation to the rule of the minority, and win the people to the interest of Jesus Christ. Thus the long hostility between the people and the people of God would end at last in reconciliation. It was a facetious hope. Puritanism was spreading its strength in the vain endeavour to make England Puritan by force. The enthusiasm which had undertaken to transform the world was being conformed to it. A change was coming over the party which supported the Protector. It had lost many of the men of conscience. It had attracted many of the time-servers and camp-followers of politics. it was ceasing to be a party held together by religious interests, and becoming a coalition held together by material interests and political necessities. Cromwell once rebuked the Scottish clergy for meddling with worldly policies and mixtures of worldly power, to set up that which they called the kingdom of Christ, and warned them that the Zion promised would not be built with such untempered mortar. He had fallen into the same error himself, and the rule of Puritanism was founded on shifting sands. So the Protector's institutions perished with him, and his work ended in apparent failure. Yet he had achieved great things. Thanks to his sword, absolute monarchy failed to take root in English soil. Thanks to his sword, Great Britain emerged from the chaos of the civil wars, one strong state instead of three separate and hostile communities. Nor were the results of his action entirely negative. The ideas which inspired his policy exerted a lasting influence on the development of the English state. 30 years after his death, the religious liberty for which he fought was established by law. The union with Scotland and Ireland, which the statesmen of the Restoration undid, the statesmen of the 18th century effected. The mastery of the seas he had desired to gain, and the Greater Britain he had sought to build up, became sober realities. Thus others perfected the work which he had designed and attempted. Cromwell remained throughout his life too much the champion of a party to be accepted as a national hero by later generations, but in serving his cause he served his country too. No English ruler did more to shape the future of the land he governed. None showed more clearly in his acts the plain, heroic magnitude of mind. End of chapter 23. End of Oliver Cromwell and the Rise of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth.